Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2351, Stronger Spirit. When the test involving the 2 prior fully saturated mechs ended in failure, Iman stood with the other Avatar mech pilots. Each of them reacted with horror at what had taken place. When they saw the pain mech pilots being moved to the infirmary, a cloud had cast over the heads of the remaining avatars. Evidently, the last batch of modified Bright Warrior mechs were much harder to pilot. Something about them turned them into hazards to their own mech pilots. "You shouldn't go, brother," Kisela Ingvar spoke softly to Iman. "It's clear now why the clan patriarch hesitated to conduct the tests. Not every new invention is safe, particularly when they are too extreme, as is the case right now. I think Mr. Ves should just stop and settle what he has managed to accomplish with the mechs that performed better previously." Kisela already had her turn. She piloted one of the mechs with 50% saturation. Though the strain of piloting her machine had increased, it was well within her tolerance. It also helped that her own mech cooperated much more closely with her than before. In her opinion, every other mech pilot should be pleased at piloting such a responsive and comfortable mech. Kisela never experienced any instance of discomfort when she was running her improved mech to her paces. What she didn't know was that Ves had some good reasons to put the Ingvar siblings in different groups. He didn't have many Avatar mech pilots with spiritual potential in the first and second space-borne mech companies, so he needed to spread them out in order to gather sufficient data. Ves also valued Kisela Ingvar more. As the mech captain of the second company, Ves couldn't afford to take her out of action. In comparison, Iman Ingvar's absence was much less consequential. If he ever suffered an accident, then the rest of his unit would still be capable of chugging along, as if hardly anything had changed. Iman was ignorant of these reasons. He just thought that Ves believed in his strength. Why else would the clan patriarch call him in person to put him ahead of the line? He couldn't wait to prove his piloting ability to the avatars and the leader of the clan. Some time later, he settled down in the familiar piloting seat of his mech. The arrangement of its cushioning, support, and dimensions had already been precisely tailored to his suited form. "Please proceed to activate your mech." "Yes, sir." A piloting helmet extended from the ceiling and settled over his head. The mech began to come alive seconds later. "Whoa!" Iman immediately understood what his sister meant when she felt as if her mech had become heavier. Compared to his previous piloting sessions, his assigned Bright Warrior mech immediately felt as if it possessed more presence. It was as if Iman previously swam in a shallow pool, but unexpectedly plunged into a deep ocean this time. Not only that, but the ocean was filled with much more life and activity than before. As the initial systems came online, Iman sensed the heavy presence becoming significantly more active than before. The mech did not just mechanically go through the checklist without doing anything else. It bloomed to life like a budding flower. A sense of indescribable closeness caused Iman to feel rapturous. "Remain focused!" Ves barked through the command channel. "The worst is yet to come! Brace yourself instead of opening yourself up. A heavy blow is coming and I need you to endure it in order to make this test a success." Though the sudden words caused Iman to pull out of his blissful state, he didn't dare to voice any complaints and did as he was told. It was difficult. His mech was like a welcoming home that beckoned him to head inside. He felt so tempted to open up his mind and embrace the mech that had become a lot more powerful in some way. Then, the intensity of their bond abruptly increased. Ah! Though he had prepared himself for some kind of bump, when it actually happened, he was still caught off guard. "It's like someone punched my head!" Despite the sudden strain, Ayman tried his best to stay sober. He couldn't allow himself to fail like the previous two mech pilots. He was better than them. There was no way he was going to shame himself by letting his own mech overpower his senses. Please, work with me. Ayman tried his best to find some way to make his connection with his mech more bearable. His mind churned as he tried several different ways to ease the burden. Though none of his methods worked, he felt as if his own mech was beginning to bond considerably deeper with him in a way. Though the process stretched on for several minutes, Ayman discovered to his surprise that the pressure no longer felt as overwhelming. His expression gradually relaxed as the strain of piloting his bright warrior mech had lessened. In its place, a very strong bond had formed between him and his mech. Ayman, are you okay? I feel great. It's still a bit more difficult to control my mech, but I can still do it. Please send me out. I'm so much more in tune with my mech that I can't wait to see the difference. Very well. You are cleared to deploy. When Ayman's mech launched into space, it quickly began to follow the same standardized routine of the other mechs. Since the mech was in its swordsman mech configuration, the machine soon began to spar against another sword-wielding mech. When Ves studied Ayman's performance and compared the data to the previous instances where he had piloted his mechs in battle, the difference was very obvious. He's performing a lot better than usual. Some of his parameters have grown by as much as 20%. Though the overall performance boost only averaged at around 10% or so, that was still a massive boost. This was just the first time that Ayman interfaced with his enhanced mech. How much better would Ayman's performance be if he had a month to get accustomed to piloting his growing machine? Ves glanced at the projections of Ayman's life signs. After the early spike into the red zones, the various figures had dropped to tolerable levels. While Ves felt that they were still rather high, it at least indicated that a mech pilot with strong spiritual skills such as Ayman did indeed possess the capital to pilot a fully saturated mech. This was the result he wanted to see. Alright, let's end the session. Ayman whined. I have just begun to get used to my changed mech. Can you let me stay out longer? No. While we haven't detected any signs that you are under severe strain, we still need to perform an extensive examination of your state. We also have to inspect your mech and make sure that it hasn't changed for the worse. Besides, there's one more avatar mech pilot who is awaiting his turn. The bright warrior mech reluctantly returned to the red feather. Once it returned to its place in the mech hangar, the mech smoothly shut off. Ayman eagerly left his cockpit and began to share his unique experiences with his fellow avatars. Many mech pilots tried to listen to Ayman. The avatars all wanted to learn what made the altered mechs so different. In the meantime, Joshua, who had suited up in his customary piloting attire, quietly entered the cockpit of his Quint. Even before it came active, Joshua already felt the difference. As an expert candidate, his senses and his perspective were different from norms. He also bonded very intimately with each of the mechs he had the pleasure to pilot. The Quint was one of the most unique and stellar mechs he ever laid his hands on. The young avatar mech pilot may not know much of the technical details of this exquisite masterwork mech, but Joshua bet that no one could beat his feel for it. He had become deeply familiar with every single nuance of his powerful mech. This time, Joshua felt a lot of expectation for his mech. Please proceed with activating your mech. When Joshua did as instructed, the Quint slowly came to life. Unlike the gradual bond that Ayman had formed with his mech, the bond that formed between Joshua and the mech was seemingly greater. Not only that, but the mech already welcomed Joshua as if he was a husband returning to his wife after a long day of work. Nothing was unfamiliar to him. The Quint was still the same Quint. It was just that the masterwork mech was somehow able to express its strength and appreciation towards its mech pilot to a much greater degree than before. As time began to pass, Joshua began to feel the strain that others had warned about. Yet unlike the previous mech pilots, he did not experience much discomfort. He was an expert candidate. He was much stronger than anyone else in certain aspects. The mech, noting that its own mech pilot was fully capable of bearing its strength, began to do something different. Instead of minimizing the depth and fidelity of its bond with its mech pilot, the Quint sought to leverage more out of it. The pressure rapidly rose and the observers began to notice some concerning signs. Ves, who had been watching carefully, immediately noticed that some of the parameters were rising without cause. He immediately became vigilant. The Quint isn't supposed to do this. Why have some of its systems become more active? The mech is still at rest. Joshua did not notice anything outside of his bond with his mech. As his connection between his mech grew more vigorous, a part of him started to feel as if he had gone heaven. This is what mech piloting should be like. Quint, you're a fantastic mech. I never realized you were so marvelous. Ves began to look a bit strange as Joshua seemed to melt into his mech. Though none of the data spiked, a lot of life signs began to rise in a calm and steady fashion. It was as if some kind of tsunami was forming. The momentum emanating from the Quint began to rise. The mech gave everyone an illusion that a slumbering dragon was about to wake. My mech is truly alive now, Joshua whispered with genuine wonder. I always knew that LMC mechs were alive, but this is different. I'm not piloting my mech, I'm working together with the Quint. We are equals now. As the momentum from the mech continued to surge, Ves suddenly noted that another important parameter started to rise. The resonance meter began to bump. Ves immediately slapped the shutdown button. The boot-up sequence abruptly stopped before it had completely run its course. Joshua went from experiencing a transcendent high only to get ripped away from the mech he melded with the next second. The sudden transition immediately induced a jarring headache to Joshua. Ack! Why did you stop it? I was almost there. That's why I can't allow this test to proceed, Mr. Joshua. Your time has not yet come. I need the Quint and you to shine in our upcoming battle against the Alidus Alliance. It's a waste for you to take the next step when there is no one around to fight. Joshua was devastated. He truly felt as if he was about to grasp a better way to connect and bond with mechs that reached out to him. The Quint had become so much stronger and more suitable to him that he didn't want to go back to the old style of piloting mechs. It was too bad that Ves had different intentions in mind. He already had the data he wanted. He had no intentions of getting anything more out of this experiment. The session is over. Joshua, please exit the cockpit. All of the Bright Warrior mechs must be locked down and secured. I will be inspecting each of them in person. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 2352 Reciprocal Growth. Ves was very satisfied with the round of experiments. The mechs enhanced to 25%, 50%, and 75% saturation all stimulated their mech pilots to perform successively better. The differences were fairly minor at 25% saturation, but those who were filled up 3/4 of the way exhibited pretty noticeable improvements in many areas. The benefits of strengthening the spiritual foundation of his mechs were evident. The effects roughly matched his expectations, though he knew that a lot more time needed to pass before he could witness more drastic results. If Ves had the leisure to run his experiment properly, then he would have left all of the affected Bright Warriors in their current states. I can't do that this time, he whispered to himself. No matter how curious I am about the differences in their development, It's all moot if the pirates beat my forces. I need to survive first before I can explore my ideas further. He already planned to raise the saturation of every mech to at least 75%. This appeared to be the level that most of his avatars were capable of harnessing. Trying to pair all of them with mechs at 100% saturation would likely go very poorly. The two avatar mech pilots who had been carted off to the infirmary were proof that too much power was not always desirable. Of course, the biggest surprise came from the 2 times that his test subjects succeeded in interfacing with the most powerful and dangerous group of mechs. The success of Ayman Ingvar proved that every mech pilot with spiritual potential met some kind of requirement that allowed them to endure the strain imposed by their mechs. Ves had keenly noticed that once Ayman had gotten over the initial bump, the young mech pilot became increasingly more relaxed. Either the heightened strain was temporary or Ayman and his bright warrior mech had somehow managed to adjust to each other. This was a good development. After all, a mech pilot that had to effectively resist the pressure of his own mech during battle would actually perform worse in battle. Such an awful outcome went against his original intentions. Ves would rather strip his mech of most of their added strength if that was the case. I still need to see how this develops in the coming weeks. The experiment hadn't strictly ended after Ves prematurely ended Joshua's chance to pilot his newly empowered Quint. While it was possible for growth to happen instantly, Ves knew that his changes needed time to show their full value. Hopefully, the strength of all of the affected mechs and mech pilots will evolve quickly enough to make a difference a month later. Of course, the mech that received most of his attention was the Quint. When Ves moved to the Red Feather in order to inspect the individual mechs, he visited the Quint right away. Joshua awaited his arrival with a resentful and grumpy expression. He made for a stark contrast with his current mech, which seemed to be extraordinarily active on a spiritual level. Its glow had become richer as well. The Masterwork mech had become greater than any of the other fully saturated mechs. Part of that might be due to its inherent advantage in quality, but Ves guessed that having a fantastic mech pilot like Joshua was also an added benefit. Before the Quint received its latest boost of strength, its spiritual foundation was already more developed than the regular Bright Warriors, and it was mostly thanks to Joshua. What took place today largely concurred with his current framework on mechs and spirituality. When the mech was weak but the mech pilot was strong, the latter slowly nurtured the former. Ves inferred that the reverse might also be true. If the mech was strong but the mech pilot was weak, the latter would experience faster growth. Ves intended to track the improvement of all of the mech pilots that piloted the special mechs very closely. The only snag was that not every mech pilot was capable of getting along with a mech that had grown too powerful. It was a given that mechs that were 100 saturated provided the most benefits to their mech pilots. The precondition was that the mech pilot was qualified enough to harness such strength. So far, 2 mech pilots without spiritual potential failed to finish the boot-up process. To be honest, Ves was dissatisfied with the lack of observations. What if another spiritually weak avatar mech pilot managed to get over the most difficult hurdle? Was it possible for this category of mech pilots to increase their tolerance to the point where they were capable of withstanding the burden? If not for his current difficulties, Ves would have wanted to follow up on these questions. For now, he didn't have the luxury to do so. He needed to pursue fast growth with as little complications as possible. Since no one who piloted a mech at 75% saturation experienced any backlash, Ves was already willing to apply this standard to all of the other LMC mechs in his fleet. Aside from perhaps the Doom Guard, Ves wanted to empower as many mechs as possible with this new innovation. Empowering hundreds of mechs did not come without a cost. All of those deliverers, Aurora Titans, Bright Warriors, and possibly other mechs demanded a lot of spiritual energy to fill them up to 75% saturation. VS wasn't worried about this issue. Only Goldie had to borrow her spiritual energy. Many of his remaining design spirits weren't short on spiritual energy due to the fact that they presided over mass-produced mech models. If the amount of mechs that needed to be empowered numbered at least 10,000, then VS might start to worry. This wasn't a concern this time because the amount of LMC mechs in the fleet was not numerous enough to impose an excessive burden to any design spirit. Unexpectedly, designing mechs for the market provided an added benefit to his current circumstances. His design spirits would have never been so flush with spiritual energy if he had chosen not to sell his mechs to the private sector. VS knew that he needed to continue with this current course. As his Larkinson clan grew in numbers, more and more mechs had to be enhanced to 75% saturation. This was very costly and could quickly deplete the spiritual energy reserves of his design spirits. The only way to ensure that his Larkinson mech pilots utilized the strongest possible mech was to keep harvesting the spiritual feedback of millions of mech pilots. I might even need more if the current limit grows. When VS observed certain powerful mechs such as the Quint, he noticed that its spiritual foundation was actually stronger than the spiritual foundation of Ayman Ingvar's Bright Warrior. There was still room for growth in this area. The better the mech pilot and the older the mech, the higher its maximum limit reached. While this entailed many possible dangers to the mech pilots who bonded with these growing mechs, VS believed that they were capable of growing in tandem. A growing mech would never let its mech pilot remain stagnant. Sir? When will I be able to pilot the Quint again? VS turned his attention back to the present. Don't be so impatient. You'll get to pilot it when we need you at your best. Right now is not the time. What? Sir, you can't take the Quint away. I need to pilot it. Please. Just let me connect with it for a time, Joshua pathetically pleaded. Unfortunately for the mech pilot, VS remained unmoved. He already had a thorough plan in mind. No amount of begging would convince him to release the Quint. He studied his masterwork mech with a critical eye. I'm going to upgrade the Quint. Is that possible? Joshua looked startled. I thought that masterwork mechs had to remain exactly the same in order to retain their quality level. That's not strictly true. VS shook his head. There is still room for change. Otherwise, getting hit even once might ruin the Quint. The most important requirement is to retain the essence of the mech. Joshua didn't understand much about mech design. All he cared about was how VS intended to strengthen the Quint. What do you intend to improve? I have progressed quite a bit since I completed the Bright Warrior design. I know it well, and I have thought about solving some of the issues inherent in the design whenever I thought back on it. The main complication is that we are still in the Nixian gap. Despite all of the plunder that we have obtained, we don't have access to all of the exotics I need to perform the upgrades I want. Does that mean the Quint won't be as strong as you want it to be, sir? VS grinned. Oh no. Quite the opposite, in fact. We have looted a lot of random exotics, some of which are very powerful or have very interesting effects. It might be possible to combine them into fantastic parts that can add powerful capabilities to the Quint. Part of the benefits he gained from this experiment was that he possessed a deeper understanding of the essence of mechs. Though he hadn't proven all of his theories yet, he was confident that he was able to upgrade a masterwork mech. The Quint was his own work, after all. He possessed a very strong feel for the mech. If someone other than VS or Gloriana tinkered with the mech, the chances that something would go wrong was significantly greater. Yet because VS was revisiting one of his old works, he merely had to refresh his memory. Perhaps he could plan his upgrades with Gloriana. Both of them designed the Bright Warrior design after all, and 2 heads were better than 1. In fact, they could also design some upgrades for some other mechs. Joshua's exaggerated reaction towards his enhanced mech suggested that VS might be able to provide his other expert candidates with opportunities. VS intended to replace their current mechs with Bright Warriors configured and modified for their specific inclinations. Perhaps this might actually be a way to exert control over when his expert candidates were able to advance to expert pilots. In any other circumstance, VS would have leaped with joy if he found out that this was a viable method to accelerate the breakthroughs of expert candidates. Many of them had waited for quite some time. Even if a formidable pirate fleet was bearing down on Task Force Predator, VS always doubted whether all of his remaining expert candidates would be able to advance during the decisive battle. Now, he had cleared much of his doubts. Of course, VS and Gloriana would have to perform extensive modifications to customize the new mechs to the expert candidates. Aside from Joshua, none of his other remaining expert candidates piloted an LMC mech. Due to lack of time and resources, VS planned to take some Bright Warriors and tailor them their new users. The versatility of the Bright Warrior design was very helpful at this time. Commander Dice was very compatible with the Swordsman mech configuration. VS might even ask Kedis to assist in preparing this specific mech. As for Commander Orphan, VS could either hand her a Lancer mech configuration or start from a Swordsman mech configuration but replace its sword with a spear. Tusa's case was a bit more difficult. He specialized in light skirmishers. As VS hadn't designed a serious light mech yet, he wasn't able to provide Tusa with an easy solution. Spiritual Foundation enhancement only worked for LMC mechs, so it was not very practical to apply this technique to Tusa's current machine. Perhaps it might be possible to give Tusa the mech he needed by taking a Bright Warrior and modifying it extensively. It wouldn't be the first time that VS stripped down a medium mech to the point where it became a light mech. Chapter 2353 Gathering of Candidates. The most skilled and powerful mech pilots of the Larkinson clan each entered the Scarlet Roses conference room. It was rare for the expert candidates to actually gather in a single room. Usually, they were confined to their own cliques within the Larkinson clan. Aside from their elevated piloting ability, they didn't share much in common. That said, they weren't strangers with each other. In addition to the expert candidates, VS also invited Venerable Janzi to attend the meeting. Her presence instantly dominated the conference room upon entry. Even if she didn't deliberately exert her force of will, her aura worked similarly to Glow's. No matter who was in her presence, people couldn't help but become affected by her strong will. Norms with weaker, unempowered wills were most susceptible to this effect. If most expert pilots weren't so noble and principled, it would have been easy for them to abuse their auras for unscrupulous purposes. In fact, some people argued that the expert pilots of Vicious Mountain had already crossed this line. Their obsession with earning glory in battle had warped the lives of everyone who lived in the Star Sector. Fortunately, the people attending the meeting all possessed strong wills of their own. As expert candidates, Joshua, Tusa, Commander Orphan and Commander Dice all possessed the ability to remain true to their own selves when faced with external pressure. VS may not possess the empowered wills of the rest, but he was a journeyman with some very strong ideas of his own. Mech designers at his level never lost sight of their ambitions. "Please take your seats," he spoke. The 3 chosen of Kalankso opted to sit together. For some reason, Orphan and Dice both sat beside Venerable Janzi as if they were flanking the expert pilot. Though this seating arrangement made sense from a mech piloting standpoint, the differences in age was difficult to accept. Joshua and Tusa both sat in their own corners of the conference table. While they were acquainted with each other, they weren't particularly close with each other either. Their lives hardly intersected and their interests diverged. Curiously, Joshua did not sit next to his supposed girlfriend. Perhaps this might be due to the professional context of this meeting, but Ves couldn't help but be concerned. Joshua was one of the most valuable mech pilots to Ves. With his rare life domain, his compatibility with LMC mechs was nearly perfect. Keeping him happy and ensuring he remained committed to the clan was an important priority. If Ves wasn't so swamped with responsibilities, he might have chosen to meddle with their relationship. Alright, everyone is here, so let's begin. The reason why I have invited you to this meeting is because I want to make sure that each of you are at your best when we confront the Alidus Alliance. I am sure that you have witnessed or heard about the experiment that I have conducted on the bright warrior mechs of the avatars of myth. Though the tests haven't entirely gone smoothly, I have gathered enough data and proved enough theories to support my next initiative. It didn't take much thinking to realize what he was talking about. Are you applying this new invention of yours to our mechs? Commander Orphan asked. Not exactly. You are correct that I will be making full use of my latest innovation, but I won't be applying it to most of your mechs. One of the conditions of my newly developed trick is that I can only apply it to my own mechs. Venerable Janzi doesn't strictly need any help, and Joshua's quint has already received the necessary treatment. I don't entirely know what has changed, but from what little I've experienced, it's as if the mech that I was familiar with has truly come alive, Joshua remarked. I just feel so frustrated that my session was cut off. It's for your own good, Joshua. I don't want you to release your pressure prematurely. Joshua let out a frustrated grunt. I'm penned up, sir. I feel like I'm backed up. Do you know what kind of torture it is to look at the quint but be prohibited from piloting it? And why did you take away my permission to pilot other mechs? I'm so itchy. Ves threw a flat look at the young man. Hold it in. Don't you dare let go. If it helps, I can allow you to pilot some of the salvaged pirate mechs we have picked up from the previous battle for some reason. Only the cheaper ones, though. I don't want you to pilot anything too powerful. What? That's hardly better. Most of them are trash. That's the point, Mr. Joshua. Piloting a bad mech may be a better way for you to keep your skills sharp. You've been too pampered by the quint and my other excellent mech designs. While I am glad that you are able to master each of my products, you should broaden your horizons. Joshua's horrified face expressed everything he thought about this suggestion. In truth, Ves wanted to use this method to build up Joshua's desire to pilot the quint again. The greater his yearning for the masterwork mech, the more impressive his eventual breakthrough would become. Frustrating him a bit by forcing him to pilot awful pirate mechs with not a glimpse of life within them was a good way to build up the anticipation. Ves wanted Joshua to explode as violently as possible. He smiled at Joshua in a patronizing manner. It's for the good of the clan. We need you at your absolute best, so don't be in a hurry to obtain your satisfaction. I promise you that your release will be greater than ever. While I can't make too many modifications in a month, I will be sure to upgrade several key aspects of your mech so that it can fully support your efforts in the battle that will decide our fate. What about us? Orphan asked. Those of you who don't pilot an LMC mech can keep using your current machines. Just keep in mind that you won't be piloting them in the decisive battle. Unless something has gone wrong, I will be passing heavily modified Bright Warrior mechs to the three of you. Each of them will be upgraded and customized to fit your preferred fighting style. The three expert candidates who were the targets of this program looked surprised. Are you crazy, Ves? Orphan erupted. Switching mechs isn't trivial. Even if we're expert candidates, we still need a couple of hundreds of hours of drilling and practice to understand how to use our new machines to the fullest. Without this preparation, we'll never be able to perform at our best. I understand the downsides, but I am confident that you'll be able to adjust quickly, The performance of the custom Bright Warriors will definitely exceed that of your existing mechs. They're still third-class mechs, after all. The base model of the Bright Warrior design already exceeds most of their parameters. Commander Dice frowned. There is more to a mech design than the numbers on the spec sheet. Some designs simply don't match my fighting style. I don't want to pilot a mech that is too awkward for me to employ my sword style. Keddies will assist in customizing your new mech. The two of you can work closely to make sure that the modifications complement your fighting style rather than detract from it. Will that assuage your concerns? The Sword Maiden leader visibly relaxed. I trust Keddies. As a fellow sister, she knows exactly how I prefer to fight. Just make sure to listen to her recommendations. The Bright Warrior in its swordsman mech configuration is decent, but it's clear you only possess a superficial understanding of swordsmanship. Ves accepted her light critique. I'll address this shortcoming in due time, but I am inclined to let Keddies handle everything related to swordsman mechs. What about my machine? You haven't made any spearman mechs, Commander Orphan stated. Your mech requires a bit more work. Are you comfortable with piloting a Lancer mech? She shook her head. Lancer mechs are too inflexible. Now, don't get me wrong. I love how they can punch through anything with their charges. It's just that it is not my style to conduct hit-and-run attacks. I like to get into the fray and duel my opponents up close. I see. Then, just like Commander Dice, I will start with the swordsman mech configuration and work my way from there. I understand that wielding a spear is different from wielding a sword in battle, so don't hesitate to review my work and tell me what aspects need to be changed. If this is the best that you can do, then okay. I can live with this as long as my new mech is good enough. With Commander Orphan placated, Ves turned to the final expert candidate. Tusa, your case is the most difficult of all. I truly don't have a suitable light mech in my mech catalog, so I can only take a Bright Warrior and overhaul its structure and armor scheme. The light mech specialist looked ugly. These conversions rarely succeed. Medium mechs are simply built differently from the ground up. Even if you remove a lot of fat from a Bright Warrior, the bones can't be thinned so easily. That is correct. I have witnessed these situations several times. Tusa smiled sardonically. Some mech designers believe that all you need to produce a light mech in a hurry is to tear out a lot of armor and other parts from a medium mech. It never quite works out because the mechs often end up in between. I'm aware of the challenges. Although I haven't designed any serious light mechs, I am confident I'll be able to work something out. The light mech that I'll deliver to you next month will certainly satisfy most of your demands. Just make it fast. I don't care about armor or weapons. As long as its acceleration is top-notch and its agility is good, I can cope with the rest. This was not a light demand, especially due to the situation that Tusa had just described. Ves would have to perform some pretty deep modifications to Tusa's custom mech in order to fulfill this major demand. Ves believed he was up to the challenge. Gloriana will be assisting our efforts by remote. With her participation, each of your mechs will be sound. Aside from that, these mechs will be more responsive, more complementary, and more welcoming than your current mechs. You can just ask Joshua or the other avatars if you want to hear the benefits of my latest innovation. What is this exactly supposed to do for us? Tusa asked. His reluctance to this initiative was the greatest. He possessed the least amount of confidence that his new custom mech would meet his requirements. Seeing that the other expert candidates needed some convincing as well, Ves decided to be open about it. Each of you is on the cusp of breaking through. What if I tell you that I think that pairing you up with your new custom mechs can guarantee that you'll be undergoing apotheosis? Everyone except Joshua looked shocked. Even Janzi looked a little startled. Is that true, Joshua? I don't know. All I can say is that it works for me, but then again the Quint isn't a normal mech. I've already bonded a lot with it. Who knows whether this will work when you pilot your new mechs for the first time. He's not wrong, Ves admitted. There is no guarantee that this measure will work the way I intended. Still, it's better than letting you keep your remaining mechs. A small chance of breaking through is better than no chance. Now, do you still doubt the necessity of replacing your current mechs with my customized works? No one raised any more objections. Chapter 2354, Wish List. After the general meeting, Ves talked with each of the expert candidates in private in order to hear their initial demands. He started with Joshua first. In the decisive battle, we need to pair you with a mech that can allow you to threaten an enemy warship. Ves spoke. 2 out of 4 of the Bright Warrior configurations are suitable for this purpose. A Lancer mech will allow you to perform a single overwhelming attack, while a Rifleman mech will give you substantially more reach. Which one do you prefer? I'm used to piloting the Lancer mech configuration, but I can brush up my marksmanship skills if you need me to. It's just, will either be able to allow me to fight against a warship? Breakthroughs will always allow you to exert more power than usual. This is especially the case when you reach unity of man and machine. I'm not Janzi. You're right. You are not like her. That doesn't mean you should underestimate your own ability. Out of all of our expert candidates, you have the greatest understanding of my mechs. While I can't say whether it will truly happen, I have high hopes for your ability to meld with the Quint. It would help if I can pilot it a few times, Joshua remarked. Don't bother making this request again. I have already told you my answer. Now let's return to our original question. Lancer mech or Rifleman mech? This was a very impactful choice. His choice of configuration had the potential to change the entire course of the upcoming battle. After half a minute, Joshua made his choice. I'd like to keep the Lancer mech configuration if possible. I always felt as if it is the most powerful configuration of the Quint, sir. My mech is able to penetrate much tougher obstacles than the regular Bright Warriors. This is a powerful advantage. You made the right choice. Ves smiled. Of the 5 gems that Ves had used to build the Quint, one of them stood out due to its high amplification factor. Fist of the Faithful. The memory of a punch that changed the course of the galaxy resides in this gem. Increases the impact damage inflicted by a mech by 30%. The sole advantage provided by this gem was not trivial. Ves eagerly wanted to leverage it even further when he improved the Quint. Whether it was enough to threaten a warship, he didn't dare to make any claims. The few instances where expert mechs directly confronted warships often ended in tragedy. The power of a demigod seemed incomparably frail compared to a heavily armored ship that was capable of outputting enough damage to crater an entire city in a matter of minutes. Only ace pilots were able to offer meaningful resistance against subcapital warships. As for god pilots, no one knew what they were capable of. The rumors suggested that they were worse, equal, or even superior to CFA battleships. Joshua was not a god pilot. He wasn't even a proper expert pilot yet. Even if he broke through in the most powerful way imaginable, there was only so much he could do. That was why Ves did not bet all of his chips on this plan alone. Still, making sure that Joshua was able to exert more power would definitely open up some opportunities in the upcoming battle. Once the two decided to settle on a Lancer mech configuration, Ves called up a wireframe model of the Quint and began to illustrate some of his suggested changes. Many of them were rather subtle and overly technical, so Joshua quickly got lost. It wasn't until Ves marked out the miniature missile launchers that the young expert candidate paid attention again. I never used those missiles. I never found a need to resort to them, Joshua said. I know, but the opponent we'll be facing is different, Ves responded. The biggest disadvantage of missiles is that it's not easy to stock up a mech with a lot of missiles. You have to make the most out of the limited payload the mech is able to carry. I intend to replace the standard second-class missiles supplied to the Quint with custom, handcrafted missiles. You're making them yourself? Ves grinned. Oh, you betcha. All of the other bright warriors that I intend to supply to the other expert candidates will enjoy the same treatment. We have accumulated a lot of medium and high-grade exotics from Yulamos Citadel. At least some of them can produce potent explosive reactions. This isn't enough. Once I fire all of the missiles loaded in the Quint, I'm dry. That's okay. This is just a secondary weapon system. Let's move on to the core enhancements of the Quint. Ves outlined several improvements to the acceleration and the shock-absorbing systems. He also proposed to replace the Quint's current lance with a different one that was substantially stronger. Joshua was surprised at the last suggestion. Do we have a material that is stronger than briar alloy, sir? Yes, though it's not easy to work with. I might have to spend a lot of time on this sub-project. Ves intended to make the Quint's new lance out of unending alloy. Even though he hadn't found a way to work this first-class alloy, he might be able to manage something if he cooperated with Lucky. His cat still suffered from an awful stomach ache, but hopefully that might change in the coming weeks. If not, Ves was prepared to cure his cat in any way he could. Do you have any specific requests? Do you think the Quint in this configuration is missing something? Joshua trailed off for a moment. Lancer mechs are kind of one-dimensional. I could use another weapon if charges are impractical. I'm not talking about a backup knife. I want something I can use to tear something up without building up momentum. That was not an easy request. I can pair the Quint with another weapon, but your mech isn't geared towards brawls. A lot of capacity of the Lancer mech configuration is taken up by its shock-absorbing systems. It has to carry all of these cumbersome parts because you and your mech are liable to squash yourselves flat if these components are absent. I don't need anything too fancy. I can rely on my skill to overcome the awkwardness of my mech. Even though people such as Melker might not be able to win against the Sword Maiden in a sword fight, he was still able to hold his own to some extent. Against regular street thugs, a trained soldier like Melker would still be able to win the fight with relative ease when both of them were wielding swords for whatever reason. A talented mech pilot such as Joshua possessed a very broad skill set. His skills were not in question, but the frame of a Lancer mech didn't really possess the agility and full range of motion that allowed real swordsman mechs to outduel their opponents. Ves couldn't do much to address this problem without creating other problems. After discussing some other matters, Ves finished his discussion with Joshua. The upgrades to the Quint weren't very complicated. The Lancer mech configuration still retained its essence. Ves merely planned to add some selective improvements to enhance its core functionality while possibly adding a touch of flexibility as well. He ended his meeting with Joshua and called up Commander Orphan. He replaced the projection FO the Quint with the projection of another bright warrior mech. I intend to create your spearman mech by adapting the swordsman mech configuration of the bright warrior. Do you have any specific requests that you think might help? She pointed at the spear held by the projected mock-up of her future mech. This spear looks a bit thin. Don't worry. It's a lot stronger than you think. Don't think it is weaker because it's not as thick as a typical spear. It's made out of incredibly hard material. The mech will break before the spear begins to crack. Commander Orphan looked impressed. If that's the case, then I don't have as many complaints. I actually like thinner and lighter spears because I can launch my attacks faster. Just make sure the spears are straight and solid. I don't want to fight with those weird floppy poles that bend and tumble as if they are acrobats. I didn't plan on supplying you with this kind of spear. It's rarely used in the Komodo star sector. There's something else I want you to add to my mech. I want you to add a small shield to my mech. Are you sure? She nodded. It would help a lot if I have something that can absorb a lot of damage. Just make sure it isn't big enough to slow my mech down. I don't want a big fat tower shield. Understood. I'll pair your mech with a modest shield. The Valkyrie Redeemer design already possessed a lightweight shield, so Ves could just copy it over while making some small adaptations. She didn't impose any other important demands, so Ves quickly moved on to hearing Commander Dice. Case will know what I want from my mech, the Sword Maiden commander uttered. It will take too long to list out my exact requirements to you. I am very particular about the swordsman mech I pilot. The bright warriors that are armed with swords are too balanced for my tastes. Aside from their admittedly impressive defense, they aren't weak or strong in any other aspect. I've studied some of the swordsman mechs in your mech roster. I take it you want something that is more focused on offense? She nodded. Defense is good and all, but that is not our way. We cut through every obstacle or evade the attacks we can't afford to take. Part of that was due to necessity. Back in their pirate days, the Sword Maiden mechs couldn't really handle too many complex repairs. High-quality armor systems were not only expensive and challenging to source, but difficult to repair when damaged. It was better for them to rely on simpler mechs that may not be the toughest but were easily to service in resource-deprived regions. Though these constraints no longer applied to the Sword Maidens, they had already developed a strong martial tradition around these limitations. I will make sure to improve the mobility of your mech. I'll focus on enhancing its reaction time, agility, and immediate acceleration. The armor system will largely remain similar, so its defenses should still be as good as before. As for the weapon, I might cooperate with Kitties to replace the Briar Alloy Greatsword that is paired with your current mech with something better. I look forward to seeing the result. She didn't put up a fuss. Of course, Ves didn't think she was charmed by his design ability. She mainly placed her trust on Kitties. As long as the Sword Maiden mech designer had a say in the project, Commander Dice had nothing to be concerned about. This kind of unflinching trust was very touching to Ves. Dice did not express an inkling of doubt towards Kitties. Even though the two hadn't spoken about this topic, the Sword Maiden commander already believed that Kitties would succeed. How come other Larkinsons didn't exhibit this degree of closeness? It turned out that there was still a lot more room for improvement for his clan. Ves hoped the rest of his clan would develop this degree of implicit trust and intimacy. After they quickly completed this discussion, Ves raised another topic to the Sword Maiden leader. There is something else I'd like to talk to you about. What is it? She looked at him questioningly. I have another experiment. It's not tested and it's mostly theoretical, but if it succeeds, it might be possible to empower your Sword Maidens through completely different means. Are you interested? I'm not sure. Your experiments aren't exactly the cleanest. Chapter 2355, Forgotten Group. Ves explained his intentions to form some kind of way to pool the minds of the Sword Maiden mech pilots through mysterious methods. Since he didn't really know yet how to accomplish this unprecedented feat, he failed to articulate his complete vision. It couldn't be helped. Much of what he intended to do was related to spirituality. Though he didn't really care about the MTA's insistence on keeping psionic power secret, exposing it to Commander Dice would only complicate the situation. Unfortunately, Dice saw through his obfuscation. You're talking about something dangerous, aren't you? It's largely theoretical, but there is still a solid foundation behind it. Think about what has changed ever since you joined the clan. Have you ever thought it was odd that you feel a lot more close to your fellow non-sword maiden clansmen than you normally should? She frowned. Ketty said something about golden cats and whatnot. I don't really understand what is going on, but I know that this is anything but normal. We're all connected to an invisible network, Ves succinctly said. This network doesn't do much other than affect our perception towards our fellow clansmen. However, I have barely scratched the surface of this network. I can do much more with it, though I still need to work out the details. That sounds very vague. Maybe it will help if you explain what exactly you want to accomplish. Are you familiar with Master Huron? Probably not. Let me explain his work to you. He has been a great inspiration to me. If I wasn't exposed to his design philosophy, our clan would have never become so cohesive at this time. When Ves showed the Sword Maiden commander what Master Huron accomplished, she looked impressed. I can see how this can help. I admit that I'm impressed with these neural networks. She raised an eyebrow at him. I don't see what this has to do with you, though. You are not a master mech designer. You are not Master Huron's apprentice. In fact, if any of this involves modifying neural networks, then I will immediately end this conversation. Don't think I am unaware of some of your experiments on Aeon Corona 7. Ves awkwardly coughed. This is different. I would never treat your Sword Maidens like I did the dwarves at Aeon Corona 7. Your sisters are valued people. I haven't forgotten about your sacrifices at Kesseling 8. It's because I value your Sword Maidens so much that I want to grant them all a means of gaining greater power. He finally managed to sway Dice to an extent. I'll have to discuss your proposal with my fellow sisters. Nothing will happen unless we all agree to take part in this experiment. While we are eager to gain more power, we don't want to throw away our lives. I don't want any of you to die. This is why I'm urging your Sword Maidens to take part in this experiment. My network is different from that of Master Huron, but the benefits should be similar. I will think about it and discuss it with my subordinates. That was the best that Ves could accomplish. Contrary to the superficial image of the Sword Maidens, Commander Dice wasn't the type to mindlessly take action. She couldn't afford to be as reckless as some of her subordinates when the future of her mech troop was at stake. The pirate outfit founded by Commander Lydia had suffered so many successive setbacks that less than a single mech company was left. Until their trainees graduated from their years-long training regime, the Sword Maidens weren't going to expand in numbers anytime soon. Due to the very limited number of mech pilots among the Sword Maidens, each of them were irreplaceable treasures. Neither Ves nor Commander Dice wanted to lose the irreplaceable heritage that every surviving Sword Maiden mech pilot possessed, but the desperate circumstances left them with little choice. Aware that the Sword Maidens in their current form wouldn't be able to play a major role in the upcoming battle, Dice reluctantly decided to take this suggestion seriously. Once Commander Dice left, Ves met with the final expert candidate of the clan. Ves Larkinson did not look content. So now it's my turn. Ves crossed his arms. Did you deliberately put me at last? What? No. I just wanted to speak to you last because the mech I intend to prepare for you requires a lot more work. Oh. I see. Ves summoned two separate projections. It depicted the Bright Warrior mech in both its Swordsman mech and Rifleman mech configurations. As you can see, the Swordsman mech configuration is an excellent melee combatant, but it is too heavy to fit in the lightweight class. The Rifleman mech configuration features a considerably slimmer profile and is much closer to what I intend to shape for your custom machine. The problem is that its musculature and overall layout is optimized for ranged combat. What does this mean? As I have said, your mech requires much more work to make than others. I have to redesign a lot of aspects right down to the deepest portions in order to shave off mass. Unless you are willing to pilot a medium mech, I will have to spend a lot of time to design and implement all of the necessary changes. It might be possible that I won't be able to finish your new mech at the time the enemy pirate fleet forces us into battle. Tusa reacted nonchalant at that. If that is the case, then so be it. I'm already familiar with piloting my current machine. Getting a better one is nice, but not entirely necessary. I'm glad you are so accommodating. For what it's worth, I don't intend to leave you hanging. I haven't spent as much time on you as I did with some of the other expert candidates. We light mech pilots are used to being ignored, Tusa sardonically remarked. That won't be the case for long, Ves quickly replied. I intend to design a very good light skirmisher for the Larkinson clan in the near future. The flagrant vandals have been requesting one for a while, but I'll make sure the rest of the clan has access to the new model as well. I'll definitely make sure that yours fits your piloting inclinations like a glove. I'll take your word for it, Ves. It's about time for our clan to receive a powerful light skirmisher. My fellow light mech specialists feel as if you don't acknowledge their existence. In fact, if not for me, they might even doubt you are aware that our clan has mech pilots who prefer to pilot lighter machines. Obviously, Tusa shared the same sentiment. Ves could feel some of the edge in the expert candidate's nascent force of will. It became a bit more agitated, which meant that Tusa likely spoke from his heart. Ves looked apologetic. I will truly make it up to you all. The wait will be worth it, as all of the improvements and innovations that I have made in the last couple of months will all be applied to your new light skirmisher mechs. Unlike the Bright Warrior, our new light skirmisher design will become a full second-class mech design. This means that once you and your compatriots obtain your new mechs, you'll be able to stick with them for many years. They'll easily stay relevant, and if that's not the case, I'll publish a minor revision to the design to elevate its performance. The hefty promise finally placated Tusa. The expert candidate wanted to stand up for his fellow light mech specialists, and he accomplished his goal. There was no reason for him to put up a tough exterior anymore. Thank you, Ves. You're a fantastic mech designer, and from what I know, you have always abided by your promises. My word is gold. I always mean what I say. Ves realized that he needed to hurry up with replacing all of the non-LMC mechs in the clan with his own mech designs. While it took a lot of time to represent all of the essential mech types, he would just have to expand the role of his design teams. Oh, by the way, don't just design a single light mech and leave it at that, Ves. There are more light mech types than light skirmishers, you know. Not everyone remembers this detail. Even if the other varieties of light mechs are rarely used, they can be very powerful under the right circumstances. I know for sure that the flagrant vandals will request more varieties of light mechs. I'll take that into account, but generally speaking, we can't neglect medium mechs either. In our situation, medium mechs are our mainstay mech models. We aren't short on funds or resources, which means we can invest in more durable mechs. In fact, we are much more limited by our available pool of manpower. Each Larkinson mech pilot is precious. Putting more of our mech pilots into light mechs is not desirable. I don't want to see that either, Tusa said. Piloting light mechs is a calling. Those who aren't cut out to pilot them are better off with frontline mechs or something. It takes a special kind of daring and courage to entrust your life to a machine that can shatter into pieces after suffering just a couple of serious hits. Ves respected the mech pilots who chose to pilot light mechs regardless of their glaring weaknesses. They were the true daredevils of the mech community. When Ves finished his enlightening discussion with Tusa, the round of meetings had finally ended. He gained a good impression of what the expert candidates wanted to see in their custom mechs. These designs were vital, and Ves expected to spend much of his time on developing them all. He was even prepared to put aside most of his workload related to the design department's ongoing design projects. Gloriana was very understanding towards him. With his life, it didn't matter if it took an extra month to finish the Valkyrie Redeemer design. Besides, it wasn't as if those projects stalled the moment VS shifted his priorities. Gloriana and the design teams were more than capable of completing the projects by themselves. VS only needed to stop by every couple of days in order to clean up and direct the spiritual development of the developing mech designs. He also had to flesh out their other spiritual properties, but that didn't demand too much of his time. More and more, he felt like he needed multiple copies of himself to handle his increasingly growing workload. He even thought about ordering Rania Woden to cultivate a couple of clones of himself. Since the spiritual version of Ylvain was able to breathe life into the physical copy of Ylvain, VS vaguely guessed that he might be able to do the same. If he could develop a technique that was similar to his mother's incarnation ability, then he might be able to control additional instances of himself. How great would it be if he could make more copies of himself, each of which were capable of handling as much work as his original self? VS slapped the side of his head. This is a stupid idea. First, some aspects of his body couldn't be replicated. Some aspects of his Jutland organ had become completely unique, and clearly he wouldn't be able to gain another implant as good as the Archimedes Rebel. Aside from these practical constraints, VS also feared what would happen if his clones somehow gained independence. What if they didn't want to work for the real VS anymore? What if they wanted to live their own lives? Just the threat of such a rebellion was enough to deter VS from following up on this idea. It's probably impossible to accomplish such an unreal feat, VS muttered. He would have to be a god to be able to make this work, and he was clearly not a divinity. He was just a mech designer. Chapter 2356, Same boat. The war had changed for the worse. Venerable Ves Larkinson smelled the desperation from some of the Friday men. Despite the upbeat news, despite the pronounced victories, most of the Friday men who served at the front lines knew that the Hexers were continuing to gain ground. The crestfallen stars were teetering on collapse. It was only a matter of time before the hinterland and the core provinces of the Carnegie Group became vulnerable to successive raids and invasions. The Friday Coalition couldn't let this pass. Lady Aisling Curver already warned him that the CRC intended to reinforce Unit L with additional expert pilots. That's good, Ganso responded. They're all good mech pilots that can make a difference in this war. Why us, though? The brass thinks that we are worth investing in. We'll not only be able to replenish the lost Skara faster, but also gain some help in other ways. Be ready to greet some new guest expert pilots. Please tell your superiors that I prefer to serve alongside other brighter expert pilots. Our shared background and training will allow us to get in sync right away. I will pass on your request, Ganso, but my influence is limited. From what I have heard, the brass believes it is better to split the foreigners up in order to avoid the formation of insular cliques. When you wear our uniform, we expect you to dedicate yourself to the Friday Coalition. We are losing ground against the Hexers. I don't think this is the time to focus on integration. We need to gain immediate battle effectiveness in order to stall the Hexer. Back when he served in the Mech Corps, Ganso became acquainted with many Brighters. He trusted his mates from the Valari Starhawks with his life and developed ties with many other honorable Brighters. Though the Hex Army unexpectedly drove the Fortune Legion from the Marikath system like rats, a few individual units performed brilliantly enough to mitigate the disastrous defeat. After killing more than half a dozen elite Hexer expert pilots, Ganso fully gained the Friday Coalition's recognition. Master Huron was already exploring options to start up additional units with asymmetrical networks, while Aisling largely washed away her guilt for letting Ves Larkinson hijack her assigned ship. Neither Ganso nor Aisling were pleased at their modest success. Killing a bunch of Hexer expert pilots would likely save the lives of several thousands Friday Man mech pilots over the course of the Komodo War, but that hadn't been enough to stave off a crushing defeat at one of the crestfallen stars. The Blessed Squire and its revolutionary glow changed everything. The crazy Hexers became even crazier whenever they fought in the vicinity of one of these annoying supportive mechs. According to some strategists, the sudden entry of the Blessed Squire onto Marikath 3 directly spared the Hexers the lives of at least 100,000 mech pilots and trillions of Coalition credits worth of supplies and war material. What was worse was this was just the start. Even when Ganso heard that the master mech designers of the Friday Coalition were close to publishing their first counters against the Blessed Squire, the powerful force multiplier was showing up in almost every battlefield. They were ubiquitous on land and became more common in space after the Hex army started to deploy them onto floaters, which were basically levitating platforms adapted for combat. Though slow, inefficient, and unwieldy, the Blessed Squires flying around on top of floaters gradually caused the Friday Coalition to suffer more losses in crucial space battles. The ripple effects of the introduction of the Blessed Squire potentially caused more than 1 million valuable Friday Man mech pilots to perish ahead of time. This was a very serious consequence that directly tilted the balance in favor of the Hexers. Such an outcome couldn't stand. With increasing desperation, the Friday Coalition reached out to more and more lesser states in order to poach their most talented mech pilots. The Coalition not only borrowed a lot of foreign expert pilots, but also started to recruit a lot of talented third-class mech pilots. The elite mech pilots from the smaller states such as the Ilvain Protectorate and the Bright Republic were able to pilot some of the best standard mechs of their respective mech militaries. Now, they were only qualified to become the Friday Coalition's cannon fodder. By piloting resilient but simplified frontline mechs, these new additions were one of the Fridaymen's many countermeasures against the rising momentum of their archenemies. When the first batch of reinforcements finally arrived, Ganso eagerly awaited his new colleague. Unfortunately, he did not like what he saw. "You!" Ganso reacted with shock. Standing opposite to him was a woman who wore a similar uniform as his. Though Ganso knew that the Coalition Reserve Corps engaged in an extensive recruiting spree in the past couple of months, he never expected to see a familiar face. Aisling calmly approached the new arrival and shook her hand. "Venerable Relia Foster, welcome aboard the Palace Inter. We have just transferred to this new combat carrier, but we have made sure to reserve some room for you and your upcoming expert mech." The Vision expert pilot perfunctory accepted the handshake and looked around. "I am not pleased with this assignment. While I am willing to do what I can to help you defeat the Hexers, I can tolerate only so many stunts. Why am I standing in the same room as a Brighter?" The air between the two expert pilots turned volatile as their wills pressed and clashed against each other. "Venerable Ganso Larkinson is different from Mr. Ves Larkinson. He is opposed to his cousin." "That makes this worse," Relia burst out. "I cannot stand you Larkinsons. You and your family have inflicted untold damage to my state. While I can reluctantly accept the fact that both of our states are allied to the Friday Coalition, that does not mean that I am willing to fight alongside one of the butchers of my fellow Visians." "Oh?" Ganso growled and stepped forward in a menacing posture. "I can say the same for you, Witch. You're one of the biggest hopes of the Hafner Duchy. You have tons of Brighter blood on your hands. Why don't I take revenge for the lives of my fellow compatriots right away?" "Enough!" Aisling shouted. "Calm down and act like adults for once." Upon her command, some bodyguards moved in between the two acrimonious expert pilots. Even though it was difficult for the guards to endure the strong wills of both expert pilots at close range, they were well-trained Friday men who possessed a natural sense of superiority against third-raters. Soon, the distance between the Brighter and the Vision doubled. Aisling stared at both young expert pilots with considerable irritation. She didn't agree with Venerable Foster's transfer. She already knew that sparks would fly once the two former enemies met. What happened completely fell in line with her expectations. Neither of you are allowed to pursue any old grudges and private vendettas. The Bright Visual Wars are relics of the past. Your two states no longer have any reason to fight against each other after a lot of devastated territories have opened up for reclamation. The Bright Republic has also lost the Bentheim system, so it has lost much of its value. The fall of Bentheim was a very sore point to Ganso, who witnessed its fall up close. Though the Sandmen were to blame for launching their final apocalyptic offense, the Bright Republic would have been in a better position to resist the aliens if the Visians hadn't been spoiling for a fight a few years prior. His hatred of the Visians almost exceeded his hate for Ves and his band of traitors. After the bodyguards forcefully dragged them to different rooms, Ganso spent some time cooling himself down. Aisling visited him a half-hour later. I expected better from you, Venerable Larkinson. The CRC deliberately presented a former enemy in front of my face. Ganso resentfully growled. How else do you think I'm supposed to react? It would be the same as if a hexer suddenly stepped up to you. Would you really be able to restrain yourself when Gloriana Woden? Do not speak that name! Ganso shut up, but his eyes twinkled as he made his point. He knew about Aisling's obsession with his hated cousin. Mesmerizing this brilliant Fridayman mech designer was yet another crime to lay at the feet of the destroyer of the Larkinson family. Ever since he learned about Aisling's fascination, he tried to convince her to move on many times. A loathsome profiteering bastard like Ves did not deserve her affection. It was too bad that any news about V's exploits only made her even more regretful at her missed opportunity. Aisling finally calmed down a bit. Look, neither of us likes this situation. I really don't know why the brass decided to transfer Venerable Foster to Unit L despite all of the warning signs, but we have no choice but to work with the hand we have been dealt. Can you bring yourself to forget about the past and work to secure our future? Not just the Friday Coalition, but also lesser states are at risk of being subsumed by the Hexers. She was right. A Hexer victory would definitely lead to a comprehensive transformation of the Komodo star sector. Just like in Vicious Mountain, a single dominant second-rate state in a star sector would definitely spread its cultural influences to the third-rate states. Both Brighters and Visians were at risk of slowly losing their unique identities. Instead, they would slowly take on Hexer norms and begin to treat men and women differently. This could not happen. I understand. I will try to get along with Venerable Foster, Ganso reluctantly promised. Good. I'll call her in so that you can introduce yourselves to each other properly this time. I hope that the both of you can take the bigger picture into account this time. I am not a lout, Lady Curver. I know when to take a step back. Once she made sure that Ganso meant what he said, Aisling activated her comm and transmitted a brief signal. Venerable Relia Foster entered the compartment and stoically stepped forward. Venerable Larkinson, Lady Curver is right. The Komodo War is too big and pivotal to allow any room for us to solve our grudges. Let us bury the hatchet for the duration of this exceptional conflict. We can always resume our fight after we have dealt with the threat of the Hexers. Her response precisely matched his own intentions. It seemed that they had more common ground than he thought. Without hesitation, Ganso stepped forward and shook her hand. Welcome to Unit L. Though it will take some time for me to accept fighting alongside a Visian, neither can I accept the Hexers taking over our star sector. If I may ask, how will you fit into Unit L? Venerable Foster turned to Aisling, who gave the new transfer permission to talk. A new expert mech is under development. It is set to be called the Jeanne d'Arc, and it will mainly be a swordsman mech. I will be offering close-range protection to you under normal circumstances, and I will also be able to support you against the more formidable Hexer expert pilots such as the Ruination Witch. What are the strengths of your Jeanne d'Arc? I'm not exactly sure, but it will take a lot to take it down. It won't be a problem for me to fight in extended engagements. Aisling looked pleased as the two expert pilots no longer generated any sparks between them. Perhaps the upper ranks were right in putting former enemies together. Though expert pilots were known to stand their ground when it came to their principles, they were also able to change if it benefited their cause. Friend or foe, the two enemies were on the same boat now. Both of them had to do their best to survive the coming Hexer storm. Chapter 2357 Minxie. Wahaha! Bow before me! I am invincible! The Adonis Colossus flew majestically in space, as Vincent Ricklin Larkinson was having the time of his life. Though he was merely taking his mech out for a spin, he felt as if he had made a small breakthrough in his piloting skills. How else could he have suddenly increased his performance and won more points in the simulated drills? His large mech had become a familiar sight in high orbit of Synax 6. The locals, the traders and the Hexers all ignored the sight of the strange mech with a flowing particle cape trailing behind its back. The rifle in one of the Adonis Colossus' hands barked out a couple of harmless false shells that precisely hit the target dummy bots that were whizzing back and forth a fair distance away. At the same time, the mech relied on its heavy armor to deflect the stab of a simulated light skirmisher. I've been eyeing you from the start, you rat! With a single swing of the Adonis Colossus blade, the projection light skirmisher broke into pieces as the powerful attack decisively registered as a fatal blow to the non-existent mech. On and on the solo practice session proceeded. Vincent exulted in his greater ability to pilot his mechs, as he felt more in tune with his personal machine than ever. My mech is singing to me, and I'm singing back. Damn, I'm good! His talent for piloting mechs must have finally bloomed into splendor. There was no other way to explain his increased performance. The only snag was that his improvement didn't carry over so well when he piloted other mechs. Whenever he piloted a land-bound mech to practice his dueling skills for his upcoming competitive matches, he seemed to lose a large amount of fluency in his piloting skills. Maybe I'm bad at piloting land-bound mechs, he thought. I'm better off piloting mechs in space. After he completed his practice run, he brought his mech back to one of the carriers of the living sentinels. He hopped out of his cockpit and handed his mech off to the mech technicians before entering a shuttle that brought him back to the surface. Though the commute was rather tedious, Vincent had no choice to take these regular trips. The Adonis Colossus was at home in space and did not perform well on land. Once his shuttle reached the landing zone of the temporary Larkinson clan base, Vincent exited the shuttle and walked across the extensive courtyards. The Larkinson clan had grown even larger in the past couple of months. Recruitment of critical personnel may have slowed down, but it never stopped. Vincent constantly spotted new faces, each of which seemed to have come from further and further away. No matter where they came from and who they used to be in the past, they all became Larkinsons once they passed all of the requirements. Hey, Vincent! Good luck on your next match, Vince! I'm rooting for TSV. Take care not to piss off the Hexers next time. I did not mean to insult them, Vinkin protested. I was just complimenting those beautifully toned stomachs as those babes were running across the field. How could I know that they were willing to chase me all the way to the men's toilet and kick me to pieces? You enjoyed it though, right? I'm not that kind of a man. All of the banter was well meant. As one of the more flamboyant members of the Larkinson clan, Vincent was something of a local celebrity. His Adonis Colossus alone ensured that every Larkinson would learn about him in time, though not everyone thought well of him and his chosen occupation. He heard a lot of talk behind his back about his choice to pass on an opportunity to be a part of Task Force Predator. As much as he wanted to prove his courage, Vincent was wary of the Nixian Gap. Just like Riella, he had enough of war. As much as he wanted to prove his masculinity, he hadn't survived this long without developing a keen sense of danger. The latest news that had come from the Nixian Gap did not bode well for the clan. Though the Larkinsons at Synnax 6 all tried to maintain a normal routine, beneath the surface a lot of elements were moving. When Vincent finally returned to the accommodation he shared with his girlfriend, Riella sat glum at the window. "You're back," she said flatly. "Is work bringing you down?" "It's the usual. The LCS is not as easy to organize as I thought, and interest in watching our preseason duels has dropped ever since the news broke that our fellow Larkinsons are in serious trouble." "That's odd. From my experience, people are even more eager to seek out fun when times are hard. We Larkinsons are different from the rabble you mixed with before. You're not a part of the Bentheim liberation movement anymore." Vincent shrugged as he walked up behind her and pulled her into a hug. "There are more similarities than you think." The two fell silent for a moment as they took in each other's company. Riella eventually pushed herself off her boyfriend. "How was practice?" "Great as ever," Vincent replied as he approached the sofa and took a seat. "Where's Minxie?" "She's taking a nap, maybe. Minxie, where are you?" It took a moment before Vincent and Riella heard a response from an adjacent room. "Nio! Nio!" Riella instantly melted as she turned to greet the arrival of a young feline. "Minxie! There you are! Did you just finish your nap?" "Nio!" The woman picked up her pet and hugged her white-furred companion with an adoring smile. Riella and Vincent's adoption of a cat was another custom that had taken over the Larkinson clan. The clan had ordered a large variety of specially bred cats from Felixia. Though the new cats weren't as amazing as Lucky and Clixie, the new cats like Minxie each had their strong points. What was common to all of them was that they enjoyed longer lifespans. They had also developed a measure of sentience, and were capable of learning and understanding human speech. There were other advantages, but that did not change the fact that the cats were still pets. They did not strengthen the clan, but they enriched the lives of those within. Since the Larkinson clan was known for its cat motif, many Larkinsons defaulted to adopting cats. Only a small minority adopted other pets such as lizards, insects, birds, and dogs. Riella took a liking for beautiful cats. She chose to adopt a surprisingly gentle modified white Persian than a more active and energetic pet. Though Vincent disagreed with her choice at first, he had come around later on. Minxie was simply too adorable for him to dislike her. When he approached Riella, the cat curiously looked up at his face. "Nio? Who's your daddy?" "Nio." Riella giggled. "PFFF. Stop teasing our little kitty. She's too innocent for your humor." "Who said I was joking?" The two cuddled and played around a bit with Minxie before the cat quickly lost interest. Once the white Persian chose to doze off in her new cat bed, Vincent and Riella sat together on the sofa. "So, how are you holding up, Riella?" "Not that good, to be honest. I can't help but worry about VS and the rest of our clansmen. They're being hunted by pirate warships of all things. I can't believe the Big Two allowed the pirates to get away with building them. Now, our trapped Larkinsons hardly have any choice but to fight their way through the worst of the Nixian scum." "You already heard Gloriana. There's nothing we can do but put ourselves in danger. Our mechs are simply too weak at the moment. It's better that the Woden warriors sent a couple of thousand mechs in their stead. I still felt I could have done more. She sighed. I don't usually feel this way. Our clan has a way of worming its way into your heart. I used to think that all of this emphasis on fellowship, brotherhood, and kiddies was soft. Now that I've been in the clan for a while, I can't imagine turning back to my old life. I never had a real family before now, you see. Here, I can be myself or be the Vincent that everyone knows without caring too much about what others think. This has always been the case in our old Larkinson family. It was just that we didn't have this weird clan glow that causes us to feel close to our fellow clansmen at all times. The implications are kind of disturbing. I like it, Vincent straightforwardly said. It helps with making friends. Without it, our clan would have devolved into a collection of factions. Everyone who came from the same state would have stuck with each other with little reason to go out. I've seen that happen in the BLM to some extent as the boys from the same city stuck together despite being told to get along with the other rebels in the same cell. Riella looked at Vincent with a curious expression. Do you truly not miss your old life anymore? Being a rebel sucked. I only joined because I had problems with my family and expected more from the BLM. I didn't really care about fighting for Bentheim's independence. I just wanted to start a new life and feel like I belong. She knew about some of the details of his sordid past. Vincent had lived a colorful life and developed a colorful personality. That excited her, as did his formidable prowess. Our new life will be under threat if Task Force Predator can't make it back. I know. Vincent squeezed her shoulder. I'm not giving up hope, though. While I don't think that Ves and his pals can run away from the pirates forever, I think it's possible to stay out of reach of the pirate warships and prolong the chase long enough for the Hexers to come to the rescue. Oh, have you become a genius navigator, or are you just saying something random? Riella sneered. Hey, I heard this from one of the mech captains. The Nixian Gap is filled with meteorites and a lot of other junk. It's not easy to chase after a single target. We'll see. I don't want to develop any false hopes. Riella almost couldn't believe how Ves could bring himself to go on this risky excursion. Her wildly successful cousin could be so stupid sometimes. The two continued to share their concerns over the course of their idle talk. Meanwhile, Minxie crawled up to their laps and demanded their affection. Nio! Oh, you pretty princess, you! Your fur is so soft and fluffy. Vincent smiled as Riella became besmitten by her new cat again. Do you think we can get another pet? Huh! Is Minxie not enough for you? She's more than cute enough to satisfy us both. It's not that, Riella. I just think like we could spice up our lives with a dog. No. Forget about it, Vincent. Minxie is enough. If she's lonely, we can get her another cat. Under no circumstances will I allow you to bring a dog or any other animal. Why not? Do you hate dogs? I love them, but I love cats more. This is one thing I have in common with Ves. His Lucky is amazing. What about obtaining a mechanical dog? They're pretty low on maintenance, but they can be even better companions. I told you to stop it. No dogs allowed. Besides, mechanical dogs aren't really alive. They're just good at pretending they are. How can you love a bunch of computer code? I don't know, but Ves seems to do fine. Lucky is different. So are other cats. Though Vincent appreciated cats as much as anyone, some Larkinsons simply took it too far. Chapter 2358 Mother's Child. The mood at Task Force Predator slowly recovered from a low point. Even though the prospect of facing not one, but several pirate warships worried the Larkinsons to no end, the threat only galvanized them into working harder. To some, every second counted. Finishing repairs a day sooner meant that the Larkinsons would have more mechs to field at the time of the decisive battle. An interesting dynamic took place. Even when it looked as if they had restored plenty of mechs, the mech technicians kept dragging up wreckage to restore to working condition. Ejections typically happened quite a lot in battle. The ejected mech pilots would usually fly back to their motherships and mostly sit around until the battle had ended. Not this time. The casualties suffered by the Larkinsons gave them much greater leeway to build up a reserve. Ves even decided to make more room on his carriers by dumping out the least valuable loot. With the most difficult battle of this run on the horizon, no one cared about bringing home riches or earning an extra bonus. They just wanted to get back home alive. For this reason, every material aboard their ships became accessible for use in various applications. For example, the Larkinsons salvaged a lot of wreckage that used to come from the penitent sister mechs that had succumbed in the previous battle. Though the gray mechs pounded their internal parts to pieces, much of their armor plating still remained intact or in pristine condition. The enterprising mech designers and chief technicians eagerly claimed this armor and crudely installed them on specific mechs such as Aurora Titans or other defensive mechs. The hasty jury rigging did not look elegant at all. The low-ranking mech designers neither had the time nor the skill to implement more cohesive modifications. They just wanted to give their mech pilots a greater chance to withstand enemy fire. "Come on, boys! These mechs aren't going to armor up by themselves. We still have 3 more mechs to reinforce by the end of this week." Whether these actions would help remained to be seen. If the Gravata Narlax fired her main cannons at any of the crudely upgraded mechs, a bit of extra second-class armor plating wouldn't meaningfully change the outcome. Still, the extra armor would definitely come handy when the Larkinson mechs fought against the pirate mechs. The strong layers also allowed the mechs to last a little longer when targeted by secondary gun batteries. Nobody thought this was enough to tip the scales of the fight. Ves knew he had to do more in order to give his task force a meaningful chance of defeating the enemy punitive fleet. He had already begun to do that by promising to upgrade the mechs of the expert candidates in the clan. He even offered to upgrade the Shield of Samar, though how he would do so still remained to be seen. As a real expert pilot, Janzi's role in the coming battle might ironically be eclipsed by the expert candidates. Janzi had already broken through. No bottleneck stopped her progress anymore. Though her smooth growth was good for the clan in the long run, it was counterproductive in the current crisis. Expert pilots without expert mechs were only capable of channeling a fraction of their strength. The lack of resonating materials in the inventory of the task force was a very sore point to Ves. Even if he couldn't develop a complete expert mech for Janzi, having some resonating materials at hand would have given her some additional strength in the coming battle. "I guess you'll have to make do with a mildly upgraded Shield of Samar." Ves intended to replace her shield with one made out of unending alloy. This was the fastest, simplest and most convenient way to upgrade the Shield of Samar's strongest aspect, which was defense. All he needed to do was to find some way to carve out a large, rectangular chunk of this material out of the statue of the Unending One. Hopefully, Lucky would recover quickly, because the cat was the only cutting implement that Ves knew of that could damn well chew through anything. "Lucky can probably drill a hole through the hull of a CFA battleship if he wanted to," Ves joked to himself. If Lucky still remained sick, then Ves would just drive his gem cat to work. No one in the fleet who could be of use was allowed to slack off at this time. As Ves arranged many matters and laid out several bold plans, he also took the time to meet with the penitent sisters. Instead of requesting Commander Chansey to meet him aboard the Scarlet Rose, he decided to go to her instead. He took a shuttle and traveled to the surly cockatrice. The large Hexer combat carrier did not exactly look inviting to Ves due to her 6-sided interior, but the mood among the penitent sisters wasn't as hostile as before. Months of fighting along with constant companionship had a way of turning any strangers into battle buddies. While the penitent sisters weren't exactly friends with the Larkinsons, they implicitly trusted each other to cover their backs. This was very welcome progress to Ves, but he wasn't satisfied with that. This was why he met Commander Chansey in an empty conference room. Juliet Stamaros, the resident head designer of the penitent sisters, sat by her superior's side. "Mr. Larkinson," Chansey greeted with a neutral tone, "I believe you wish to talk about something of great import." "I do." Ves nodded and casually sat on one of the available chairs. "As you know, our task force is facing a great threat, but we are not about to roll over and let the pirates have their way with us. No matter how small the odds, we will fight them to the end." "We share the same sentiment." The leader of the penitent sisters smiled. "If we put in our all, we might be able to take down some of the pirates' smaller warships. Ridding the galaxy of a pirate destroyer or a couple of pirate frigates will hopefully be enough for us to achieve redemption." She spoke as if her death and the death of her subordinates was already set in stone. Ves raised his chin. "What if I told you there is a way to accomplish more? What if I told you there's a chance of winning the upcoming battle?" Perhaps other people would be fooled by his confident boasts, but the penitent sister commander was well aware of the overall strategic situation. "That is very unlikely." "You'd be surprised." Ves smiled. "After all, didn't we accomplish successive miracles in the previous battle?" "That was just a fluke," Juliet Stamaros interjected. "Venerable Janzi has earned all of our respect. Her dedication to her mech is admirable and has put many of our fellow penitent sisters to shame. Of all of the mech pilots in your clan, she is the only one who is worthy to achieve perfect resonance." Ves slowly shook his head. "You know too little. The Shield of Samar isn't my most brilliant mech in our fleet. The Quint is considerably more potent. What do you think will happen if Joshua breaks through? What if all of our other expert candidates break through as well with the custom mechs that I intend to provide?" Both penitent sisters tried to imagine the sight. If it worked out the way that Ves hinted, they might be able to witness more miracles. Commander Chansey recognized that she was being caught up in V's rhythm. She quickly calmed herself down and regained her composure. "While I welcome any development that increases our odds of victory, what does this have to do with us? Why have you come, Mr. Larkinson?" This was the moment where Ves revealed his ambitious proposal. "I want you and your penitent sisters to accept some of my arrangements. While some of them seem radical, it is in our best interests to augment your strength as much as possible before the decisive battle starts. It will be hard on you all, but if any of you survive, I promise to let you join the Larkinson clan." "Pardon? Are you serious?" "I am absolutely serious." Ves spoke with a straight face. "Aside from Gloriana and Rania, I refuse to let any other Hexers join my clan. However, considering your valiant service during the time that you have stayed with us, I am willing to make an exception on account for your great valor and contributions in battle. Even if the Hexadric hegemony doesn't want you back, you have already redeemed yourselves in my eyes." Both women looked very conflicted. Emotions such as disgust, confusion, repulsion, and other negative emotions flitted through their faces. Juliet settled on confusion. "Why? Why would you think we want to join your clan? Ever since our fellow Hexers have forced us to seek our penance, we have been working towards earning our penance. All we have ever wanted was to return to the hegemony and be welcomed with open arms. While I don't claim to understand you Hexers well, I know enough that they will still consider you tainted no matter what you do," Ves stated while crossing his arms. "You were a problem that the Hexers needed to get rid of. Why should they want you back? Chasing after an unattainable dream is better than settling for less." My clan is not any lesser than your former state. In fact, as long as we are able to sustain our current rate of progress, we might far exceed the hegemony one day. Valerie Chansey looked skeptical. That is unlikely. Even if you do manage to accomplish this, it has nothing to do with us. We're Hexers, not Larkinsons. The prosperity of your clan is as irrelevant as the wealth and splendor of the Terrans and Rebarthans. You are wrong, Commander. I have already revealed so much to you over the course of this excursion. Let me remind you of a true Hexer. Ves did something he would ordinarily never do. He concentrated his mind and reached out to the dormant superior mother. Even if the still transforming ancestral spirit had entered a state of hibernation, Ves was still able to interact with her to a degree. He attempted to channel a portion of her presence through his body. He wore his mother on his mind like a mask and deliberately tried to amplify her strong, motherly glow. The process unexpectedly went smoothly. Ves somehow felt that he was incredibly compatible with the superior mother. It was as if his mother embraced her son. Of course, another reason for their incredible fit was because Ves was the superior mother's progenitor. It was a given for his mother to embrace him because she was his child. The effect he managed to induce immediately took over the conference room. Both Valerie Chansey and Juliet Stamaros became gobsmacked as Ves radiated the same vibe as the statues of the superior mother that the penitent sisters had started worshipping. For a moment, both of them were barely able to process what they were sensing from Ves. They already suspected that Ves had some ties with the superior mother, but this was the first time they directly witnessed his relation to the revered Supreme in such a direct fashion. You are blessed by the Supreme. No, you are truly her son. How can this be? You're not a Hexer yet. It's as if you are more of a Hexer than us. This is impossible. Though Ves loathed to play the role of a charlatan, he really needed the penitent sisters to be fully on board his plans. He did not hesitate to sell out his principles in order to bring the exiled Hexers fully under his heel. The superior mother is my birth mother, Ves boldly claimed. You may take that as figuratively or literally as you wish, but I am her only envoy in the material realm. Do you know what this means? Let me ask you a question. Ves held out his palm. Would you rather earn the redemption of the Hexers who rejected you and cast you out of the hegemony? He held out his other palm and concentrated some of the superior mother's glow onto it. Or would you rather receive your absolution from the greatest Hexer Supreme? A shocked silence swept through the compartment. Chapter 2359 Perfect Test Subjects. As the strongest element of the fleet, the penitent sisters would definitely play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. As Hexers who possessed unusual ideas and uncertain loyalties, the former cultists could either save Task Force Predator or hasten its demise. As Ves did not like to leave this question hanging, he wanted to secure their loyalty for real. The problem was that the penitent sisters didn't have much in common with the Larkinson clan. They used to be some of the worst kind of Hexers imaginable. They fit every man-hating stereotype that foreigners held towards the citizens of the hegemony. He did not think it was impossible to integrate the penitent sisters into the clan. Ves had already noticed that the exiled Hexers had mellowed out during the time they traveled alongside Ves and his clansmen. Months before, Ves fabricated and distributed a bunch of statues of the superior mother to the penitent sisters. As expected, they became charmed by the glow of the supposed Supreme and worshipped it every day. To the penitent sisters, the superior mother was their greatest example. The authority of this mythical figure exceeded that of any matriarch of their home state. Therefore, getting their buy-in turned out to be incredibly simple. Ves merely had to channel the superior mother a little bit, and he easily managed to hoodwink these gullible Hexers. His contempt towards fanatics had risen because of that. No wonder Prophet Ylvain used to be able to seduce entire states with his drivel. The more someone was inclined towards fanaticism, the less they engaged in critical thinking. Asking simple questions such as whether the superior mother was real or whether Ves was even channeling the genuine article never came up. Commander Chansey and head designer Stamaros easily accepted the falsehoods that Ves had spouted. After the two penitent sisters swore their devotion to Ves and the superior mother, they calmed down a bit and asked what he had in store for them in the future. "It won't be easy to earn your redemption from the superior mother," Ves spoke in a normal mood. "You will need to go through the fires of damnation yet again and pass the tests that I will set for you. None of them are trivial. I have no doubt that many of you will fall and turn to dust. However, those who can survive these successive challenges shall be reborn anew under the superior mother's blessing." He had already drawn back the ancestral spirit's presence because he didn't want his mother hanging over his shoulder all the time. Regardless, his audience remained fixated by his earlier illusion. This was good, as Ves would easily tire if he had to do the whole song and dance over again whenever he met with the penitent sisters. "What must we do, sir?" Ves spread his arms. "I will pass on a number of plans in the coming weeks. You will have to make a lot of sacrifices, beginning with your ships and mechs. I hope you aren't too attached to them, because we will probably have to use them up in the upcoming battle." The penitent sister commander frowned. "You intend to use them as consumables? Do you know how valuable those ships are? You can't just throw them away." "No material assets are more valuable than our lives. Wake up, Commander. If we don't give our all when we confront the pirate warships, then preserving our ships is pointless. We'll be dead anyway, and many of those fine Hexer combat carriers will probably end up in the hands of the Alidus Alliance. Does it please you to hand your precious ships over to the Nixian pirates? They'll be able to make bolder raids with the possessions that you have left behind. None of us want to help the pirates." His argument hammered home the fact that nothing should be ruled out. Commander Chansey and the rest of her fellow penitent sisters never thought about making more use of their resilient ships because they were long used to valuing them. Even in the hegemony, a fleet of combat carriers represented an enormous amount of wealth. "As long as you pass the tests and earn the superior mother's redemption, you will join our clan and be able to obtain new mechs and ships that we procure for you. Don't get overly attached to your current war machines. Although it is regrettable to make use of them in a destructive fashion, they will have served their purpose in the most brilliant way possible. I think the Hexers who made your assets would have wanted them to go out with a bang while taking out as many degenerate pirates as possible. Don't you agree?" "We understand your point," Commander Chansey responded. "Can you tell us what your plans entail?" "In the short term, your engineers and ship crews will have to transform their ships as much as possible. Each of your combat carriers must be modified to excel at frontal collisions. I want to convert as many of them into ship-sized torpedoes as possible. At the very least, we should increase their bow armor, magnify their sublight propulsion systems, and pack them with as much enriched nuclear warheads and other explosives as we can stuff inside their hulls." This was an extravagant proposal. To utilize combat carriers as slow, jumbo-sized torpedoes was unimaginable to the Hex army. However, this was the only way that Ves could think of to inflict meaningful damage on the Gravada Narlax. Any other missile or projectile would instantly get chewed up by the hundreds of secondary weapon batteries. In a frontal battle, only pure resilience or devastating long-range firepower could put a dent on a heavy cruiser like the Gravada Narlax. Of the two options, the latter was not practical. Building, mounting, or adapting a cruiser-grade laser cannon or a kinetic spinal cannon on a ship was not doable under the current circumstances. Ves and the Larkinson clan lacked the proficiency in making these weapons, and they didn't have access to the dry dock facilities or the lengthy amount of time required to mount a couple of ships with these devastating weapons. VS had no choice but to resort to a more primitive solution. Flinging armored vessels forward was the only way that he believed would work against the pirate fleet, but not just any ship would do. Third-class ships were simply too fragile against large-caliber guns. Only the second-class combat carriers had a chance of making it through. In fact, he was pretty sure that half or three-quarters of the suicide ships would never make it all of the way to their targets. That was not a big issue. These ships were very large, very heavy, and would probably accumulate a substantial amount of forward momentum once they reached their targets. Since a heavy cruiser like the Gravata Narlax was known to be sluggish, there shouldn't be any way for this big fat target to dodge the incoming suicide ships. Only a couple of collisions and subsequent explosions should be enough to cripple, or at least heavily damage the flagship of the Alidus Alliance. Perhaps the lighter destroyers and frigates might be able to dodge the suicide ships, but the Larkinson clan could deal with them in other ways. "There are limits to what we can do in a month," Juliet Stamaros warned. "Trying to modify a starship while she has to remain active and on the move is much slower than if we can park somewhere or put her in a dry dock facility. Also, I doubt we have the materials required to make the best possible conversions." VS casually waved his hand. "Don't bother with trying to make everything perfect. Just do what you can within the deadline. We are not trying to make works of art." Both of the Hexers understood his point. While they were still fanatics, they were also soldiers. Not every Hexer was as obsessive as Gloriana when it came to pursuing perfection. After discussing the modifications needed to turn their ships into deadly suicide vessels, they asked what else VS had in mind. "I'm not ready to unveil my other plans yet," he admitted. "I'll inform you as soon as possible when I am done with my preparations. Some of them are pretty radical and experimental. I will ask much from your mech pilots, but as long as they have faith in the Superior Mother, I am sure that they shall overcome the danger." "Can you be more precise? We would like to have an idea of what the Superior Mother requires of us humble servants." "Let's just say that I am trying to implement a method to tie you to the Superior Mother during battle. I can't say more than this, but if it works the way I think it will, the benefits to you and your mech pilots will probably be substantial." His claims suitably impressed his audience. They didn't look reluctant at all. Instead, both Commander Chansey and Juliet actually looked like they wanted to experience what he said right away. He intended to form a separate neural network for the Penitent Sisters. This one would be different from the network that VS had planned for the Sword Maidens. He wanted to try out several ideas in order to see what worked and to avoid putting all of his eggs in one basket. Since VS was forced to resort to extreme measures in order to narrow the gap between his forces and the pirate fleet, he might as well take advantage of all of the opportunities for experimentation. As long as he used the current crisis as an excuse, his test subjects became much less opposed to subjecting themselves to radical tests. In fact, they happily volunteered to take part because their duty compelled them to. They would do anything to help. VS inwardly sneered at all of the displays of blind acceptance that he had witnessed so far. These penitent sisters eagerly listened to Boy just because he found a way to present himself as the envoy of the Superior Mother. Their reactions only affirmed his belief that fanatics made for the perfect test subjects. They were willing to set aside any doubts to please an illusionary deity, even when it pertained to their lives. The meeting ended shortly afterwards. Commander Chansey promised to convince the rest of the penitent sisters to go support his plans, but it likely wouldn't be easy. "It will help if you address all of my sisters in person," she said. "It's easier to believe you if you show yourself to them as you did to us. Otherwise, it will be difficult to ensure compliance." "I understand. Schedule a general assembly so I can address as many penitent sisters at once." This was not something that VS was concerned about. If he could convert Commander Chansey in an instant, then her subordinates likely wouldn't be able to resist his illusion either. I have one more question. If we ever manage to make it out of the Nixian Gap, how will you integrate us in the Larkinson clan? Will we be able to retain our own identity? Chansey asked. Ugh. That was a problem that Ves hadn't fully considered. He was much more focused on the present than the future. Don't take our oaths lightly, he warned. When you join our clan, you are no longer allowed to regard yourselves as Hexer. You are Larkinsons first, and the interests of our clan triumph over every other loyalty. That said, you are allowed to develop your own beliefs or priorities as long as they don't conflict with the core tenets of our clan. Just look at the Ilvanans in our midst. While they have changed remarkably, they still cling on to their faith, though they have made a lot of adaptations. Understood. We shall do our best to fit in if we live that long. Ves didn't need to mention that the penitent sisters would have to stop discriminating against boys. He wasn't concerned about this problem at all. Just like Rania, they were doomed to become more closely aligned to the clan once they joined the Larkinson network. Chapter 2360, Defiant Ves. There was so much to do. Ves not only had to start making the custom mechs for his expert candidates, he also had to develop plans and put them in motion. Even as Task Force Predator slowly moved about while deploying aggressive patrols to beat back the increasing number of pirate scout mechs, every clansman became swamped with work. Repairing mechs, modifying mechs, converting starships and more caused the entire fleet to resemble a large scavenger operation. A lot of materials were being consumed in order to ready the forces for the most difficult battle of what looked to be an exceptional campaign. As long as at least some of the Larkinsons survived to the very end, each of them would all come out as battle-hardened veterans. The value of these mech pilots and other personnel was incalculable, and well worth many of the risks that they had taken. However, it was easier said than done to get to this point. A few miscalculations on his part had led his forces in an inescapable confrontation against one of the most powerful pirate fleets in the Nixian Gap. When Ves asked Calabast if there was any way to avoid getting intercepted by the main pirate fleet, her answer remained the same. The pirates really hate us, she grimaced. Did you expect that all of your actions against them wouldn't somehow bite you back in the butt? There are good reasons why neither the Peacekeepers nor any other major pirate groups have tried to assault pirate bases such as Ulamo Citadel, and it's not just because of all of the superweapons defending these locations. Yes, I know. Pissing off pirates with friends is a bad idea, I get it already. I'm being serious, Ves. While it may sound strange, diplomacy is one of the main reasons why most pirate organizations in the Nixian Gap remain in existence. No one can withstand getting ganged up by multiple hostile factions. At the same time, no organization can be assailed when backed by numerous allies. Let this be a poignant lesson to you. If we ever travel to a bigger pond, we can't afford to get chased by sharks all the time. Ves glanced to his display case where the drooping prosperity tree looked as if it lost a bit more life than before. I don't endanger myself and the rest of our clan because I think it's fun. I'll watch myself a lot more closely once we escape the Nixian Gap. You better. Calabast moved over to one of the couches in his stateroom and draped herself over it. She tilted her head at Lucky, who was dozing off on the armrest. Is he okay? It would help us a lot so we can employ him as a commando cat again. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm willing to give him a few more weeks to get over his indigestion. If nothing changes, then I'll resort to other measures to get him up and running. A brief silence ensued as Calabast did not immediately make a remark. Instead, she looked around with her head and observed the various pieces of furniture and other objects in the compartment. What are you doing? Ves suspiciously asked. I'm trying to take a measure of your personality. It's difficult to pin you down these days. There are moments when you act selfishly and callously, and there are other times where you come across as compassionate and caring. It's an interesting duality, but not exactly the most stable one. Don't you think? What was Ves supposed to say to that? Are you doubting my sanity? She released an amused chuckle. Her black uniform rippled as her body shook. Oh, heavens no! Doubt has long left my mind. I think that anyone who knows you well can already say with 100% certainty that you are not right in the head. I am not insane, Ves angrily stated. I am just a little bit eccentric, that's all. That's normal with mech designers. Besides, I only look a bit worse at the moment because there's a huge threat closing in. Desperation can lead everyone to extremes. His answer did not satisfy the spymaster. I've seen you spinning around like a hyperactive cleaning bot for several days now. Not only that, you've been cooking up more and more outlandish plans. While I don't necessarily disagree with the measures you are resorting to, I feel it is important for you to regain some perspective. What are you talking about? Let me be frank with you. She adopted a concerned expression. I am concerned about mental well-being. While it's true that the Nixian gap is capable of bringing out the worst in people, I'm afraid that some of it will stick if we return to civilized space. You've become more unhinged, Ves. It takes a very deplorable kind of person to experiment on his own people. Bang! Ves stood up and slammed his fist against his desk. I can't afford to feel good about myself when it will likely lead to our deaths. He stepped forward and pointed his finger towards her. Don't misunderstand me. I take my responsibilities seriously. I am doing everything possible to get as many of us back home as possible. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that you have already made preparations to sneak away unnoticed? That's different. Escaping a battle that is unwinnable is a reasonable action to take. Abandoning our fellow clan members is far more cruel than what I am doing. At least I am giving everyone a fighting chance. I have never forced anything onto my clansmen. Each of them are ready and willing to gain as much power as possible to achieve an upset against the pirate armada. The two of them harbored opposing sentiments on this issue. Neither of them were able to reconcile their differences, so they just moved on. Calabast had already made her point, and it was up to Ves to find his way out of the dark hole he had entered. Ves collapsed onto another couch, but still remained a bit upset. It wasn't his fault that he had to spin all kinds of extreme measures. The circumstances forced him to do so. If the Larkinson clan was stronger, he wouldn't have any reason to go crazy. We can't live like this, Ves, Calabas remarked as she stroked the sleeping gem cat's back. Ever since you have started your career, you have been tumbling between danger, rest, and so on. You're not growing any younger, Ves. Have you ever thought that journeymen like you don't have any reason to expose yourselves to extreme risks? You could have sent out this task force without you. Even if it suffers an accident, you would have been safe at home next to Gloriana designing your next mechs. Though her words made a lot of sense, Ves grew contemptuous at her description. You know what I think about this cowardice. I'm a Larkinson, and you are supposed to be one as well. How can you not know what we are all about? We are a clan of warriors, not businessmen or scientists. With the dangers I face, I can't afford to become a purely civilian mech designer like Gloriana. Whatever dangers we are facing right now, I can already foresee that it will be worse in the Red Ocean. Calabas stopped petting Lucky and turned to frown at Ves. He looked pretty defiant as he crossed his arms across his chest. Have you ever thought about not going to the Red Ocean? As a mech designer, you can do your business anywhere. Before the Red Ocean even opened, you intended to go on a more modest sightseeing tour, right? Why not do that instead? Not only will you be able to spare the millions of merits that you have accumulated, but you'll also be sparing your entire clan from another existential crisis like the one we are currently subjected to. Doesn't that sound better? Ves huffed dismissively at her. I'm not one to take the slow and steady route. There are good reasons why I need to push myself. As a mech designer, I need to be stimulated in order to squeeze the utmost of my potential. Haven't you seen the results of my latest experiment yet? If it works out the way I think it will, I may have unlocked the secret to accelerating the breakthroughs of every expert candidate. I would have never come up with an innovation like this in peaceful circumstances. His stubborn answer did not sit well with his conversation partner. You're insufferable, you know that. We're getting by one of the bad bets you've made. Instead of wising up, you are already looking forward to making riskier bets. Is there something wrong with that? She paused. Do you think it's sustainable to act this way all the time? Even if you don't care about risking your own life, what about the other people you care about? What will you do if your future wife is imperiled? What will you do when your children pay the price of your choices? That's not fair, Calabast. This is exactly what you will have to consider if you continue to choose the more dangerous options out of all of your available choices. While I admit that entering the Red Ocean can bring many benefits to us, it's not the only choice we have. As an independent, you don't have to answer to anyone who is above you, but you must still answer to those who are beside you and below you. Are you really determined to stick to your current course? You don't understand. Ves sighed and shook his head. I am under a lot of pressure. I have to run from some very powerful enemies, and I also have to advance as fast as possible. I don't like what you have said, but I am even less willing to accept the alternatives. Every gift comes with burdens. You should know. You signed up with me despite knowing the huge interests involved. She understood what he was alluding to. The gift that propelled him to success was a tainted one. Even now, Ves always retained his fear of getting cornered by its former owner. You're right. I did partner up with you despite knowing what a hot potato you are. It's just that I didn't expect my hands to get burned so much from holding you. I really do hope you will change soon, Ves. If you want to get your dose of excitement, then go engage in politics or participate in some mech games or something. There are many ways that people have come up with to get their fill of excitement without literally putting their lives on the line. Ves remained unmoved. I don't know. I don't like it when the stakes are too low. I think you'll change, Calabast confidently stated. When you grow older and start having kids, you'll change your tune. I'm sure of it. You may be a daredevil, but you are also a caring person. I don't particularly like Gloriana, but I really hope she can help you enter into a different phase of life. Ha! That's a funny joke. What about you, You're older than me, right? You look like you're 40 years old. Are you going to tie the knot with anyone? I haven't seen you together with Commander Dice at all. Maybe you should turn your fake relationship into a real one and visit Rania to produce an offspring. Who will be the mother? Oh, I shouldn't have to ask. There's no way that Dice is the mother in your relationship. When will you be waddling around with a swollen belly? Calabast scowled. That's enough, you brat. My personal life is none of your business. Take care of your own mess before you stick your nose into other people's lives. Isn't this what you have been doing this entire time? You naughty boy. Don't make me spank you. Chapter 2361, Battle Networks. Long after Calabast had left his stateroom, Ves continued to think back on her words. She seemed very confident that Ves would change his propensity for risk once he grew older. Where does she get that idea? Ves scratched his head. He didn't really feel like changing himself. Though he found his current circumstances to be very challenging, he didn't regret the choices he made. No one won all the time. Every risky decision entailed the possibility of losing. Ves had already accepted this possibility when he initially made his bet. Even though the current circumstances exceeded his estimates, he only had himself to blame, and that was fine. Perhaps the main issue of contention to him was that he felt a little conflicted about his principles. As a Larkinson, he should seek opportunities, but at the same time care for his fellow Larkinsons. There was an inherent contradiction between these two values. It wasn't that much of a problem for the Larkinson family because the mech pilots assumed most of the risks. The Norms mostly remained behind and lived normal lives. No matter how many Larkinsons died on the battlefield, the family's foundation was never under threat. This no longer applied to the clan. Without the protection of a state, the civilian Larkinsons solely relied on the protection of the mech pilots of the clan. If the latter suffered enormous losses, then the others became vulnerable to predation. Maybe I should dial it back in the future. Though he thought about it, he felt it was pointless to make any choices when the future was so far away. There was no way to predict what would happen years later, so Ves felt it was pointless to agonize about it. Certainly, he was aware that he might need to make better choices, but he hadn't come this far by being timid. Well, enough moping around. I need to get to work. He spent time on various priorities, such as trying to figure out how to form specialized combat-oriented spiritual networks for some of his mech forces. Though he only possessed a shallow understanding of Master Huron's neural networks, Ves vaguely understood the basic premise. A neural network enabled different like-minded mech pilots to pool their thoughts and share them with each other. This was already a very delicate process under normal circumstances. Any variable or disturbance could easily cause unexpected fluctuations that might cause severe brain damage to anyone connected to a destabilized network. The genius of Master Huron was that he managed to form a stable neural network that was safe and robust enough to function properly on the battlefield. This was a true miracle. Every mech designer knew that messing with neural interfaces was exceedingly dangerous. Master Huron not only performed a couple of tweaks on the neural interfaces of his mechs, but outright expanded their functionality, thereby redefining what neural interfaces were supposed to do. Only a fearless and confident mech designer would be able to realize a design philosophy centered around this insane idea. Therefore, even if Master Huron belonged to the opposing side, Ves had nothing but respect for this old but inventive mech designer. Knowing how exceptional it was to develop such an innovative way to increase the battle effectiveness of mech units, Ves became a bit unsure about his own way forward. I'm not a master. I don't know much about neural interfaces, let alone connecting people's minds together. That didn't stop him from forming the Larkinson network. When Ves swept his glance to the Larkinson mandate, the golden cat happily administered her bonds with every clansman. Naya. Ves couldn't help but smile at the adorable ancestral spirit. Keep up the good work, Goldie. We need to keep morale as high as possible. Don't be afraid to tell me if anyone is beginning to think impure thoughts. Naya. Though the Larkinson network he masterminded turned out to be both safe and useful, its applicability in combat was very limited. For a long time, Ves accepted this, as he never saw any need to fix something that wasn't broken. The Larkinson clan was already doing fine with its existing advantages. That no longer applied to the present situation. Ves had to grasp any possible way to strengthen his forces, and forming a better spiritual network was one of his key ideas. The question that first came to mind was whether he should alter the existing Larkinson network or form a new network or subnetwork. Ves chose the latter option. He wanted to confine his new developments to a smaller and more homogeneous group of participants. The existing Larkinson network was already doing a good job by itself. Ves didn't want to take the risk of breaking it. While he liked to live dangerously every now and then, this was a preventable risk. While Ves was not a neural interface specialist, he knew a fair bit about spirituality and how they interacted with people. All of the experiments he performed on the captive pirates had borne considerable more fruit than the direct results to his tests. His overall insight and intuition of spirituality had grown substantially. He possessed just enough confidence to make it work. Though spiritual networks were not identical to neural networks, Ves nevertheless took a lot of inspiration from Master Huron's applications. When Ves browsed the galactic net and looked up on the latest instances where Master Huron's products made a splash, he noticed a clear division of networks. The ordinary users of neural networks all consisted of normal but well-trained mech pilots. Each unit consisted of crack troops in order to meet the prerequisites. It wasn't a secret that every member of the neural network had to be aligned with each other in order to function properly. The greater the heterogeneity, the greater the instability. If Ves wanted to implement a new spiritual network with this style, then he had to abide by the same logic. Of all of the mech forces at his disposal, only the Sword Maidens, the Battle Criers, and the Penitent Sisters met this strict standard. Each of them are well-trained veterans with lots of shared battles and experiences under their belt. Their martial cultures strongly emphasize a common identity that sets them apart from other people. In short, they are made for neural and spiritual networks. The other mech forces regrettably did not meet the necessary standard. The Avatars of Myth was very strong, but it lacked too much experience. The Living Sentinels possessed a weaker culture and featured a lot of heterogeneity within their mech roster. The Flagrant Vandals boasted a lot of veterancy, but their martial culture emphasized a lot of autonomy, so every Vandal was different. I don't think any mech pilot under these three mech forces will like it when they meld their minds directly to their fellow mech pilots. Perhaps Ves was making the wrong assumption. The strict standard that Master Huron adhered to only applied to his neural networks. Spiritual networks were different. Some of the principles were the same, but the implementation was very different. Spiritual engineering did not operate by the same rules as the ones underpinning neural interface technology. That said, Ves believed it was better to start with the Sword Maidens, Battle Criers, and Penitent Sisters. If the results exceeded his expectations and if he still had some time, he might look to augment the remainder in some other fashion. For now, he focused his attention on his current choice. He had something special planned for the Battle Criers. They had long been neglected by him even though they had been performing well. All this time, they maintained absolute loyalty to him rather than just the Larkinsons as a whole. Ves wanted to reward them by implementing something that would allow them to stand out from the other Larkinsons. Because of the elevated risks involved with empowering the Battle Criers in this fashion, Ves wanted to experiment with them later. His first target was the Penitent Sisters. While their strength made them very important for the upcoming battle, Ves cared the least out of them. Even if they were Larkinsons, he was still inclined to use them up because of their Hexer heritage. Ves wanted to turn them into his first guinea pigs. He wouldn't shed a tear if any of these crazy Hexer died as a result of his experiments. They were just as good as his pirate test subjects in that regard. I can't afford to lose too many of them, though. He intended to start with a modest amount of Penitent Sisters and slowly add more members to the network from there. The goal of implementing this new kind of spiritual network was not to replicate the functionality of the existing Larkinson network. Neither did he want to copy Master Huron's accomplishments. All he wanted to do was to boost the battle performance of the mech pilots connected to the new network. How this strengthening took shape didn't matter to Ves. Normally, Ves wasn't confident in his ability to create a network that exceeded the Larkinson network in this aspect. He didn't really know how the latter exactly functioned. There were way too many gaps in his understanding of spiritual engineering for him to be able to explain every single component. That's fine. It's not as if I have to understand something down to the tiniest details. To Ves, spirituality was a product of thought and emotions. As long as he willed something to work in a specific fashion, the spiritual energy he manipulated would make it happen somehow. Of course, this was only practical with simpler applications. Creating vastly more complex spiritual applications such as the Grand Dynamo required way more detail and precision than daydreams could accomplish. I should keep it simple then. The battle-oriented spiritual network that Ves wanted to create for the penitent sisters was based on a fairly simple idea. He wanted to center this battle network around the superior mother. His mother's position wouldn't be the same as that of the Golden Cat. In the Larkinson network, Goldie played the role as network administrator more or less. This was a fairly restrained role as Ves aimed for stability, and did not dare to ask for more at the time. He also wanted to avoid interfering too much in the lives of his clansmen. A battle network should be able to do more. Ves believed the key to empowering it was to tie in the design spirit in a more direct fashion. Instead of playing the role as a passive system administrator, Ves wanted to turn the superior mother into a source of power to those connected to the network. This was different from empowering mechs. Ves wasn't really sure what would result from channeling some of the essence of his mother into the penitent sisters in this fashion, but he hoped that something good might ensue. As long as this experiment succeeds, I can proceed with the next one. He had something else in mind for the Sword Maidens. Not only were their Sword Maidens some of the most cohesive troops he had ever seen, they were also helmed by an expert candidate that was close to becoming a fully fledged expert pilot. Ves took inspiration from the rumored asymmetrical neural network that supposedly allowed Ganso to run around with 50 quasi-expert mechs. What if Commander Dice gains her own entourage of empowered mech pilots? The result would definitely be different from that of Master Huron's latest innovations, but Ves was eager to see what this expert pilot-focused battle network might produce. In short, Ves aimed to create two different battle networks centered around two different powerful subjects. Whether the subject was a design spirit or an expert pilot, both of them were powerful in spirit. As long as he tied them together with mech pilots that were very closely aligned with the central subjects, Ves believed that the risks were manageable. Now, how am I going to put a battle network together, exactly? Chapter 2362, Industrious Hexers. Time went by as the Larkinsons busied themselves with their preparations. Machinists and technicians broke down a lot of valuable scrap and began to clad them onto their ships or mechs, sometimes without any regard for balance or mass distribution. This was a viable means of upgrading the durability of a mech in the short term. The enemies the Larkinsons expected to face would definitely bring a lot of firepower to the table. Adding extra layers of armor would give many mechs some additional chances of survival. As for the negative impact on their mobility, Ves and the other leaders did not think much of it. Ves personally designed a special attachment scheme that was semi-modular. The way the Larkinsons slapped the additional armor plating onto the mechs was done in a way to make them detachable when they were rendered unusable. Simply put, the mechs gained some scales that covered much of their surface. As long as the Larkinsons coated the scrap armor with the color schemes of the respective mech troops, then they didn't look that out of place. While the mechs only carried a relatively thin layer of additional armor, the starships gained substantially more. Ves decisively commanded the fleet to use up all of the relatively lower-value bulk metals that filled many of the cargo bays. While it was difficult to shape these materials into large armor plates in a fleet, while on the move, the Larkinsons somehow made it work with the help of the available mobile fabrication capabilities. As long as no one minded the occasional flaws, cracks, and sloppy finishings, the output was still adequate. The penitent sisters took much of the newly produced ship plating and used them to reinforce the bow armor of their combat carriers. Since Ves ruthlessly decided to convert all of these strong vessels into single-use ramming vessels, he wanted them to excel in their new role. The main purpose for adding more frontal power was to give the combat carriers a greater chance at withstanding the primary and secondary gun battery fire of the Gravata Narlax. With all of the bulk armor being put onto the ships, the effectiveness of secondary battery fire was heavily reduced. As for the main guns, VS did not harbor that much hope. When a cannon reached a certain scale, armor became like paper. They would be lucky if the additional armor gave the combat carriers the chance to survive an additional hit. Hopefully, the firing rate of those main cannons aren't too fast. Bigger guns generally reloaded slower. The bigger the caliber, the much more troublesome it became to load in another shell smoothly. Due to the relative cramped space of a warship, ship designers had to squeeze in a lot of functionality while keeping everything stable and robust. These were very strenuous demands, as warships were always expected to continue functioning even if they came under heavy fire. VS did not believe the pirate warships were built well enough to meet the insanely high standards of the CFA. Continuous investment or not, there was only so much a bunch of criminals could do in a barren and lightly populated region like the Nixian Gap. Hopefully, at least some of the combat carriers will reach their target this way. As an extra touch, the Penitent Sisters also shaped the prows of their combat carriers in the form of a cone or triangular shape. While this change might not have that much of effect at collisions of this scale, it was still worth a try in order to see if the combat carriers were capable of breaching the armor of the heavy cruiser. Of course, with the addition of all of that mass, much of the flight characteristics of the combat carrier had turned a bit messy. The crew of the ship had to make constant adjustments to offset the small but noticeable shift in balance. All of this presented a new problem. If the ships accrued too much mass, it would take far too long for them to build up a respectable amount of speed. Perhaps the Gravata Narlax might be capable of dodging the incoming suicide ships just enough to turn a devastating blow into a glancing blow. This was why all of the engineers of the Penitent Sisters came together and outlined an extensive set of modifications to the sublight propulsion systems. Commodore Abigail Laverne personally explained the proposal to VS one day. Since we don't expect to retain any of our combat carriers after the decisive battle, we wish to convert a large portion of the interior to make room for temporary boosters and other supporting elements. Our goal is to use up as much fuel and energy as possible in as little time as possible to sustain the powerful boosters and supercharge the other propulsion systems. How will you use all of that excess energy? There is little point to retaining all of the fuel and energy if there is no expectation that the ships will survive past a month. We might as well use it all up even if it is astronomically wasteful. The efficiency of these measures were horrible. VS glanced at the estimates drafted by the Hexer engineers and all told it was wholly unacceptable under normal circumstances. For example, in order to gain a modest 10% boost in acceleration, the ship had to use up at least 5,000 times more fuel and energy. And this was just the start. Each successive increase in acceleration demanded an exponentially greater amount of juice. However, in these specific circumstances, it was worth it. The only reason why VS looked a bit hesitant was because he knew it wasn't easy to contain the violent reactions needed to give the large and heavy combat carriers a powerful shove forward. Still, former cultists or not, the Hexers knew how to train their engineers. The extensive designs the Penitent Sisters put forward all outlined robust changes at the stern of the vessels in question. Where will you get all of the high-quality materials needed to build all of these new parts? VS asked. We will be cannibalizing much of the interior of our combat carriers, Commodore Abigail readily answered. Much of the interior of our combat carriers are geared towards supporting longer deployments. Think of large compartments devoted to storing ammunition, spare parts, recycling systems, and all of the machinery required to service and maintain our mechs. If we cannibalize all of these redundant elements, we'll be able to fashion quite a bit of crude but workable solutions. VS was quite surprised at the flexibility exhibited by the penitent sisters. They may be stiff about their beliefs, but everything else about them spoke of an abundant amount of competence. Never mind their mech pilots, VS wanted to absorb their ship crews. With all of these excellent second-class spacers at his disposal, he could instantly man his upcoming factory ship with them, thereby ensuring that his future flagship would run a lot more smoother at the start than he initially projected. With huge and lumbering capital ships, malfunctions and screw-ups always hindered their functioning at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, every large and complex ship had to undergo numerous trials in order to work out all of the teething problems. No matter how precise the shipbuilders put the ship together, they always left behind at least some mistakes and miscalculations. Even a small but critical error might be enough to cause a part of the ship to explode. In these crucial situations, having trained and experienced spacers at hand could vastly reduce the chances of small problems snowballing into life-threatening disasters. As for the complication that most of these competent spacers consisted of radical hexers, VS paid little mind to this issue. He finished studying all of the reports and diagrams. While he did not understand the deeper nuances of naval engineering, he was still able to glean enough details by relying on his existing foundation in mechanics, propulsion systems, and other relevant fields. All of this looks good to me. You have my approval to implement these extensive modifications. Will your crews be able to complete the transformations in time? Commodore Evern nodded. We are confident we will, so long as we don't adhere to a strict standard. Supreme Mother willing, we will work as fast as possible to allow our cherished ships to go down in a blaze of glory. That was another important aspect of their plan. Alongside modifying their ships, the penitent sisters also helped with producing potent explosives to give their planned attack runs some extra bite. Alongside programming the power reactors to overload on command, adding all of the bombs, some of which qualified as weapons of mass destruction, would surely give the Gravata Narlax some added difficulties. The only downside of fabricating all of these homemade bombs was that they weren't able to turn enough of them into directional explosives. When most of the bombs detonated, much of the blast would radiate in the opposite direction of the target, thereby wasting a lot of their destructive potential. It couldn't be helped. To contain and direct so many forces required materials and manufacturing capabilities that were out of reach to the task force. If only they had his factory ship. With the extensive industrial manufacturing capabilities of such a huge and ridiculously expensive vessel, they wouldn't need to sink so low in order to hastily increase their battle capabilities. All right, I've seen enough. Keep up the good work. With the crucial ship modifications running on schedule, VS no longer paid attention to this aspect. He devoted his full attention to enhancing the battle power of his mechs. Aside from working out the theory and application of his battle network concept, he also began work on transforming regular bright warriors into powerful custom mechs for every expert candidate. He decided to start with the simplest modification project. He invited Kedis to re-engineer a bright warrior in its swordsman mech configuration so that it suited a sword maiden mech pilot. I've often thought about adapting the Nova warriors in order to make them more compatible with our fight style, she said as she looked up at the machine that VS had moved to the Scarlet Rose's mech workshop. A full transformation will probably take a month to accomplish. That's too long. VS shook his head. These custom mechs are only stopgap solutions. We don't have to aim for something permanent. Once Commander Dice advanced to expert pilot, we can slowly work towards designing a dedicated expert mech for her. Until then, we just have to prepare a mech that is better than what she currently pilots. That's going to be a challenge, Keddy said. What she is piloting right now fits her fighting style well. It's Myra's work after all. While I know that the absolute performance of the Bright Warrior is far superior to what is now a last-gen third-class mech, we can't really replicate the piloting experience that Commander Dice prefers. This was a very serious issue to Ves. I'll try to make it as comfortable as possible for her. This is something of a specialty of mine, so I am sure I can find some way to ease the transition. Until then, we only have a week at maximum to modify this mech. Let's make the most out of it. We can't waste any time. The two began to load the design of the mech and began to manipulate the diagrams and wireframe models to transform the bright warrior. To his surprise, Ves found out that Kedis had caught up quite a bit to his level. While she was far from holding as much knowledge as him, when it came to her narrow specialty, she was already a match for many regular journeymen. Their discussions produced a lot of results for that reason. It only took half a day to settle on all of the changes they intended to realize. At the end of this week, this mech should be strong enough to chop up a ship. Chapter 2363, Sword and Spear. Working on the custom mech for Commander Dice granted Ves a greater insight in how the Sword Maidens fought. This was invaluable for many reasons. Not only did he gain a better idea on how to design a swordsman mech that suited these former pirates, he also developed a better idea on how to shape their experimental battle network. Kedis helped enormously in this project. Ves initially thought that his skills were far too good compared to hers, but it turned out that she had already progressed enormously in the areas she cared about. This was the biggest advantage of hyperspecialization. As long as Kedis chose to neglect her studies in other fields such as ranged weapons and so on, she could make rapid progress in her chosen specialty. Even though she had yet to finalize a single mech design, her actual design ability was already beyond every assistant mech designer in the LMC. Her fluency and depth of understanding towards swordsman mechs not only matched his own level. In some crucial areas, she had already overtaken him. She knew so much about swordsman mechs that Ves gradually allowed her to take the lead on this project. I still need to work on the other custom mechs after this, but it's different for you, Ves said. I think you're good enough to continue tweaking the mech without me. You have already proven that you know what you are doing. With how much this mech matters to Sword Maidens, I am confident that you will do right by this mech. His announcement came as a surprise to Kedis. She halted her current work and looked at Ves with shock. Will you really hand over responsibility for this mech to me? Can I change whatever I want? You can, as long as it's within reason. Don't think you are completely free to do what you want. I'll be checking up periodically in order to make sure you aren't going astray. Thank you, Ves. This was great news to Kedis. Of course, it was not because she looked forward to getting rid of Ves. The main reason for her jubilation was because she wanted to implement deeper modifications that would turn the custom swordsman mech into an even better vessel for Commander Dice. With several more weeks to go, there was much an enterprising mech designer like her could do. She already began to dig up some of the more ambitious ideas that Ves had previously judged impractical. With these additional changes, Commander Dice would probably perform even more brilliantly than normal. Just make sure you keep the mech as robust and resilient as possible, he warned her. Don't blindly try to squeeze more performance out of the frame. The stability and toughness of the mech has to remain high in order to accommodate any potential breakthrough phenomena. When Commander Dice breaks through, she becomes able to exert true resonance on a non-expert mech. Her mech's performance will vastly increase as a result, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the frame can take all of the abuse. Don't let the mech fall apart under these circumstances. Kedis nodded with a serious expression. I will watch out for that. I will never allow my work to let her down. Work on the custom mech proceeded a bit swifter than before while Ves was still involved. Kedis had become incredibly motivated and passionate about her new responsibility. In absence of publishing any mech designs, completing this custom mech was pretty much her first experience at delivering a real mech to a client. With Ves reassured that this custom mech was in good hands, he withdrew from the project after he determined he no longer needed to provide any more guidance. He had already implemented various changes related to the power reactor, flight system, and other components that Kedis still needed to grasp. The one last step he needed to take before he left was to enhance the spiritual foundation of the mech. Ves thought about adding some spiritual constructs as well to add some triggered abilities to the mech, but he eventually decided against it for several reasons. He couldn't really predict what would happen if the spiritual constructs received a substantial boost due to the strengthening of the entire spiritual foundation of the mech. He still needed to investigate this issue before he deemed it safe to add spiritual constructs. Kedis moved Commander Dice's machine to the Jaded Sword. She suggested that she would be able to do much more work if she was working alongside a crew of Sword Maiden mech technicians, and Ves agreed. Even though the Sword Maiden flagship didn't possess any high-quality production equipment, she still desired to work on the custom mech at its natural home. Ves moved on to working on the next custom mech on the list. Commander Orphan specialized in piloting spearman mechs. Though she was more comfortable with piloting land-bound mechs, fighting in space was not a huge issue to an expert candidate. Spearman mechs were not very common in space-borne combat. Due to the huge distances involved, traditional melee mechs were always less practical than ranged mechs. If any outfits deployed any spear-wielding mechs, they were liable to be lancer mechs instead. Unlike typical spearman mechs, lancer mechs were designed with potent forward acceleration in mind. This meant that as long as they charged forward without any elaborate course corrections, they could quickly build up a lot of speed, thereby crossing the vast distances that separated friendlies and enemies in a shorter amount of time. This was crucial in space combat as cover was almost non-existent in most space battles. The sooner a melee mech reached the enemy, the sooner it ended its stint as a moving practice target. That said, I don't need to pay that much attention to this priority, Ves muttered. Unlike many other regions, the Nixian Gap was filled with an unnaturally huge amount of asteroids. While it was possible to thread the spaces between the asteroids without going too much off course, a mech could also take cover behind the floating rocks instead. This severely increased the survivability of melee mechs while heavily impacting the effectiveness of ranged mechs. I wonder if the Gravata Narlax is able to blow apart these asteroids by firing a single cannon. In fact, how is a ship this large even able to navigate smoothly through the asteroid fields? Whatever the case, Commander Orphan preferred to pilot a spear-wielding mech that possessed enough agility, reaction time, and range of motion to duel mechs up close. Such a mech would not be able to perform devastating charges like true lancer mechs because their structures and internals pursued different aims. Ves took another bright warrior configured as a swordsman mech and began to work from there. In order to assist in his work, he called up a bunch of braves to assist him in his work. Though none of them were as good as Kedis, people like Molta Ringer, Dukan French, and Felicia Slen were able to provide different perspectives to the project. Still, Ves missed the competence and ability demonstrated by Kedis. The rest of the braves still hadn't caught up to her level yet, and they probably wouldn't be unless they gained second-class augmentation or if he decided to feed them attribute candies. He also made sure to obtain frequent input from Gloriana, though it was difficult for her to stay on top of what was going on by remote. Why haven't we worked on fabricating the spear for this custom mech? Dukan French asked. Developing the weapons for this mech and other custom mechs is a separate project. They're going to be fairly special, but that means that a lot more work is required to make them. For now, just work from the numbers that I've given to you all. Keep in mind that while the spear will likely be fairly thin, it is heftier than it looks. Someone else asked a question. It's a shame to design this mech without any elevating shock-absorbing capabilities. Can't we modify this mech so that it is capable of performing both charging attacks and be good at fighting up close? Ves threw a contemptuous look at the assistant who asked that question. He didn't even think it was worth it to open his mouth. His silent reaction was enough to hammer home what he thought about this proposal. In truth, he wanted to accomplish this as well, but the circumstances didn't allow it. In his judgment, it was possible to design a Lancer mech that was also good, or at least decent, in frontal combat if he built a mech according to second-class standards. That wasn't quite possible under the circumstances. The Bright Warrior was a bridge mech, and the modifications he intended to implement weren't capable of exceeding some of the limitations of its original design. He had to design a new mech from the ground up in order to accommodate both modes of combat. Work on the mech proceeded briskly. Partially, this was due to the relative simplicity of the modifications. A swordsman mech was already capable of wielding spears with good proficiency. Ves just wanted to make it even better by performing targeted upgrades and enhancements that optimized its performance when wielding spears. Midway into the project, Ves invited the Commander Orphan to Scarlet Rose in order to observe her upcoming mech. When she arrived, she looked impressed at the Bright Warrior. "Wow! Is this really for me? I feel much less reluctant about setting my old mech now." Though the mech was partially disassembled and did not reflect the finished product, Orphan just looked at all of the work being done and instantly gave her seal of approval. "You're fine with what the mech looks like so far?" Ves blinked. "Why not?" She grinned. "You're a great mech designer. Why shouldn't I trust your work? I'm sure this new baby will run smoothly once I get my hands on it. Is there something else you need, or can I get back to training?" I need you to provide more details on your preferred fighting style and habits. We want to make absolutely sure that the mech excels at performing your favorite moves." "Oh, okay. I can do that. It's not that complicated." She was used to adapting to the mechs she was assigned to. Piloting a mech that was customized especially for her was a relatively new experience to her. For this reason, she did not make too many demands. "Make sure the mech is balanced and mobile," she said. "The way I fight with this mech is to keep enemy melee mechs out of reach by threatening to spear them if they ever step into my zone. The arms need to be strong enough to make quick but also powerful stabs. I like to alternate between them in order to catch my opponents off guard. Aside from that, try and add some secondary weapons if possible. I'm not a purist like Commander Dice who solely wants to rely on her sword to win a battle." As long as Ves made some modest compromises, he could squeeze in several secondary weapon systems. "Your mech is already slated to get a shield, so I can add something as long as it doesn't take up too much capacity. What would you like? A short sword? A carbine?" She rubbed her sturdy chin. Give me a knife as well as a pistol. Is that possible?" "We can add that. It's just, they won't add too much strength to your mech. At most, you will have some extra options at your disposal." "It's enough, Ves. I don't want to depend too heavily on my spear and shield no matter how much you claim how good they will be. If my mech ever loses them, I will still have some options available that I can rely on. Understand?" "We will try our best to accommodate your demands." Chapter 2364 Ves the Planter. Working back-to-back on the custom mechs of both Dice and Orphan presented an interesting contrast to Ves. Both expert candidates were melee mech specialists, but they possessed different philosophies in their approach towards combat. Commander Dice dedicated herself completely to swordsmanship. Her will was obsessed with it, and she believed that almost every threat could be dealt with as long as she held a blade. Of course, most people would say that mech pilots such as her fared really badly against opponents that were too distant and used overwhelming ranged firepower to destroy their targets from a distance. In these cases, mechs with no ability to attack hostiles from a distance usually had to run for cover. That didn't necessarily mean that mech pilots like the Sword Maidens were useless. When they were still a large outfit, they fielded at least some ranged mechs and other mechs to balance out their mech roster. Mechs never fought alone unless they engaged in duels. In most battles, swordsman mechs fought alongside other mech types. In this context, the extreme specialization of the sword maidens turned into a powerful advantage rather than a vulnerability that was begging to be exploited. To Ves and the clan, this extreme dedication made the sword maidens very valuable. There were other mech forces which were capable of fulfilling the roles that the sword maidens rejected. The Vandals were different. As a remnant of a disbanded mech regiment, they were accustomed to fielding a rounded mech roster with plenty of variety. While its mech pilots usually specialized in different mech types, their military standard training was good enough to allow them to pilot other mech types if needed. This meant that Commander Orphan and her ilk were much more open to utilizing whatever weapon was suitable and on hand rather than sticking to a single weapon system as if their life depended on it. These kinds of mech pilots were much more common in second-rate states as mechs at that point were easily able to accommodate additional primary weapon systems. The two expert candidates, and hopefully future expert pilots, would continue to develop along these divergent paths. Ves could see the pros and cons of both approaches, so he didn't do anything to encourage the expert candidates to change anything. Diversity is a benefit to our clan. If every mech pilot fights the same way, it will be too easy to exploit our weaknesses. This diversity was present in the two custom mechs he made. Commander Dice's custom mech only excelled in one specific fighting style and weapon. This specialization went so deep that its performance would only be a fraction of its peak if it wielded any other weapon such as an axe or a rifle. Ves chose a different direction for Commander Orphan's machine. He drafted plans to broaden the fighting capabilities of the mech. While he had to sacrifice some performance in the form of lower mechanical strength and slightly worsened reaction speed, the mech became very adaptable. It wasn't confined to fighting with its current weapon loadout. If Commander Orphan ever felt she needed to resort to other weapons, she could do so without worrying that her mech would lock up or fail to keep up with her demands. Well, this mech is pretty much done. Ves clapped his hands. He and his braves looked proud at what they managed to cobble up in a week. The custom mech for Commander Orphan wouldn't be as brilliant as the one for the Sword Maiden Commander, but its versatility made up for it for the most part. Of course, the mech wasn't equipped with its full range of weapons yet. So far, Ves had only fabricated the pistol and knife. The spear and shield had to wait until he was ready to break down the statue of the Unending One. Before he began work on Joshua's quint, Ves allocated some time on advancing one of his other initiatives. After 2 weeks of intermittent theorizing and planning, Ves was finally ready to form his first battle network. He took a shuttle to the Surly Cockatrice in order to meet with the Penitent Sisters. Commander Chansey and head designer Stamaros already greeted him the moment he stepped foot onto the hangar deck. "Welcome to our ship, sir." She sounded a lot more respectful than before. It seemed that she was already advancing further in her new mindset as a future member of the Larkinson clan. The Penitent Sisters no longer appeared to object as much to this possibility. "Let's proceed quickly. My time is short. Bring me to the participants." They crossed the hangar deck and reached a formation of 40 mech pilots. Each exiled hexer stood straight in their rigid postures. Ves studied them carefully with both his ordinary vision and his spiritual vision. He could feel the unity, devotion, and deep trust these penitent sisters held towards each other, and their shared faith. "How are these soldiers?" "They are some of our best." Commander Chansey proudly smiled. "The competition to become the first participants of your glorious new gift was intense, but in the end I have decided to grant this honor to our third space-born mech company." Ves looked oddly at the eager-looking Penitent Sisters. When he usually wanted to experiment with test subjects, he had to drag them over to his testing area while they were kicking and screaming. All of the pirate captives he had tormented just a few weeks ago had all attempted to shout obscenities at him, while forcefully trying to fight against their restraints. Having been long used to the sight of resistant test subjects, the sudden change took him aback. The enthusiasm that rolled off their bodies confirmed that they truly thought it was an honor to become his test subjects. Ves resisted the urge to rub his eyes. Maybe he was seeing a mirage. "Well," he said, "I like what I see. I'm sure they will do great." To be honest, the Third Mech Company sustained some losses during the previous battle, but we have reconsolidated and reorganized our ranks to fill up the gaps. However, you don't have to worry about the cohesion of these sisters. They completely trust each other with their backs. That's good. Let's proceed with the experiment then. Bring me to the testing chambers that you have prepared. They moved to an isolated section of the surly cockatrice. The penitent sisters had already brought over a lot of lab equipment and other equipment. While Ves did not expect these machines to be useful in enabling his experiments, they were still useful in monitoring the conditions of his test subjects. If any of these test subjects experienced considerable strain, he would at least be able to get some advance warning. Ves decided to start small and chose to form his network out of a single squad of mech pilots. 10 penitent sister mech pilots stepped into the prepared testing chamber. A lot of sensors and scanners kept a very close eye on the physiological conditions of the first batch of test subjects. "Bring in the idol," Ves commanded. A bot entered the chamber. A small idol depicted the superior mother with great detail. Ves had personally crafted it with care and attention in order to turn it into a small but potent vessel for his mother's glow. The effect was immediate. The 10 test subjects reacted towards the idol with reverence, and knelt like knights meeting their monarchs. Ves blinked again. The behavior of these test subjects inspired him to alter his approach towards this experiment. When Ves learned about neural networks, he knew that its effectiveness was largely dependent on how closely the participants aligned with each other. The same should apply to battle networks as well. Anything that could help the mech pilots in question think the same way was valuable. He turned to Commander Chansey, who was standing beside him in the control room. "Tell the sisters to pray to the idol." "Yes, sir." The 10 test subjects began to worship the idol as if the superior mother herself had descended onto it. Almost every other thought left their minds as they completely concentrated on showing their devotion to the Supreme. The intensity of their worship reminded him a lot of the times when Gloriana entered her own prayer sessions. These hexers had begun to pray since they were young. They had become so accustomed to opening themselves up to something greater that their minds literally entered a different state that was unique to their current activities. Ves studied the neural readings provided by the sensors. He made a very important discovery. "These readings are all similar." The minds of every worshipper had become even more closely aligned with each other. Prayer could be private, but it was also common to see people performing their prayers in giant churches and temples. When they grouped up for prayer, they were already conditioned by their priestesses or whatever to listen and align to a central thought or speaker. Ves realized that these conditions exceeded his most ideal expectations. Perhaps he could hijack this conditioning in order to maximize his experiment's chances of success. The method wasn't important to Ves. Only the result mattered. Who cared if he took advantage of a faith he didn't believe in? These penitent sisters exhibited the most unity when they were engaged in their beliefs. He decided to help guide them along as he prepared the spiritual building blocks of his first battle network. He began to speak through a communication channel. "Open yourself up to the Superior Mother. Feel her splendor in the idol that is sitting before you. The Mother is all-knowing and all-powerful. Her wrath is terrible, but her kindness is endless. As the nurturer of sons and daughters, you are her child. Surrender yourself to her glow and accept her as your caretaker. The neuro readings slightly improved. The readings of different penitent sisters began to sync up even more, which showed that his measures were working. He continued to speak random nonsense to sustain their current states. A true hexer is never filled with hate. A hexer is filled with love. Out of every possible hexer, mothers bear the most love of all. Don't restrain yourself. Accept the superior mother's embrace, because she holds enough love for everyone. With love, everything can be forgiven. Even the damned, such as you, are worthy to earn her redemption as long as you accept her love. Embrace the power of love and become her first anointed heralds. Ves began to concentrate and began to make contact with the superior mother. It was still dormant, which was good. Ves would never pull something off on his mother if she was still awake. Normally, a powerful spiritual entity would have blocked and repelled any foreign entity that drew close. Not Ves. He was both her father and her child. These dual familiar relations caused the superior mother unconscious instincts to adopt a very warm posture towards his arrival. Ves smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. He needed his mother to be clueless in order to proceed with the next step of his plan. After making sure that the superior mother hadn't secretly woken up or anything, he finally made his move. He began to touch his mother. He began to manipulate the exterior of her spiritual body without any regard for propriety. All he wanted to do now was to manipulate some of her spiritual essence and shape it into a form that was capable of supporting his first battle network. Ves had no idea if she would wake up or turn hostile due to his spiritual molestations, so he began to work faster and rougher. The superior mother's sleeping essence began to shake and convulse as if her unconscious spirit detected something amiss. Damn it! Keep sleeping! I'm not done yet! Let me plant you with my battle network before you kick me out! Chapter 2365, Regal Mother. Something extraordinary took place. Commander Chansey, Juliet, and several other penitent sisters who were standing by or monitoring the readings each felt as if the superior mother had descended from the beyond. The small idol of the superior mother actively radiated the ancestral spirit's glow. Ripples of activity emanated from it. The 10 chosen penitent sister mech pilots each prostrated themselves before the totem. To them, this experience had transcended anything they had ever experienced in their lives. Not even the most solemn hexism ceremonies where they witnessed boys being impaled alive topped the majesty and profoundness of this deceptively bare and simple occasion. The power of glows transcended any religious trappings. Churches, hymns, artwork, and scripture were mere window dressing compared to direct exposure that the gullible hexers mistook as a deific figure. The control room adjacent to the testing chamber was no different. Not only did the glow emanating from the idol bleed over to the surrounding compartments, Ves began to appear as if he had become a channel for the superior mother as well. This made the penitent sister commander and her subordinates believe that something unprecedentedly holy was taking place. Some operators even forgot about their duties and began to kneel on the deck in order to demonstrate their sincere devotion to the boy who carried the blessing of the superior mother. Not a single penitent sister present in the control room harbored any further doubts towards Ves. He was truly the son of the superior mother. As a boy who received the nurturing of the best mother in the multiverse, there was no way they could treat Ves like any other regular boy. In their perspective, he transcended the idiotic boyness typical to his gender and had reached a greater status. Despite his youth, he was as wise and mature as a woman. He is truly blessed, someone muttered with awe. I want to bask in the superior mother's presence every day. It's possible as long as we follow her holy son. We can't look down on the Larkinson clan anymore. Many of the Hexers here had already experienced a gradual shift in ideology. It wasn't much of a stretch for them to extend some of the same high regard they held towards the Supreme to Ves. After all, he was unquestionably her son, and that was enough for them to set aside most of their usual biases against boys. In this profound moment, Ves wasn't thinking about his effect on the exiled Hexers at all. Instead, he was frantically trying to plant the framework of his battle network inside the Superior Mother as fast as possible. "Stop shaking so much! Can't you just go back to sleep like a good mommy?" From the moment he found out that the Superior Mother's spiritual makeup did not reject his touch, he eagerly dove in with his spiritual projections. What he tried to do was in essence similar to what he did to the spiritual foundations of his mech designs. He attempted to create a new spiritual construct from the Superior Mother's own existence. Not only that, but he also wanted the spiritual construct to be alive and capable of growth. For this reason, he donated a copious amount of his own spiritual energy. By steadily inserting his essence into his mother, the two slowly conceived a new form of life. "This is it! This is what I want!" Ves became more enchanted by the creation process. As someone whose domain largely centered around life, the act of creation always satisfied him to no end. He lived for this experience. Creating anything, whether it was a mech design, spiritual product, or whatever else, was an act filled with meaning. It was a process where disorder slowly made way for a certain kind of order. His excitement was compounded by the fact that he was creating a new life by using his mother as a carrier. Normally, an entity as strong as the Superior Mother possessed her own pride. Although Ves could easily approach Kalankso and ask her to gift him a spiritual fragment every now and then, he had no illusion that she would refuse to allow him to manipulate her spiritual essence. The spirit was the foundation of a sentient being's life. This was especially the case for entities that somehow managed to transcend their mortal coil. Perhaps Ves might have better luck with his own spiritual products, but not everyone was as open to him as the likes of the Golden Cat. Someone as proud, domineering, and imperious as the Superior Mother would have never allowed him to get close enough to touch her without a good reason. It was a good thing she was dormant at the moment. The ancestral spirit had never woken up after her birth. Ves chalked it up to his mother's attempt to turn the Superior Mother into her incarnation. While Ves rapidly built up the spiritual construct, his intuition warned him of an approaching threat. For some reason, he began to feel a sense of growing doom. What he was doing clearly irritated the unconscious Superior Mother. Her spirituality continued to ripple and convulse as if it slowly became apparent that Ves was up to no good. "Damn, I need to hurry up before something happens!" He threw all caution to the wind and thrusted his spiritual projections deeper. He rapidly completed the framework of his prototypical battle network with little regard for the flaws and imperfections that showed up. He didn't really mind them. While they made the battle network less efficient, they also added character and uniqueness to the living spiritual construct. As long as it was allowed to grow, the living spiritual product could either outgrow or transform these flaws. Just 15 minutes passed when Ves hastily ended his task. In the end, Ves managed to create an embedded living spiritual construct that took on the form of a crown. Yes, a crown. This crown instantly gave an even more dignified image to the Superior Mother. Due to the special nature of the spiritual construct, the new head ornament did not look quite solid. Instead, it gave off an ethereal and mist-like vibe. As the living construct was not active at the moment, the crown looked very dim and almost unnoticeable. If not for his keen spiritual senses, he would have thought the crown had disappeared. Ves barely had time to admire the creation he conceived before the Superior Mother finally couldn't take the violation any longer. The unconscious spirit released a strong pulse that instantly crushed his spiritual projections and broke his concentration. Ack! The pulse was so strong that Ves immediately collapsed to the deck as if his mother had pressed him down. At the same time, both his body and the small idol leaked out the aftershocks of the violent pulse, causing every hexer in the vicinity to experience the superior mother's might directly to the point of taking a few steps back. Amazing! The superior mother has blessed us. We are truly fortunate to have received her attention. I will dedicate my life to worshipping her from now on. No matriarch has ever conveyed as much power as her. I have been worshipping the wrong hexers all this time. As the hexers all became enthralled by the magical moment they had just experienced, Ves was not feeling so good. Mother or not, the punishment she inflicted on him dealt quite a bit of damage to him. With the accumulated worship of billions of hexers, the ancestral spirit had rapidly grown stronger. Just an unconscious pulse was enough to give him a gnawing headache. The shattering of all of his spiritual projections along with the shock to his mind made it difficult for him to perform any further spiritual exertion. The pain was no less than getting kicked in the nuts. Couldn't his mother be a bit more gentle? She was his child, after all. He birthed her and breathed life into her. Why was it strange for him to touch her and need her spiritual essence in order to fashion a new edition? Still, punishment aside, he succeeded in his endeavor. The crown had taken shape, and the superior mother did not appear to reject the new edition. As the ancestral spirit slowly entered into a deeper sleep, Ves finally shrugged off most of his aches and lifted himself up to his feet. He looked around but saw that he didn't need to be worried. Commander Chansey and the rest were so absorbed by their own experiences that they hardly took notice of his moment of weakness. Well, the first phase is over. Let's move on to the next one. That surprised some of the penitent sisters. It isn't over yet? This is just the setup. In fact, I thought I would have been able to complete the next phase, but my mother's patience isn't endless. He miscalculated. Before he was ready to take the next step, his mother slapped him away. This also made his next step a bit difficult. Right now, the 10 test subjects who were supposed to be the first penitent sisters to connect to the battle network were still unchanged. After managing the situation at the control room, Ves decided to complete the next step right away. He entered the testing chamber and approached the mech lieutenant that led her unit. Sir? The hexer bent her head as she remained on her knees. Though the idol of the superior mother no longer pulsed so vividly, it still radiated a firm but gentle glow. Ves didn't bother calling her up her feet. Instead, he placed his palm on her head. His fingers sank lightly into her red hair that she had tied into a short ponytail. Please stay calm and keep thinking about the superior mother. You have witnessed her love, right? Now think about embracing it. As long as your mind is clear and your heart is pure, I will allow you to bond with her to a greater degree than before. Are you willing to become her adopted daughter? The penitent sister's lieutenant's eyes lit up. Yes, I do. I shall give everything to receive this supreme honor. Then close your eyes and prepare yourself. I don't know what will happen next, but you will likely feel some sort of disturbance. Don't resist. Open yourself up to the superior mother. No matter how much pain you feel, it will be all right in the end as long as you are sincere. Are you ready? The hexer clasped her hands together and looked more earnest than she had ever been in her life. I am ready. Ves began to feel her mind through his touch and sensed that she was a typical mech pilot without spiritual potential. Only a tiny, intangible mote of spirituality was present in her mind. Though weak, it was still potent enough to sustain a human experience. How was he supposed to connect this little spark to his new battle network? Ordinarily, Ves would have asked his mother to extend a connection to his test subject, but she was not very responsive at the moment. Maybe he didn't need to bother with these solutions. His spiritual energy was already highly compatible with her own spiritual energy. This meant that it shouldn't matter much whose energy he used. Ves began to create a new spiritual projection in the form of a very thin and long string. He tied one end to his test subject. Though the woman frowned a bit and showed some signs of wanting to shrug it off, in the end her strong belief caused her to stay still. Even so, the connection didn't seem to hold very much. Before his spiritual string disconnected from his test subject, Ves quickly cast the other end to the superior mother's crown. The crown seemed to sense the approaching string. Due to its nature as a battle network, it automatically sensed that a very compatible mind was connected to the end. The living spiritual construct began to follow the programming that Ves had instilled into it. The crown magically attracted the string and tied it to its structure, thereby establishing its first connection to a human. A shudder ran through the penitent sister lieutenant's body. "I can feel something." "What do you feel?" The woman opened her eyes in astonishment. "I feel connected to her. She is so powerful." Ves released his hand from her head and grinned. The connection was stable. Chapter 2366 Thick Connections. After establishing the first connection, he used the same crude method to connect the remainder of the squad members to the superior mother's new crown. Though it felt strange to use his own spiritual energy to make these bonds, he didn't have any other choice. The moment he made these connections, the test subjects barely changed. Aside from gaining a bit more awareness towards the superior mother, they still remained normal. This was by design. To Ves, a battle network served a different purpose than the Larkinson network. The latter was a means to unify different clansmen and warn them of any traitors in their midst. It did not play a direct role in battle, though Ves might be able to change that when he upgraded the network in the future. Still, due to its central importance, Ves was very reluctant to mess with something so profound. He was more inclined to create different networks that served specific roles. For now, it appeared that the battle network that he had fashioned had finally come into being. Though he only connected 10 penitent sister mech pilots to the network, there should still be room for more. If the crown ever reached its maximum capacity, then Ves merely had to wait for the living spiritual construct to grow in order to accommodate more connections. Unlike the Larkinson network, or the unnamed network that allowed the superior mother to connect to every hexer, a battle network was much smaller in scope. Battle networks had to be robust, so Ves wanted to make sure it reinforced its connections to its mech pilots as much as possible. It had to withstand external disturbances and had to withstand any attempts to cut them off. After all, suddenly losing connection to the network while in the middle of an active battle could prove fatal to the mech pilots involved. A battle network also had to empower the participants involved to a substantially greater extent. The Larkinson network only established a relatively modest connection to the members of the clan. The bandwidth of these thin connections wasn't all that impressive. A battle network, on the other hand, was capable of maintaining significantly greater bonds. Even now, the superior mother's crown was already nourishing the bonds that Ves had made. What made a battle network stand out even more was the fact that it was only active when it needed to be. Outside of battle, it would remain dormant and accumulate energy. Only when the members of the networks all deployed together in battle and formed into a cohesive unit would the crown begin to truly activate the connections. Not only would the penitent sister mech pilots in question be able to form an active bond with the superior mother, her crown also enabled them to connect to each other. This was V's attempt to form a spiritual equivalent of Master Huron's neural network. With the superior mother acting as both the system administrator and the source of power, Ves had high expectations for the battle network in its active state. There were still a lot of uncertainties, though. Due to his insufficient theoretical foundation in spirituality, he had to leave many areas ambiguous and open to adaptation. How exactly the battle network was supposed to augment the mech pilots in battle, Ves truly didn't know. He kind of left that problem to the superior mother. As an inherent spiritual entity, she was capable of exerting these kinds of effects with much greater proficiency. If Ves attempted to come up with something on his own, his solution would likely be flawed and filled with loopholes. He decided not to take the rest and simply left it up to the superior mother to fill in the blanks however she wanted. Whether her method of empowerment was strong or weak didn't matter too much for Ves. He just wanted this experiment to produce some solid results and confirm his theories. As long as this battle network produced plenty of results, Ves would be in a much better position to design more refined battle networks for some of his other mech forces. It didn't take too long for the Crown to complete the reinforcements of all of the bonds. Ves had only involved 10 test subjects so far, so it didn't require that much work. Ves clapped his hands. All right, let us see whether you have truly become her adopted daughters. Please suit up and board your mechs. Once you sortie into space, please stand by. You need to mentally prepare yourselves to reach out to the superior mother, just like before. The test can't proceed if you are too distracted. It's important that each of you have her in your mind, is that clear? Yes, sir. Some penitent sisters guided the mech pilots away. Meanwhile, Ves followed Commander Chansey to the expansive bridge of the surly cockatrice. The two remained silent for most of the walk. They passed through various corridors where a number of penitent sisters looked a bit surprised at his presence. Though some of them looked hostile, the intensity of those piercing stares were much less than he would have received a few months ago. It seemed that every single hexer on this ship had already become affected by the superior mother's alternate ideology. Just as planned? What can we expect to see now that you have done whatever it is you did? Commander Chansey reluctantly asked. That is up to the superior mother and the devotion of your mech pilots. The conditions of what I have been trying to accomplish are fairly harsh. There is a chance that we won't see any meaningful differences. Still, as long as your mech pilots are at least somewhat willing to surrender themselves to the Supreme, then we should at least see something different. I will make sure my mech pilots have received this message. Not that I doubt them at all. After experiencing that unforgettable moment, I don't think any of the mech pilots in question possess any remaining doubts. That was true. Though Ves disdained the religious-themed theatrics he resorted to, he had to admit it was extraordinarily effective against these hexer fanatics. The more bombastic the ritual, the more extensively the penitent sisters bought into his illusion. The fact that all of the show and dance was based on falsehoods did not bother Ves at all. He saw it as an effective way of achieving his goal. Having studied and taken inspiration from Master Huron's work, he knew that it was of the utmost importance to align the mech pilots involved as closely as possible. The Friday men who piloted Master Huron's work mainly drew from their strong camaraderie and distinct esprit de corps to maintain this condition. Ves partially chose to start his experiment with the penitent sisters because they too possessed these two essential traits. What Ves did differently from Master Huron was that he added another element that was capable of centering the mech pilots even further. By connecting the minds and spirits to the superior mother's crown, they all gained a very simple condition. As long as they centered their thoughts around the superior mother, they didn't have to resort to other more ambiguous thoughts in order to align themselves. By opening themselves up to the superior mother, they became much more receptive to the battle network's input. Would the results exceed Master Huron's work? Ves wasn't sure. It was extremely arrogant for him to believe that a journeyman like him could essentially outcompete a master mech designer in this area. Besides, what little VS knew about Master Hurons was only what the public knew. The Friday Man Master doubtlessly worked on many other projects, some of which were still classified and others that had never seen the light of day. For all VS knew, the neural networks that were known to the public were simply the most superficial application of Huron's work. He shook his head. He had no reason to compare himself to a master mech designer at his stage. There was no shame in acknowledging that his efforts would definitely pale in comparison to Huron's better work. There was also no reason for him to feel any undeserved pride for thinking that he exceeded a master at his own game. All VS wanted was to invent a new method to strengthen his combat forces for the upcoming battle. With very severe time, resource, manpower, and industrial capacity constraints, he didn't have a lot of ways to lessen the disparity between his mechs and the warships fielded by the pirates. This was why he engaged in something as risky as trying to form a battle network. Even though everything proceeded well so far, VS knew that his attempt could have easily ended up in disaster if any of the steps went awry. Fortunately, the connections he forged between the test subjects and the Superior Mother remained healthy and stable. While the Crown was in its inactive state, the connections were essentially closed. Other than feeling a hint of the Superior Mother's majesty, the connected mech pilots didn't feel anything different. At most, this small influence would have a subtle indoctrination effect. VS designed these bonds in this way for multiple reasons. First, he wanted to conserve energy. The thick bonds actually consumed quite a bit of energy in order to remain active. While the Superior Mother received a huge amount of spiritual feedback these days, VS did not condone needless waste. What if he expanded the battle network? What if he not only applied it to the penitent sisters, but also to a select number of soldiers of the Hex army? VS already planned to apply the battle network in conjunction with a future Hexer mech design. He wanted to see how powerful a mech could be if it was designed with the battle network in mind from the ground up. The strength and cohesion between mech pilot, and design spirit would definitely produce surprising results. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be the case today. The penitent sisters only had access to last-gen second-class commercial mechs. Each of them were designed by Hexers, so there was no opportunity for VS to take ownership of them unless he invested a lot of time in modifying each and every machine. It was better this way. By leaving a living mech out of consideration, the upcoming test was much simpler. Only two real variables mattered this time. VS closely monitored the mech pilots in order to see how aligned they were to each other. Judging from their worshipful expressions as they entered their cockpits and waited their turn to deploy into space, VS shouldn't have to worry too much. The ritual that they had lived through was still very fresh in their minds. This was also why VS wanted to hurry up and start the test right away. The second variable that VS paid attention to was the reaction of the Superior Mother. Since she was in an unconscious state, it was a bit of a mystery how her unconscious self would do with the battle network once it became active. The worst outcome was that the Superior Mother remained unmoved. With channeling any spiritual energy through the network, there was no substance to it. The mech pilots wouldn't gain much power this way. I hope we'll see something. Soon, the test went underway. After the squad of penitent sisters' mechs flew further away, their mech pilots began to follow their instructions. Superior Mother, please grant me your power. Aid us in battle, please. The mech pilots actively beseeched the Superior Mother. This was the way to activate the battle network. The crown grew active a minute after receiving the signals. It glowed a little as it began to radiate some power. Even without the Superior Mother's conscious direction, she had automatically begun to divert some of her energy into the living spiritual construct. The crown soon began to process and channel that energy through the connections. Ves leaned forward to look at the projections of the mechs with attention. Is it working? Chapter 2367, Close Alignment. A lot of penitent sisters and Larkinsons were watching the squad of mechs. Many of them had heard that Ves was up to something again. They wondered what was special about these mechs that weren't assigned on any patrols. Would they witness something similar to the last round of experiments? Back then, many of the bright warrior mechs that went through their paces performed better than usual. Since then, the bright warriors that Ves enhanced from 25% to 100% saturation all continued to produce slightly greater results with each subsequent practice session. The mechs themselves hadn't grown stronger, but the piloting ability of their mech pilots was definitely trending upwards. Even though the improvement from day to day was rather light, the fact that the results were constantly growing higher was very notable. Ordinary training never yielded these kinds of smooth and continuous curves. A lot of other mech pilots had begun to ask whether they too would be able to benefit from this magic. Which mech pilot didn't want to improve so fast on a daily basis? Sadly, their superiors couldn't provide any answers. Ves already denied any requests to expand this program because he was only able to pull off this trick on LMC mechs. The most he did was to expand the scope of this experiment to his other mech models such as the Aurora Titans and the Deliverer mechs. Ves skipped the Doom Guards because he didn't think it was a good idea to strengthen something so fearsome and because their numbers were too small to make a difference in the coming battle. The results weren't as drastic as with the Bright Warriors. The Aurora Titan was a very sluggish defensive mech that didn't have a lot of agency. The skill involved in piloting them mainly revolved around spreading out the damage across its entire frame, avoiding damage to any critical components, and managing the polarizer module wisely. The Deliverer mechs didn't possess that many options either. They were very slow and fragile compared to normal ranged mechs. The only skill required to pilot them proficiently was to aim their weapons well and to open themselves up for any guidance that a vein might provide. Nevertheless, the growth characteristic alone caused many mech pilots to increase their appreciation of their own mechs. They felt as if their assigned machines became more and more intimate with them. The lucky mech pilots became more willing to entrust their lives to their improved mechs. Is something happening? It has been some time since our mechs deployed into space. Commander Chansey couldn't help but ask. The penitent sister commander had slowly overcome her awe at the rituals she witnessed. Her responsibilities as a leader asserted themselves, causing her to remain more sober than the rest of the hexers who witnessed what had previously taken place. Don't be impatient, Ves answered as he continued to monitor the various projections. This is the first time your women are doing something like this. It is too early to tell whether the Superior Mother can truly support them in battle as I originally envisioned. Time continued to pass as the mech pilots earnestly prayed to the Superior Mother. While their earnest efforts successfully triggered the battle network, it wasn't doing anything. Ves wanted to scratch his head. Right now, the crown attracted a fair amount of spiritual energy from his mother. The battle network even transformed it into a more usable form of power. Yet after finishing all of these pre-programmed steps, the battle network appeared to have run out of instructions. In truth, this was the part where the ancestral spirit was supposed to take over and do something specific with the charged battle network. It was as if Ves programmed a battle bot to enter a battlefield, only for the stupid machine to freeze in place because Ves hadn't loaded a combat AI into it. Without a guiding hand, there was no purpose to the active battle network. Ves frowned deeper and deeper as the Superior Mother really didn't appear to be doing anything with her glowing crown. Perhaps it would be a different story if the spiritual entity was fully conscious, but that was not the case at the moment. Should he wake her up? That might not be a good idea. He sensed that a lot of transformation still took place inside the Superior Mother. Interrupting it might cause a lot of damage to his mother. If his mother wasn't conscious, then how could he induce her to act? Ves quickly began to think up a solution. Her state of dormancy was different from regular sleep. Even if the superior mother wasn't conscious, she still maintained the large and growing network of hexers who had begun to revere the Supreme. He recalled the time when he initially planted his battle network into her. He managed to arouse an unconscious reaction out of her by irritating her to a large degree. Did this mean that if Ves had to act like a naughty boy again if he wanted his mother to do something? His face grimaced. This was not a sustainable solution. Ves looked back to the projections of the mech pilots inside their cockpits. He had hoped the faith and devotion of the penitent sister mech pilots would have been enough for the superior mother to make a move. Evidently, general worship was not sufficient to make her do something with her new crown. Maybe there has to be a purpose, Ves guessed. If his test subjects weren't in danger, there was no reason for the battle network to make a move. As its name suggested, its only purpose was to empower mech pilots in battle. Ves began to open a channel to Commander Melker. What is it, Ves? I need you to send out a mech company of bright warriors and as many doom guards that your avatars can scramble in a short amount of time. I can do that, but what do you want to do with them? Is it related to your current activity? He nodded. I have done something to some of the penitent sisters. If it works out, I may have established another method of strengthening some of our forces. The only problem is that it is only supposed to be active during battle. I need your mechs to pressure the squad of the penitent sister mechs. Try to make their mech pilots feel distressed. The greater the threat, the greater this trial will yield a result. Understood. Do you want to send out any of our expert candidates? Joshua is available. No. Ves shook his head. He didn't want to add too many variables to the equation. Just regular mech pilots will do. Send them over quickly. The avatars of myth soon dispatched a full squad of bright warriors as well as a motley collection of doom guards. To be honest, the Larkinson clan did not make extensive use of the striker mechs. They were not only troublesome to work with, but they possessed limited mobility. The avatars especially disdained the striker mech because much of their doctrine was based around maneuver warfare. The mechs that Ves requested flew over to the penitent sister mechs that Ves was keeping an eye on. Shortly afterwards, Commander Chansey and Commander Melker agreed on how to conduct a spar. The bright warriors and rifleman mech configuration soon began to fire their laser rifles at the penitent sister mechs. The doom guards drew closer in order to pressure the hexer mech pilots with their glows. The melee bright warrior mech circled around their targets and occasionally darted in to launch their attacks before drawing back. The penitent sister mech pilots were instantly forced to take control of their mechs to fend off the sustained assaults. While their powerful mechs easily endured the weak attacks, they still felt enough of a threat to feel compelled to defend themselves. Neither side inflicted any serious damage towards each other. This wasn't the first time the penitent sisters sparred against the weaker mechs of the Larkinson clan. Though neither side tried to kill each other, the pressure was very real to the mech pilots engaged in the spar. Over 60 mechs circled and attacked the 10 penitent sister mechs. There was no way the latter felt comfortable under these circumstances. The glows of the doom guards were especially helpful in giving the penitent sisters a greater sense of threat. As these striker mechs grew closer, the penitent sister mech pilots began to feel an increasing amount of genuine distress. Superior Mother, please show your might! Ves stirred as he sensed a change. Though his test subjects were trying their best to fend off the frequent attacks, their growing urgency finally sparked a reaction from the battle network. The Superior Mother's crown began to shine. A small amount of power began to flow through the connections. Instantly, the mech pilots connected to the battle network seemed to come alive in a way that VS had never witnessed before. Something is happening. The life signs of all of the mech pilots rose as their minds became involved in a mysterious process. VS tried to extend his spiritual senses, but he was too far away to glean much detail. All he could see right now was that the penitent sister mechs hadn't stopped at all. Instead, they fought back more ferociously than a minute ago. The intensity of their counterattacks not only grew greater, but they also began to reposition themselves. This is not one of our standard formations. Commander Chansey frowned. The way the 10 mechs repositioned themselves reminded VS of a cross surrounded by a hexagon. The definition of this image wasn't very high with just 10 mechs, but he could easily imagine it would look a lot more impressive with more machines. Just as VS questioned the purpose of this odd formation, something profound took place. The battle network went hyperactive and channeled a lot more spiritual energy all of a sudden. If all of that energy was being dumped into his test subjects, their heads would have exploded by now. The only reason why that didn't happen was that the battle network was channeling that energy elsewhere. VS vaguely sensed something grand and powerful coming into being. Something is happening. Are those mechs glowing? Is it resonance? No, ma'am. The resonance meters aren't moving. Then why does it look so similar? Is this false resonance? That's impossible. Those mechs don't incorporate any resonating materials. While the penitent sisters all became confused by the vaguely familiar phenomena, VS widened his eyes. With his spiritual senses, he understood what was happening. Normally, expert pilots exerted their power by resonating with their mechs. What was happening right now was similar, but different. The same kind of resonance took place but with different actors involved. Instead of resonating with their mechs, his test subjects were instead resonating with themselves and the superior mother. The glows around the mechs began to expand and diffuse over a greater area. The Larkinson mechs attacking the penitent sisters couldn't help but slow their attacks. What is going on? Are they all simultaneously turning into expert candidates? That wasn't the case, but it was difficult to fault their misconceptions. The glow surrounding the mechs became so bright it began to encompass the entire formation and beyond. Soon, VS felt as if all of the power from the superior mother began to manifest in something substantial. After a few seconds, the enormous ring of light turned into a vague silhouette of the superior mother herself. The superior mother is with us! Before VS or anyone else could step in, the penitent sister mech simultaneously moved. Their odd formation darted forward and smashed all of the bright warrior mechs aside with undaunted force. Despite their briar alloy armor plating, the affected bright warriors sustained severe damage, much to V's consternation. What was surprising about this sudden attack run wasn't just the added power exerted by the mechs. The giant silhouette of the superior mother actually attempted to strike as well. Fortunately for the avatar mechs, the glowing apparition failed to inflict any material damage. Women are superior! The test subjects simultaneously exulted. Just as their formation turned around to launch another attack run, the battle network suddenly reached some sort of limit. The glowing apparition rapidly diminished and the penitent sister mechs all lost their glows. A lot of observing people looked dismayed. While the effect seemed powerful, the duration was too short. It didn't matter much to VS. He had already seen enough proof that his battle network actually worked. Even if it didn't look very practical, he could always refine this new innovation later. This experiment is a success. Chapter 2368 Impractical. After the spectacle ended, the investigation had begun. Something completely new and unprecedented took place. After aligning themselves to the superior mother, the test subjects managed to get in sync with the superior mother and each other. What happened next confounded Ves and those who observed the proceedings. After adopting a certain pattern, a strange insubstantial apparition of the superior mother superimposed itself over the formation. This silhouette acted as if it was alive and moved according to the actions of the mechs that made up the formation. Or is it the other way around? Ves frowned and wondered. He wondered who was in control in the brief interval of time when the odd phenomenon ran its course. Had some part of the superior mother directed the mechs to attack according to her will? Or had the collective of penitent sister mech pilots pooled their minds together into some kind of gestalt will that provided unified direction? He had so many questions that he didn't know where to begin. After studying the data recorded in the logs and finding nothing of use, he knew that the phenomenon that took place was largely spiritual in nature. The mechs did not play a major role other than serving as tools. Ves wondered whether the battle network would perform more impressively if he connected living mechs to it. That was something to consider for later. First, he needed to get to the bottom of the first successful trial. It's quite strange. He frowned. The superior mother expended a substantial amount of energy, but where did it go? He did notice that the offensive might and the momentum of the mechs had increased. That was a real gain and something that could really make a difference during critical moments. The problem was that Ves didn't think it was worth it. From an efficiency standpoint, the yield was so abominably bad that Gloriana would literally tear her hair out if she knew how much energy the battle network actually wasted. Is it truly wasted, though? He couldn't really tell so far. He only witnessed the battle network becoming active once, and at a very healthy distance. For the subsequent trials, he needed to observe from a closer vantage point in order to glean more details on where most of the energy disappeared. One potential destination was the insubstantial energy silhouette that had spontaneously emerged after all of the affected mechs released some sort of radiance. While their glows resembled the visual resonance phenomena unleashed by expert mechs, they were different in nature. At the very least, the energy silhouettes, for a lack of better description, were not infused by any will. This wasn't a big surprise. The penitent sister mech pilots taking part in the experiment were all spiritually weak like most normal people. That was good, because Ves mostly sought a way to empower the majority of his mech pilots who weren't as gifted in spirituality. The entire point of centering the battle network around the superior mother was to draw the energy needed to boost mech pilots from a potent source. While he managed to accomplish this goal, he has not sufficiently accounted for what happened next. It was not as if he had much choice, as he was truly clueless on how to transform the energy into something useful. He left that up to the superior mother and her new crown, but evidently they weren't as competent as he hoped. It's like going through all that trouble developing an exquisite expert mech only to let a dummy like Vincent pilot it. All of that work and effort is wasted. All of this resulted in a short burst of power that was only marginally useful in the larger scheme of things. No matter how impressive the formation and the energy silhouette looked, it was mostly smoke and mirrors. Once the exhausted test subjects returned their mechs to the surly cockatrice, Ves instructed the penitent sisters to set the women aside and perform extensive checkups on their conditions. They were largely fine. Their exhaustion was largely mental in nature. There was nothing wrong with their bodies aside from getting overexcited. When Ves met with the test subjects in a debriefing room, he briefly interviewed them on an individual basis. He placed the idol of the superior mother on the table, causing his interviewees to become a lot more earnest and respectable. There was no way these fanatics would attempt to lie or withhold any information in the presence of such an obvious icon. What did you feel during this period of time? Ves asked as he projected a recording of the time just before the mechs moved into an odd formation. I'm not sure. the penitent sister mech pilot honestly answered. I wasn't quite aware of myself. My memories of that time are a little fuzzy. I don't know why I instructed my mech to move into a formation that I have never learned. I guess the superior mother may have told me to do this, but not with words. It just comes to me. She became enchanted as she shifted her gaze to idol. Pure awe and worship filled her eyes. Ves stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Hey! Don't get lost on me yet. You can do whatever you want when you are released, but until then please answer my questions. He asked a raft of other questions. He asked what she thought about the formation, where the strange radiant glow came from, how her mech was able to exert power beyond its technical specs, and why the phenomenon suddenly cut off after a single pass. I think I remember, she said as she watched the footage of the formation suddenly breaking apart, and the energy silhouette disappearing shortly afterwards. I think the strain got to me and my sisters. We came closer than ever to the superior mother, but she's simply too strong. I always imagined that a supreme was strong, but feeling it up close like this is something else. I truly cannot describe how little I felt in front of Her Majesty. Ves heard the same answers from the other test pilots. Each of them had come close to the superior mother somehow, but couldn't withstand the strain of staying in her presence. After the round of interviews ended, Ves went over what he heard and tried to extract as many clues, insights, and patterns as possible. It's rather simple, he whispered to himself. The mech pilots are unable to harness so much power. It's similar to my previous experiment. Back when he enhanced the spiritual foundations of his bright warriors, he discovered that weaker mech pilots were simply unable to bear the strain. In his enthusiasm in increasing the bandwidth of the individual connections of the battle network, he overlooked the fact that the recipients might not be able to bear so much power. Ves palmed his face. I made a mistake. Despite this oversight, he was very satisfied with how the first iteration of the battle network turned out. The initial test may have failed to showcase the practical application of his new invention, but he glimpsed a lot of potential behind it. As long as he worked out the flaws, the battle networks he intended to introduce would definitely make a difference in the upcoming battle. There were several areas that Ves thought he should work on to refine the battle network concept. First, he needed to uncover why the energy conversion was so inefficient. Where was all of it going? Second, he had to figure out what was up with the energy silhouette. Was it being directed by the superior mother's consciousness? Third, he had to increase the load-bearing capacity of the affected mech pilots when an active battle network brought them closer to the source of power. Ves went to work immediately on these issues. The last one was the easiest for him to address. If 10 mech pilots can't bear the load, what if there are 40 mech pilots? If normal mech pilots aren't strong enough, what if there are stronger mech pilots in the mix? The energy channeled by the battle network was substantial. The superior mother was also a rapidly growing spiritual energy who was quickly nearing Kalankso in strength. Ves had high expectations for the ancestral spirit's future growth. This was because, unlike other design spirits, the superior mother actively attracted the worship of hundreds, if not thousands, of Hexer expert pilots. Though the superior mother only absorbed a tiny amount of high-quality spiritual feedback, if every expert pilot in the service of the Hex army took part, then the quantity was definitely considerable. Normal people normally wouldn't be threatened if they came in close proximity to such a powerful spiritual entity, but it was different this time. The battle network forged a direct connection between a mech pilot and the superior mother. This bypassed much of the usual defenses that ordinarily protected the former. This is troublesome, but not insurmountable. The first test only involved 10 mech pilots. If he expanded the number of participants to a full mech company, he hypothesized that the strain on them would be diluted to an extent. He began to organize a second test. This time, he expanded the battle network by connecting it to the remaining 30 mech pilots of the 3rd Space-borne Mech Company of the Penitent Sisters. Some of them happened to possess spiritual potential. Ves set these handful of mech pilots aside in order to control for this variable. He didn't want to involve them too early. Commence the second test. They repeated the first trial on a larger scale this time. 3 mech companies of avatars mustered forward to spar and induce a sense of crisis onto the Penitent Sisters. After praying earnestly to the Superior Mother while they tried to keep their mechs together, more than 35 Penitent Sisters simultaneously began to adopt a formation. "This formation is different from the one before," Commander Chansey remarked. "It's more defensive in nature." The battle network had become active. With the Superior Mother's groan radiating power, her energy flowed through the connections. A familiar energy silhouette came into being but largely did nothing except look impressive. Ves studied it for a small moment before focusing on the mechs. The formation they adopted this time vaguely resembled multilayered diamond-like hexahedrons. The mechs on the outside exhibited measurably greater defenses. Their energy consumption also lessened beyond what they should be. It was as if the formation had turned into a castle. After a certain period of time, the mechs on the outer periphery rotated with the mechs inside the diamond. This caused the pressure on some of the mechs to decrease while letting more rested machines hold the line. All the while, the energy silhouette of the Superior Mother seemingly adopted an inward, reactive posture. Even as the bright warrior mechs accidentally flew through her insubstantial body, the silhouette did not make any moves to attack as before. Command Chansey studied the positions and the rotations that were periodically taking place. "This is an attrition-oriented formation. Have you noticed that this time it is lasting longer?" "I have." Right now, Ves couldn't tell whether this was due to the added mech pilots, or because the nature of the formation was different. Regardless, he noticed that the formation still wasted a lot of energy. The difference it made was not negligible, but it was not enough to satisfy his expectations for the battle network. After roughly 13 minutes, the formation fizzled out. Some of the Penitent Sisters finally reached the end of their mental endurance, and were unable to keep their thoughts aligned with the Superior Mother and their fellow comrades. "All right, the test has come to an end." The second test proceeded differently from the first. Ves felt a bit annoyed that the battle network induced the mech pilots to adopt a different formation this time. The effects were different, which meant he couldn't make direct comparisons. "Goddamn it, do I need to run this experiment again and again? How many formations do you have, Mother?" Chapter 2369 Refining Formations. Ves began to perform over 40 successive tests. Each time, he deployed a varying amount of Penitent Sister mech pilots. After stimulating the Superior Mother's crown, they spontaneously adopted different formations depending on their circumstances. It turned out that the Superior Mother was able to induce 6 different formations, each of which corresponded to the 6 phases of existence. For example, the first test exhibited the last phase of existence. The formation based around the supremacy of women was capable of unleashing a strong burst of power. Unfortunately, without the requisite strength and number of mech pilots, the woman-oriented formation was very draining. The second test showcased the 4th phase of existence. Apparently, the formation based around the damnation that every life form had to go through was oriented around beating attrition and outlasting the enemy. The remaining 4 formations each excelled in different aspects. Where they actually came from was a mystery. Ves didn't think they came from Cynthia Larkinson. She may be many things, but he was pretty sure she didn't know anything about mechs, either from a pilot or designer's perspective. Perhaps the ancestral spirit derived these formations from all the mech pilots she came in touch with during or after her creation. Ves still recalled the many mech pilots that took part in the ritual that birthed her. Subsequently, all of the bonds the superior mother formed with her worshippers may have also given her insights on formation and mech combat. I could be wrong, though. There was something very odd about these formations that he couldn't quite figure out yet. Commander Chansey already confirmed to Ves that it was unlikely that any Hexer outfits or military mech regiments utilized any of these formations. When the Penitent Sisters tried to recreate the formations without activating the battle network, nothing unusual happened. The formations were decent but did not bestow any abnormal advantages. Without any spiritual shenanigans, the formations lacked meaning. It took a lot of trials to gain these extensive results. Just a single mech company wasn't enough to engage with the battle network over and over again. Seeing as none of the Penitent Sisters who maintained a thick connection with the battle network suffered any maladies, Ves decided to throw all caution to the wind and connected every other Penitent Sister mech pilot to the same network. With hundreds of test subjects to work with, Ves no longer had to wait until the participants of his tests had recovered from their mental and spiritual exhaustion. He could rotate a fresh batch of mech pilots on a continuous basis. It only took 2 days for Ves to gather an ample amount of data. Perhaps his most surprising finding was that the inclusion of just a single mech pilot with spiritual potential made a huge difference in the load-bearing capacity of the unit that was channeling a formation. The duration of the formations doubled and in some cases tripled after the inclusion of mech pilots with spiritual potential. Whether this was because spiritual active mech pilots redirected much of the burden to themselves or because of other factors, Ves wasn't sure. He was just glad that his latest innovation had become a lot more practical now that it was capable of lasting longer. This wasn't all. Any spiritually active mech pilot was not only capable of enduring more strain, but also gained greater awareness during the process. This was an important discovery. Any mech pilot that managed to avoid getting subsumed by the superior mother's vast presence was able to actively nudge the formation to act in a certain manner more conducive to the battle at hand. This effectively meant that the formation gained significantly more purpose and direction. Although the difference was rather subtle, it hinted that stronger mech pilots might be able to gain an even greater voice in the battle network. Was this the principle behind Master Huron's asymmetrical neural networks? It was too bad that the Penitent Sisters didn't boast a single expert candidate, or expert pilot. He would have to form a new network centered around the Sworn Maidens in order to explore this research direction. In any case, through all of these successive tests, he and the Penitent Sisters slowly understood some of the rules behind the formations and how to make better use of them in battle. When Ves met with Commander Chansey to review their conclusions, he handed her a modest list of mech pilots. Chansey reviewed the names on the data pad. Are these the mech pilots that are capable of extending the duration of the formations? Ves nodded. They are all special and worthy of greater investment. Even if you don't do anything with them, it is still useful to spread them out among your mech companies. What happens if we concentrate them in a single unit? Adding more will lengthen the duration of the special formations even further, but not by much. In fact, I think it's wasteful to add more than 2 special mech pilots in a single formation. This was because while the additional spiritually active mech pilots could channel much of the energy flowing through the battle network, they couldn't do much to help the remaining mech pilots withstand the superior mother's presence. Maybe it would be different if Ves threw an expert candidate, or expert pilot, in the mix. Their strength gave them the capital to resist the powerful pressure of a strong spiritual entity, and their force of wills might interact with the battle network in a surprisingly different fashion. Commander Chansey decided to accept V's recommendation. She intended to distribute the mech pilots on the list evenly across all of her mech companies. That way, their formations would all be able to last a decent amount of time. Do you have a name for this mysterious blessing? she asked. Ves hesitated for a bit. He hadn't really thought about it yet. He was tempted to call the phenomenon a battle network, but he didn't want to reveal more than what was necessary. If any outsiders heard this name, they would definitely conclude that Ves ripped off Master Huron's work. While it wasn't shameful to take inspiration from other people's work, doing so without attribution or without respecting the source was deeply troublesome. Ves did not wish to make use of the word network at all. He had always spoken vaguely about the Larkinson network because he didn't want Master Willix and the MTA find out about all of his spiritual engineering projects. He thought about using the word formation instead. That was more fitting. There was no way to hide the Mechs adopting distinct formations, so he might as well base the name around them in order to attract outsiders away from what really mattered, which was the spiritual battle network. Let's call them battle formations, he decided after a couple of minutes. These battle formations are distinct from regular formations due to the blessings they can evoke. The middle-aged penitent sister commander furrowed her brows. This is a rather underwhelming name for something so grand. That's the point, Commander. I don't want people to know about them or be on guard against them. The battle formations are capable of conveying substantial advantages to our mech pilots, but they are not infallible. If our enemies are prepared against them, then the battle formations will only exhaust our mech pilots in vain. Though Commander Chansey wanted to assert that the Superior Mother's formations were unbeatable, her better sense pushed through. Even she could think of ways to negate the advantages of the battle formations. For example, the most convenient method was simply to deny battle and wait until the battle formations reached the end of their durations. I understand. I will make sure my women will keep the details of the battle formations to themselves. Each of them have stated that it's a great privilege to become a vessel of the Superior Mother. They will not do anything that compromises the sanctity of this exalted ritual. It's just... Is there anything you want, Commander? We have noticed that it takes your personal intervention to enable our penitent sisters to grow closer to the Superior Mother. While it makes sense that you are able to do so since you are her son, can you give us a means to convert more of our sisters? Ves immediately shook his head. No. Access can only be granted by me. Do you think anyone can approach the Superior Mother? There are many non-mech pilots in our midst who would love to gain a closer relationship with the Superior Mother. For example, Head Designer System deserves this honor for all of the work she has done in keeping our mechs running. Commodore Ivern will also be delighted if you grant her the same honor, and so do many more penitent sisters. He couldn't do that. Battle networks were much smaller in scope by design because of their greater effects. Battle formations were only useful for mech pilots, so letting in someone else took up a valuable slot. Only when the living spiritual constructs that supported the network grew more powerful would some additional slots open up, but that took time. I am open to exceptions, but not too much. Ves compromised a bit. Let's leave this matter aside until after we have left the Nixian gap. Right now, we have very little margin for error, so I don't want to complicate this matter further. Make sure to limit your suggestions to those who have earned this right. Will do, sir. The relationship between Ves and most of the penitent sisters had warmed up ever since he hoodwinked them into thinking he was literally the Superior Mother's son. While this was factually true, Ves didn't want to emphasize it too much. He just wanted to convert these powerful mech pilots to his side so that they wouldn't abandon him when he needed them the most. Before he left the penitent sisters and allowed them to explore battle formations at their own leisure, he implemented one more change. One of the more perplexing aspects about battle formations was the emergence of impressive-looking but largely meaningless energy silhouettes. He disliked them quite a bit. There was no substance to them all, and their presence might give the Big Two as well as the Five Scrolls Compact some clues that Ves did not want to reveal. He tried various methods to get rid of the energy projections, but none of it worked. They always showed up as long as the mech pilots engaged in battle formations. The two are inseparable. Since there was no way that Ves wanted to abandon battle formations, he decided to cover up the energy silhouettes. It wasn't that hard to do so as long as Ves employed some technical ingenuity. He licensed some projection software from the Galactic Net and programmed an AI-driven software system. The purpose of this new software was very simple. Whenever the penitent sister mechs engaged a battle formation, the projection modules built into the frames of the mechs automatically projected a lifelike visage of the superior mother over the energy silhouette. With the help of sophisticated AIs, the projections perfectly matched the movements of the energy silhouettes. Ves essentially covered up the spiritual phenomenon with a purely technological phenomenon. Not only did the giant projection look a lot more impressive, but it was also useful for waging psychological warfare. What would it be like if hundreds of different battle formations simultaneously projected giant figures at the same time? How would enemies react if all of those intimidating-looking projections charged into their lines? Ha! That will be a powerful show, especially if we combine it with glows. Other mech designers would probably regard it as a flamboyant quirk. After all, despite looking powerful, the projections ultimately didn't do much except affect the morale of both sides. It was much like waving a flag, he thought. Hopefully others will see it like that as well. Chapter 2370 Obnoxious Consultant. Meow. Lucky painfully meowed as he squirmed on top of the desk. His indigestion was still as bad as a few weeks ago. Something about the unending alloy he had eaten still caused him lots of problems to this day. Fortunately, most of his wounds had healed. His metallic tiger-striped body no longer bore any exposed and open sections. Ves estimated that Lucky would need one more week at most to heal all of his external damage. Maybe at that time, his gem cat could devote most of his energy on boosting his digestion. Time is running out, Lucky. You better finish your business quickly in the next few weeks. If you haven't accomplished anything by that time, I'll stuff you with some bee-stone to see if that will help unclog your pipes. Meow! 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 Lucky reacted with alarm when he heard the threat. His weak body flailed a bit. It was as if he desperately wanted to phase his body and run as far away as possible from his devilish owner. Ves grinned as he patted Lucky's limp back. Work hard if you don't want to eat a bee-stone sandwich for lunch. Meow! Ves ignored his distressed cat and began to plan his new round of experiments. He successfully realized the battle network concept, though the outcome did not match his initial expectations. He initially aimed to replicate the high cohesion and coordination enabled by Master Huron's basic neural networks. What he got was something different. When Ves activated his desk terminal and studied the public footage of the famed Master Mech Designer's products in battle, he did not see anything special about the formations they adopted. Certainly, the mech pilots connected to the neural networks were able to employ all manner of complicated formations, but none of them added any extra oomph to their mechs. The Friday Men mechs didn't radiate any unusual energy projections either. The two aren't the same. They're completely different concepts. Aside from sharing some superficial aspects, battle formations worked on an entirely different paradigm. He couldn't keep looking at neural networks for answers. He had to explore his new invention from scratch and avoid making unfounded assumptions. How troublesome! That said, the power of his battle formations were evident, if a bit unrefined. They had barely scratched the surface of this new battle method. Naturally, Ves did not intend to spread something so good to too many people. For now, he intended to keep it firmly within the clan as a unique, competitive advantage. "I'm not sure it's entirely safe or practical, though," he muttered. "Only by employing them in an actual battle will I know for sure whether it is a boon rather than a bane." One of the more worrying side effects of employing battle formations was that the mech pilots usually experienced substantial mental exhaustion at the end. This made activating them very risky in large and difficult battles. "It's best to employ them close to the end of a battle, but will there be any mech pilots left alive at the end?" Energy, alignment, and mental strain each imposed restrictions to battle formations. While Ves believed he might be able to lift or alleviate some of these constraints, he didn't have the time to explore this research at the moment. He needed to move on and set up at least 2 more battle networks for the Sword Maidens and the Battle Criers. As for the avatars, Ves reluctantly shook his head. The experiments he performed on the penitent sisters already proved his guess that the mech pilots connected to the battle network needed to be as uniform as possible. Their thoughts all had to be highly aligned in order to meet the conditions to engage a battle formation. "My avatars are too heterogeneous. Not enough time has passed to form a strong and established martial tradition." This was a massive pity. The excellent training, superior aptitude, and powerful LMC mechs of the avatars all suggested that uniting them in a battle formation might produce extremely powerful results. "Well, the Sword Maidens and the Battle Criers aren't that bad." He expected much from the Sword Maidens. They may not be watched over by a powerful ancestral spirit like the Superior Mother, but they had their own rising hero in the form of Commander Dice. When Ves began to refine his design for the Sword Maiden battle network, he wondered whether centering it around Commander Dice adversely affected the crucial expert candidate. If his experiments inadvertently prevented her from experiencing apotheosis in the coming battle, then Ves would have lost far more than he gained. "I can't go too far." He revisited the notes he scribbled in his implant and began to revise them based on the results he had obtained from his earlier experiments. Now that he knew much more about battle networks and battle formations, he intended to introduce a more refined and adapted version for the Sword Maidens. It has to center around Commander Dice, but it also needs another unifying factor. Ves was worried whether using Commander Dice as the center of his second battle network would be sufficient in aligning the thoughts of every Sword Maiden mech pilot. Even if she advanced to expert pilot, the Sword Maidens weren't really the type to completely surrender themselves to someone else. They possessed an incomparably strong degree of pride in themselves. He thought about Kedis and how she obsessed about Sharpa and her sword all the time. Maybe that is what I need to add to the battle network. A sword! When Ves created his first battle network, he chose to shape it as a crown for superficial reasons. He just wanted to create something that reinforced the Superior Mother's control over the mech pilots. For his second battle network, Ves thought about using the great swords that the Sword Maidens were fond of as a model for the living spiritual construct. It would be like creating a second Sharpa in a different Sword Maiden's mind. This is going to be costly. Back when he created Kedis' Living Mind sword, he sacrificed a tiny portion of life-prolonging treatment serum to form it. If Ves intended to do the same for Commander Dice, then he would have to use up another drop. What a painful price! There was no way he could avoid it if he wanted to go through with his plan. Still, thinking about the potential power that Dice and her mech pilots might be able to exert, Ves pushed aside his stinginess. Why should he put so much effort into conserving the drops of serum in his possession? If he held back too much, the chances that his task force would lose the upcoming battle would definitely be greater. There was another reason why he needed to invest more power into his second battle network. Comparatively, the Superior Mother was far stronger than Commander Dice. Even if the Sword Maiden leader advanced to expert pilot, her actual spiritual strength would still pale in comparison with the upper echelon of design spirits. This meant that any battle formation the Sword Maidens evoked would definitely yield disappointing results. Ves spent hours on refining the design of his next battle network. Unlike the more general battle network targeted to the penitent sisters, his second one was much more narrow in scope. It single-mindedly sought to enhance any combat action related to swords. How that actually worked out, Ves wasn't sure. He couldn't really predict whether his second battle network would also express its power in the form of a battle formation. Hopefully it doesn't, but who knows? Though he had covered up much of the spiritual traces of the first battle network by superimposing the energy silhouette with a technological projection, it wasn't a foolproof solution. If he had to do the same for the Sword Maidens and every other group connected to battle networks, then the beneficiaries had to implement the same projections to every single mech they piloted. How troublesome! As Ves began to encounter an increasing amount of uncertainties in his battle network design, he became more and more unsure of what he was trying to accomplish. Trying to design a battle network that could be entirely sustained by a mech pilot was very risky. He became increasingly more afraid of taking missteps that would ruin Commander Dice's chances of future advancement. I could use some help or at least a second opinion. Should he summon Kedis? No. She knows quite a lot about swords and mechs, but she won't be able to answer any of my questions. What about the primary recipient, Commander Dice? I will definitely have to take her input into account, but she's my client, not my helper. He needed assistance from someone who was versed with spirituality. Out of all of the clansmen in the fleet, only one person possessed the qualifications to speak to him in detail about this subject. His mouth curled into a frown. The list of spiritually knowledgeable experts was pathetically short. In fact, other than himself, there was only one other name. Though he wanted to find reasons not to meet with the bastard, Ves had no alternative. He reluctantly invited James to shuttle over the Scarlet Rose in order to discuss something confidential. The living prophet calmly entered V's stateroom while garbed in a pure white robe draped over his standard Larkinson uniform. Bright Martyr, it is good to see you again. I believe you have doubts. Ves couldn't be bothered to express his annoyance at James' foresight. Sit down and help me understand what I'm dealing with right now. I have many questions and I hope you can answer at least some of them before I lose my patience. He began to provide brief explanations on battle networks and battle formations. He also provided James with some of his theories and assumptions related to his current research. For his part, the clone looked quite intrigued. This is interesting. I have to admit that I have never touched something like this before. This is truly as new to you as it is to me. Back in my time, most battles were fought between Titanic warships. Yes, you old git, you lived through the Age of Conquest, now can you actually tell me something useful? James raised his hand and pointed at a projection of Commander Dice. You are underestimating her power. What? Ves looked confused. Great mech pilots are capable of evoking and harnessing far greater power than you think. Do you know why? They express their power through their will. That is correct, but do you know why? What is so special about infusing their will with power? What makes them different from those with power who aren't mech pilots such as you and Kalangso? Ves blinked. He always wondered about this question, but he never really researched it in depth. I don't really know, to be honest. If I had to make a guess, it is that mech pilots are specialists. They are different because they augment their power with their will. James tooted and shook his head. Your views on expert pilots and more impressive mech pilots are woefully shallow. Mech pilots like Ves Larkinson, Joshua Larkinson, and so on are defined by their will. Tell me, where does will come from? What is the source of will? It took a moment for Ves to form his answer. Will comes from the mind. Will comes from thought. Where does the power you regularly manipulate come from? Ves widened his eyes. It comes from the same source. Both spiritual energy and willpower shared a common origin. Seeing that Ves grasped this point, James lifted both his arms. Suppose I'm trying to hold a sword. He stretched out one hand. If I hold it with my dominant arm, I can probably swing it with decent force. The living prophet stretched out his other hand. If I hold it with my weaker arm, I will probably struggle to launch a decent attack. He then stretched out both hands at the same time. If I hold the sword with both hands, I can probably exert much more force than before. Ves looked astonished, but only for a moment. He quickly grew skeptical. This is different. The power that we wield is strong and versatile. Will is formless and unable to affect reality on its own. They may share the same origin, but they're completely different in terms of strength. Are you sure about that? James grinned. Is willpower truly powerless? Chapter 2371, Power of Will. What was willpower? There were a lot of official definitions of this term, but few of them described the concept that matched his current understanding of this term. Willpower was intent. Willpower stood for the willingness to endure hardships. Willpower kept warriors aloft in battle. To Ves, willpower took on even more meaning after personally witnessing expert candidates and expert pilots in battle. Even without seeing them in action, those with strong will such as Venerable Brutus and Venerable Janzi already distorted the reality around them with their latent will alone. Yet what these amazing individuals accomplished was not purely a product of willpower. Expert pilots only emerged after they unconsciously developed their spiritual power by merging it with their strong wills. For some reason, no other people except strong-willed mech pilots were able to accomplish this odd and very rare feat due to these strict conditions. The amount of expert pilots in any given state was actually quite low. It was no surprise that the MTA imposed many rules favorable to high-ranked mech pilots in order to preserve their lives outside of mech combat. He turned his attention back to James. This religious bastard did not even bother to hide his paternal expression. Even though the living prophet smiled politely as he awaited an answer, to Ves the clone looked incredibly smug. Ves wanted to punch this smug look off the bastard's face. Sadly, Ves had to abide by the decorum that was expected of a clan leader. James hadn't done anything that merited a good whack. As the only person who possessed actual knowledge and insight on the mysterious phenomenon known as spirituality, James played a vital role in the clan. Several times now, the self-proclaimed reborn prophet had provided essential wisdom and insight. How could Ves possibly do something as short-sighted as spoiling his relationship with the former cult leader? Emotionally, Ves wanted to beat James up. Rationally, he wanted to retain the man as a spiritual consultant and advisor. Emotion and reason warred within Ves, but eventually the latter achieved a decisive victory. Enough time had passed for Ves to reorganize his thoughts and form an answer in his own words. Willpower is a form of power that comes from the mind. To ordinary people, it is a quality that allows them to persevere temporary difficulties to achieve a greater payoff. To expert pilots, it is one of their strongest traits and allows them to fully leverage the other powers. That is a good interpretation. James nodded in satisfaction. The power of thought and the power of will are highly similar. Which one do you think is stronger? Ves frowned. He felt as if there was a trap behind those words. Even so, he decided to answer according to his own understanding. The power of will can achieve great feats when it is blended with the power of thought, but on its own it is largely formless. Just like our other thoughts and emotions, it can only affect our behavior. That is only what you think. Tell me, VS. Have you ever seen an ace pilot? Have you ever had the fortune to meet a god pilot? VS sneered. I don't think you have ever seen those people either. The current James was just a designer baby grown from the prophet's genes. The past James was the founder of a cult in an age where mechs and mech pilots hadn't been invented yet. How could this smug bastard ever come in touch with a god pilot under these circumstances? Despite the acid remark, James showed no irritation. His charming smile remained as radiant as ever. Willpower existed before the Age of Mechs, VS. Back then, certain humans and aliens have already made use of the power of thought and the power of will. It is only after the emergence of mechs that the latter has become more ubiquitous. What is your point, and what does this have to do with the battle networks I'm trying to develop? VS impatiently asked. The prophet held up a hand. Patience, please. Understanding the power of will is essential to your future endeavors. Now, think about it. Mech designers such as you mainly advance by developing the power of thought. I am sure you have met with a number of master mech designers. What do you sense when you meet them in person? Power. Pure power. VS spoke as he recalled the times when he met with both Master Olson and Master Willix. It is as if they evolved their thoughts to such a high degree that it has solidified into a physical substance. I have sensed something similar from other comparable entities such as Kalankso. She is a magnificent being, if a bit uncultured. Nonetheless, she is not only powerful, but also well-versed in the application of her power. That is quite admirable for a god of her age. James complimented the sacred god. However, you have made one mistake. Powerful mech pilots are not comparable to the likes of Kalankso. Huh! Expert pilots are defined by their will. The stronger their will, the greater their ability to exercise their unique abilities in combat. Without a sufficiently strong will, it doesn't matter how much they have cultivated the power of thought. While VS could buy that, he wondered where the role of spirituality came in. After all, the force of will that expert pilots used to resonate with their mechs was a product of both willpower and spiritual energy. If that is the case, why don't mech pilots rely on pure willpower and leave the power of thought alone? He asked. James smiled wider. Ah, that is the great secret. Fortunately for you, I believe you are qualified to know this. Let me put it this way. When you are young, can you study a lot of books and develop into a competent mech designer all by yourselves? No. Not realistically. Unless I have the enhancements that I have now, I wouldn't have been able to get where I am today if I did not benefit from structural teaching and guidance from the professors at the Rittersberg University of Technology. Even though it was a fairly low-ranked academic institution for raising mech designers, VS truly benefited a lot from learning there. Even if few of its graduates went on to become successful entrepreneurs, many of his former classmates were still able to land very good jobs at the military, the government, or the design departments of various mech companies. It is the same when it comes to the power of will, James stated. Earlier, you remarked that the power of will is formless and unable to achieve anything powerful on its own. You aren't wrong, but that is only when it is in its weaker stages. As long as you develop it further, the power of will becomes more and more amazing. At the end? The living prophet teasingly smiled at VS. You get god pilots. What? VS almost stood from his chair. Are you saying that god pilots are able to contend against battleships with just their will and mech alone? What about the power of thought? God pilots have no need for it anymore. James dismissively waved his hand. This was a huge revelation to VS. The difference between high-ranking mech pilots and high-ranking mech designers turned out to be bigger than he thought. He composed himself. Explain to me how mech pilots develop themselves. What happens after they advance to expert pilots? What I said before is already all the information you need to answer your own question, Ves. Someone like you is unable to become a mech designer without going through structure learning or personal guidance. The same goes for willpower. It is weak in its earlier stages and cannot bring many advantages to mech pilots. That is why they must meld it with the power of thought. Ves felt as if he came in contact with a profound truth. If James wasn't spinning nonsense to him, then this was probably one of the biggest secrets behind high-ranking mech pilots. The combination is more powerful than the separate components, right? I always thought that this combined force is the main reason why expert pilots and such are so powerful. Am I wrong? No. Your information is just incomplete. While it is correct when you limit your sights to expert pilots, it is a different story for ace pilots and god pilots. Expert pilots must use the power of thought to nurture their will. At this stage in their development, their will alone is stronger than normal people, but not impressive enough to achieve anything drastic in battle. That is why they must use the power of thought as a carrier. What about ace pilots? When an expert pilot is able to surpass a threshold in the development of their will, they enter a new realm. The power of will begins to take on a greater proportion while the power of thought becomes more and more unimportant. Once the will of an ace pilot has reached a certain level of maturity, the power of thought becomes a shackle rather than a growth vessel. Ves couldn't even get a grip on all of the implications of these revelations. He never realized that ace pilots progressed in this manner. What happens after that? He huskily asked. He wanted to know the truth. The student must surpass the teacher. When the power of thought is no longer able to provide any further help, the ace pilot must continue to develop will to the point that they are able to break their power of thought and shatter the final barrier that prevents them from reigning supreme by will alone. That sounds insane. The power of thought is intrinsic to every sentient life form. Without it, there is no life. Even the weakest humans or sentient animal possessed a tiny mote of spirituality. This single quality distinguished them from non-sentient life forms that weren't truly aware of themselves, such as AIs and clones. It does sound implausible when you assume the power of thought is indispensable to life. James agreed. This is why god pilots are so amazing. Their wills are so unfathomably strong that they are able to substitute the power of thought in their minds. They are living wills incarnate and have become entirely different. They cannot be called human anymore. It is not a mistake to call them gods. Is this what the Ovanan faith claims will happen to everyone in the future? Oh no. James shook his head. There are multiple paths to power. The cultivation of willpower is just one of them. You and I are following different paths. It doesn't matter that we are different from mech pilots. As they say, all roads lead to rebirth. Just like how there are different professions, there are also different kinds of gods. Ves paused for a while. He had to process what he heard. If James was right, then the force of will gained by expert pilots was only a transitional product. It was temporary. The goal of forming a force of will was to prop up the immature willpower with spiritual energy. As these mech pilots advanced to higher ranks, they constantly needed to grow and transform their wills by using spiritual energy as a crutch. It was only at the end, when senior ace pilots reached their limits, that they were ready to break their crutch. They had to shatter one of the key powers that made them alive and sustain their lives entirely by their superior will alone. To Ves, this sounded as absurd as an unarmed human trying to fight a mech. It was impossible unless the human modified his body extensively to the point of becoming a deadly monster. So much could go wrong through this arduous process. How could spirituality that was supposedly essential to all life be so easy to discard? By far, most humans who tried to fight a mech with their bare hands would unquestionably die. Only those who were freakish enough to develop their wills to insane heights were able to achieve this impossibility. No wonder why there are so few god pilots in the galaxy, Ves dazedly muttered. With such an insanely difficult hurdle at the end, they are truly worthy of their titles. Chapter 2372, Myriad Powers. Though James could have been spinning a tale of nonsense, Ves did not believe this was the case. The revelations on the power of will largely conformed to his own observations. It was just that Ves was still too clueless about ace pilots and god pilots to know how important it was for them to develop their willpower. The end goal of every mech pilot who wanted to reach the top was to evolve their will to a height that allowed them to live on it. To Ves, who constantly gained a greater appreciation of spirituality, this sounded like a completely alien means of ascension. Ves had to take a fair amount of time to take stock. Though he still disliked James, he had to admit that his spiritual advisor was definitely earning his keep in the clan. Earlier you said that we are different from the mech pilots who develop their wills. What role does the power of will play for us? Also, aren't you supposed to be a mech pilot? To answer the latter, I am, but that does not mean I have to follow the same path as every other mech pilot, James calmly answered. Though it may seem unimaginable to the likes of you and every other mech-crazed citizen of human civilization, I am not particularly interested in becoming an existence that is sustained by will alone. My talents lie elsewhere. Oh, Ves could believe that. James hadn't piloted a single mech during this excursion. Just like any cult leader, the living prophet excelled at scamming and hoodwinking people. As to how mech designers differ from mech pilots, well, that is something you can figure out yourself, Ves. Both god pilots and star designers are immensely powerful. They are gods in human form, but they express their might differently. To put it into terms that you are accustomed to, they have pursued different specialties. I see. Then what makes mech designers special, exactly? Are we dependent on the power of will as well? No. While I have some insights on how mech designers reach greater heights, I am not one of them myself. I believe it is better for you to explore this on your own. All I can say is that unlike mech pilots, mech designers take the more common path of developing their power of thought. Just because mech pilots must eventually get rid of it doesn't mean it is useless. Willpower is just more suited to their roles. Ves scratched his head again. He had been doing this several times as he struggled to understand all of the implications of what James was saying. Right now, he felt awfully envious at mech pilots for being able to develop their willpower into something amazing. Ves felt rather lacking that he wasn't doing something like that. Was cultivating willpower something exclusive to mech pilots and potentates? What stopped Ves from doing something similar? Was it truly possible for a single human being to cultivate both willpower and spirituality to their highest forms? The living prophet seemed to know what Ves was thinking. Don't think about it, Ves. I told you earlier that when ace pilots reach the threshold of their upper growth, their power of thought has become a hindrance. Do you really want to spend the effort to grow both powers, just so that you have to shatter one of them? Also, don't think that mech designers can casually develop their power of will on the side. Your minds are wired differently when you reach the rank of journeyman. That was a pity. Ves thought that his remarkably high control and perception of spirituality would allow him to do what others could not, but evidently there were hard limits. Perhaps he could force it, but Ves had no ambitions to develop the power of will at the cost of compromising his mech design ability. What would he do with strong willpower if he couldn't even pilot a mech? It was completely counterproductive. He recalled the reason why he summoned James in the first place. As much as he wanted to explore these novel aspects in greater detail, it would be pointless if Task Force Predator failed to overcome the intercepting pirate fleet. Let's get back to my original question. I asked you how a battle network would be different if I centered it around an expert pilot instead of an entity like the Superior Mother. How does the inclusion of willpower affect this dynamic? James tapped his fingers against the surface of the desk. Gods like Kalanxo and the Superior Mother sustain themselves by cultivating their power of thought. As for expert pilots, the power of thought is merely an enabler to their power of will. Now, let us consider your so-called battle network. What do you think the mech pilots who are caught in this web prefer? The combination of will and thought, or just the power of thought? When put in this way, the answer sounded obvious. Mech pilots don't seem to have much use for the power of thought in isolation. Standard mech pilots have developed neither powers. Just gaining the power of thought alone is not that helpful if their will remains weak. Maybe that was why the efficiency of the penitent sister battle formations was so low. The Superior Mother may be powerful from a spiritual standpoint, but she did not do anything to enhance the wills of the mech pilots connected to her crown. Perhaps this was also why most of the mech pilots weren't able to persist for a longer time. The demands on their feeble wills was simply too much. This made Ves wonder if adding an expert pilot, whether they used as the central focus of a battle network, or merely one of its participants, could make a substantial difference. Is it possible for expert pilots to share their power of will to the other mech pilots in the network? Ves asked. James smiled but did not provide a direct answer. I cannot say. You are the inventor of battle networks. You should know better than I about this subject. What does your logic say? I think the asymmetrical neural network that has propelled my cousin Ganso to fame is proof that the power of will can be shared. The only question was how compatible the other mech pilots would need to be in order to sync up with the expert pilot. The requirements must be extremely strict. So strict, in fact, that Ves actually wanted to know how Master Huron prepped the mech pilots that fought alongside Venerable Ganso. Whatever you do, don't underestimate the power of will, James warned Ves with a serious tone. Expert pilots have cultivated their willpower with the help of their power of thought, but the same can't be said for other mech pilots. What is the nature of will? Belief in self. Perseverance. Intent. Ves summed up his previous answer. Now try and imagine transplanting these will components to another person's mind. Do you think that this will go well? Maybe not. In the worst-case scenario, the expert pilot might turn the other mech pilots in the battle network into her copies. Whether this was good or bad depended on how much he cared about the weaker mech pilots. From a rational standpoint, turning different mech pilots into carbon copies of expert pilots sounded like a great deal. As long as Ves was willing to lose the individual personalities of the mech pilots in questions, he would be able to gain a lot of mech pilots who possessed similar traits as that of an expert pilot. Still, despite the great attraction of this development, Ves would never allow this to happen to his own clansmen. He and his clan valued their individual well-being. Overriding their wills with the will of another person was no better than suffering mind death. Your worries may be unfounded, Ves, James added. Expert pilots have great control over the power of will. If they do not wish to inadvertently cause harm to their comrades, then they just need to restrain themselves. That is a relief. If my battle network can only be utilized by standard mech pilots, then much of its potential is lost. That would be a great shame. The two spiritually enlightened individuals spoke some more about battle networks and willpower. Ves wanted to obtain a bit more clarification so that he did not develop any wrong ideas about what he had just learned. Of course, as wise and all-knowing as James appeared, Ves constantly reminded himself that this fellow wasn't entirely trustworthy. So far, he only learned about the power of will from a single, obviously biased source. A source that definitely held ulterior motives. Ves would be a fool to believe in James just because he sounded authoritative over this subject. As a researcher, Ves always possessed the urge to verify what he discovered. When it came to something as vital and hidden as willpower, he had to be extra careful and know for sure that the theories he gained were accurate. If he made any mistakes, he might spark off a disaster when he was ready to implant a battle network in Commander Dice. The two men began to wrap up their discussion. Is there anything else I should take into account when I make my next battle network? Ves earnestly asked. I do have something I wish to say, though it is not necessarily related to your current endeavors. Then say your piece. James took a slow breath. There are more forms of power than just the two I have mentioned. Just like how most of humanity has discovered how to harness kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, gravitational energy, and so on in the form of technology, there are many more expressions of power that are less accessible. Some are only found in aliens. Others are more easy to access. The power of thought just happens to be the most universal power to individuals like you and me. We are blessed in that regard. Ves was inclined to believe this. There was so much that he and humanity were still ignorant of. Reality was much more grand than anyone could ever imagine. Just the Milky Way galaxy alone still hid countless secrets that could revolutionize the way people lived. Noted. Is there anything else? We live in the Age of Mechs. Any power that is conducive to Mechs is in vogue now. That does not mean that other expressions of power have become extinct. How did people strengthen their will before Mechs? Ves suddenly asked. He had been wondering about this for a while now. He didn't think it came out of nowhere. That is something for you to explore for yourself. James grinned. I'll leave you with a hint. We humans are actually defective in this aspect. Most life in the galaxy is defective when it comes to cultivating their willpower. What? That was quite a negative-sounding statement. You heard me, Ves. We humans are weak in developing our willpower. Although it sounds harsh, it is not untruthful to describe us as defective. A more ideal form of life should be capable of developing a much stronger will and sense of self. We humans are far from reaching this standard. We are like cripples who have to rely on external aids such as hover chairs to move around. Ves looked scandalized. Equating heroic high-ranking mech pilots as paralyzed cripples who weren't able to move without a tool was a pretty radical statement to make. If James ever uttered this description in the midst of a group of mech pilots, he would have instantly been beaten black and blue for his temerity. Even though Ves merely admired expert pilots, he too felt that James had gone far. Perhaps the living prophet was making a factually truthful statement. That did not mean he should phrase it in the most pejorative method possible. I don't agree with your tone, Ves replied with a restrained smile. Humanity has always relied on external tools to achieve greatness. We are married to technology, and there is nothing to feel ashamed about that. Mech pilots are not burdened by mechs. They are enriched by mechs. This is what I believe. Chapter 2373 Shocking Implication. Long after James left his stateroom, Ves remained in deep thought as he repeatedly analyzed everything he heard and inferred. His spiritual advisor certainly lived up to his unofficial title. James Ylvain was truly a font of knowledge when it came to the more mysterious side of reality. What a troublesome parting shot. Is he trying to ruin my impression of expert pilots? Clearly, James expressed his contempt for high-ranking mech pilots several times. It was as if they were somehow worse than those who pursued different paths to power. Despite the great temptation to take everything that James said at his word, Ves couldn't bring himself to do so. The final remark especially compelled Ves to make a stand and refute what his advisor had claimed. To Ves, expert pilots and higher weren't poor or crippled. Everyone relied on external tools and aid these days in order to do their jobs. Human civilization was practically defined by its extensive and ubiquitous use of technology to accomplish feats that were impossible to accomplish with human power alone. After all, great feats such as constructing Dyson spheres around suns, terraforming lifeless rocks into life-bearing planets, and crossing the stars could never be done without the use of lots of vehicles and technological inventions. Even a mech designer like Ves depended extensively on technology to propagate more technology. Didn't the criticism espoused by James apply to him as well? Was this the living prophet's veiled way of dissing his current path of progression? You bastard! Ves should feel happy. He not only learned a lot about a subject that he depended heavily upon, but he also solved many of his doubts and uncertainties with regards to his battle network. Yet some of the implications that James alluded to added additional burdens to his mind. He felt haunted by some of the more unsettling theories and guesses he formed. Are mech pilots, and by extension mech designers, really crippled and overly dependent on external tools? He didn't think so. Ves was a mech designer. He was part of a greater society that depended entirely on tools to gain superiority over the rival alien empires that used to dominate the galaxy. Human civilization is an empire of tool users, Ves muttered. The 7 apex races and many other alien civilizations used to lord it over us because of their inborn strengths and endowments. Now look at them. We've displaced them entirely from the most prosperous and juiciest parts of the galaxy. Many of their former empires have gone to ruin and all of their monuments and traces have disappeared. He believed that the views espoused by James were more sympathetic towards the 5 Scrolls Compact than the Big Two. This alone caused Ves to inherently reject the views espoused by the clone. I could use a bite. Ves didn't bother standing up in order to eat a meal at the mess hall. Neither did he bother to call a chef to deliver a hand-cooked meal to him. Why should he go through all of that trouble when he had plenty of food within arm's reach? He opened one of his drawers, revealing a messy heap of nutrient packs. Ves picked up one of them and looked appreciatively at the label. These Yulimo nutrient packs are certainly unique. If my ships had the room, I would have packed up their nutrient processing plant and taken it back. Perhaps the Larkinson clan should look into producing its own nutrient packs. Nah. Ves put down the suggestion as he tore open the wrapper. The nutrient pack sector is one of the most oversaturated markets in human space. He dug out the small spoon that was embedded in the folds of the wrapper and began to spoon the dry, dense concentration of nutrients. As soon as he swallowed his first spoonful, his eyes lit up. His taste buds instantly came in touch with deep, rich flavors. After spooning up a few more scoops, he immediately felt invigorated. A burst of energy refreshed his mind and eased his stress. He felt ready to work an entire week. Once Ves finished his meal, he restored his hydration level by drinking a large glass of water. Ah! He sighed in pleasure. I needed that. Taking a break and eating a hearty nutrient pack completely reset his mind. Now that he had taken a step back, he no longer felt as troubled as before. Who cares what he thinks? Ves huffed. I chose to be a mech designer. My job is to serve mech pilots by providing them with the best tools for the job. Is there anything wrong with this? Just because I can't become like my mother doesn't mean I'm inferior. He was not jealous of his mother and her extensive mastery over spiritual manipulation. Whatever James thought about mech pilots was only relevant to himself. The rest of the Larkinson clan largely centered around mechs. Both its mech pilots and its mech designers were vital to its future might and prosperity. In the Age of Mechs, this was a winning combination. Making use of mechs is even better than relying on yourself. As long as mechs are alive, the combination of human and mech can achieve fantastic synergy that can rival the entities who pretend they are gods. The previous battle was a fantastic example of this. At the very end, when the Unending One was about to unleash his wrath, Venerable Janzi, her mech and Kalankso all combined forces to crush the ancient alien horror. Alone, The three probably weren't capable of defending against the unending one. Together, they had the potential to overturn the entire galaxy. My design philosophy centers around symbiosis. By nature, my research and ambition is all about combining different elements together in order to accomplish a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. I can't do much with a single part. Ves felt more sure of himself after he made this realization. He shoved this matter aside and returned his attention to developing his second battle network. He tweaked his design for the battle network in order to account for willpower. If it was possible for Commander Dice to share a portion of her willpower with her fellow sword maidens, then Ves wanted his battle network to facilitate this as much as possible. He didn't change all that much, though. His second battle network may be narrower in scope, but Ves did at least distinguish it in one specific way. Inspired by James' description of the power of will, Ves decided not to leave any room for any potential design spirits. The Sword Maidens were some of the most willful mech pilots in the Larkinson clan. Even the normal Sword Maiden mech pilots possessed minds of steel. Enhancing their performance with design spirits and glows would only clash against their martial tradition. They were used to being self-sufficient and relying on themselves. Even if Ves intended to create a sword-oriented design spirit in the future, he didn't want his sword maidens to lose this intrinsic strength. If the Penitent Sister Battle Network worked entirely on spiritual energy, the Sword Maiden Network instead ran on force of will. Ves added a few safeguards to his design, though he wasn't really sure how effective they would be. When it came to spiritual engineering, a lot of additions that Ves intended to add to his work ended up rather fuzzy. This was the inherent challenge of manipulating something that Ves wished to bring to life. After a while, he felt satisfied with what he accomplished. It might not look much right now, but hopefully it will grow into power. The next day, Ves shuttled over to the Jaded Sword in order to install his second battle network. As soon as he arrived, Kedis enthusiastically greeted right outside his shuttle. Ves! You're here! Are you checking up on Commander Dice's custom mech? I'm here for a different reason, but I might as well check up on your progress so far. How much have you changed? Not a lot, but there are still some weeks to go. Let me show you the current state of the Sword Hunter. Sword Hunter? Ves raised his eyebrow. That's the name of the mech we worked on. Dice doesn't need any fancy names for her machine. She just wants a mech that is able to attack and move according to her expectations. She has already outpaced her current machine, so she expects much from the Sword Hunter. Even if Kedis made the current Sword Hunter perfect for Commander Dice, it might not last. If the Sword Maiden Commander ever managed to advance to expert pilot in the next battle, then the Sword Hunter would only momentarily be able to keep up due to the temporary outburst of resonance that accompanied the breakthrough. After that, the mech would likely turn into a sluggish mule for an expert pilot such as her. Only an expert mech would be able to satisfy her from that point. Once the pair of mech designers arrived at a mech workshop, Ves saw that the Sword Maidens had already disassembled much of the mech. Various Sword Maiden mech technicians were in the process of replacing some of the internal components with higher performing ones. Ves instinctively reached out with his spirituality in order to smooth over the many imperfections that was marring the mech's spiritual foundation. The mech was already radiating with power. If any Sword Maiden mech pilot randomly entered the cockpit and tried to boot it up, she might actually die. Only Commander Dice among the Sword Maidens possessed the strength to withstand the pressure extended by her own mech. As Ves finished his task, he briefly reflected on what he had done. Mechs and mech pilots. Do they both rely on the same source of power? Mech pilots resonated with their mechs by utilizing their force of will. They needed to combine both their spiritual energy and willpower to produce a composite force that allowed them to wield greater power. What if the mech pilot doesn't have to supply these powers? What if they came from the mech? Wasn't this what he was already doing to an extent? His spiritual foundation enhancement attempts added a substantial amount of spiritual energy to the mech. When a mech pilot interfaced with an enhanced mech, they essentially pooled their own spirituality with the spiritual foundation of their machine. They're like married couples, Ves suddenly realized. His outburst surprised Kedis for a moment, but as soon as she realized that he was having another epiphany, she dutifully kept quiet. As for Ves, he was in the process of applying all of the insights he recently gained and combining them with his previous invention. Right now, his spiritually enhanced mechs possess varying degrees of spiritual energy saturation. Just like a man and wife, what belonged to the mech also belonged to the mech after they interfaced with each other. Conversely, what belonged to the mech pilot should also belong to the mech in this situation. Ves didn't think it was that simple, but if this outlandish theory matched reality, then the implications were profound. If Ves somehow managed to imbue both spiritual energy and willpower into a mech, didn't that mean it had all the ingredients necessary to accomplish resonance? It just needed a mech pilot to channel both kinds of power. Was this a viable means of creating an expert mech without requiring a corresponding expert pilot? Would he be able to bring an expert mech into existence that was just as strong as the real deal with just a regular mech pilot? Ves was really shocked at his own realization. Something as radical as a standalone expert mech would completely subvert the entire mech industry. There were so many mech pilots in the galaxy, but few of them managed to advance to a higher rank. If Ves made it possible for normal mech pilots such as Melker and Dietrich to make full use of an expert mech, then was it possible to make expert pilots redundant? His body shivered. Chapter 2374, Respa. The creation of a standalone expert mech sounded incredibly interesting to Ves. Theoretically, it should be possible, but in practice Ves would have to solve a lot of problems. This is probably something I should look into when I advance to senior or master, he muttered. Aside from learning how to design expert mechs, Ves had to figure out how to impart willpower in a mech. James mentioned that spiritual energy and willpower came from the same source. The first was more common and versatile, while the latter was difficult to nurture and not so transferable. Spiritual energy centered around thought and emotion. Willpower came from the self. This difference implied that transferring someone else's willpower onto a mech may not be viable. Design spirits couldn't help. All of them were entirely based on spirituality, and did not possess any exceptional willpower. Perhaps theoretically, they might be able to nurture willpower through some unusual methods. Maybe they could even piggyback off his mechs to accomplish this feat. However, at the end, the strengthening of willpower demanded the destruction of spirituality. Didn't that mean these spiritual entities had to kill themselves in order to turn into a life form composed entirely of willpower? Ves believed it was a bit more realistic to encourage a living mech to develop a will. No matter what fortune or misfortune took place over the course of its evolution, every consequence would be confined to a single copy. This was still a very distant prospect, however. Ves barely understood anything about the nature of the power of will. He only recognized it as a distinct source of power just recently. For now, it was best to focus on his immediate problems rather than let his ambition run wild. He turned his attention back to the sword hunter. For a converted bright warrior, Kedis was doing a good job transforming it into something unique. It might even be her first real variant design. After discussing a number of issues about some of the trickier changes that Kedis wanted to implement, they eventually met with Commander Dice. The strong sword made an expert candidate, and leader greeted Ves with a ramrod straight back and her feet planted solidly to the deck. Welcome to the Jaded Sword. The dark-skinned woman spoke as she gazed at her sword hunter. Will you be giving us the same treatment as the penitent sisters? Not exactly. The experiment that I wish to perform on your sword maidens is different in nature. Let's head somewhere private so I can explain some of the nuances to you. In order to make this work, I need your cooperation. He knew that a sword maiden like Dice was not interested in the mechanics behind what he was trying to achieve. She mainly cared about the results. Therefore, he condensed and dumbed down his explanation as best as possible so that she knew just enough to know what she might be getting into. With something as new and unknown as this, the risks were considerable. Do I have your consent to proceed with my experiment? Ves asked after he finished outlining his plan. Commander Dice frowned. She turned to Kedis, who shrugged. Ves usually means well. I don't claim to know how this battle network will affect you and our other sisters, but I think it is definitely useful. However, I'm concerned about a couple of details. This network is different from that of the penitent sisters. He nodded. The penitent sisters can easily sync up to each other by praying to the superior mother. You sword maidens are different. I think it is much more suitable for you in the long run if you stay true to your current heritage. Commander Dice clenched her fist. I agree. We sword maidens aren't in the habit of relying on others like weak women. We are more than capable of fighting our own battles. This is why the battle network that I'm preparing for your troop won't center around a powerful entity that graciously does much of the heavy lifting. The penitent sisters may be strong in their own way, but their mentalities are too prone to submission. This was what he disliked the most about the penitent sisters and any other group of religious nuts. While it was convenient for Ves to command them as long as he found the right handle, he ultimately believed it would have been better if they weren't so gullible. The sword maidens, who survived and thrived in the brutal frontier, were much more sensible and guarded in this regard. They lived alongside numerous weird cults such as the Temple of Hisneck. They personally witnessed the depravity of all of the cults that for one reason or another had been chased out of civilized space. Ves admired the independent mindset of the sword maidens. Even when they had joined the Larkinson clan, they were still determined to cling to much of their old ways. They compromised just enough in order to fit into their new circumstances. Perhaps that might not be so good from an integration standpoint, but Ves cherished the diversity these women added to the clan. It took some time before Commander Dice eventually agreed with the experiment. I trust Kedis and I trust you, she plainly said. Our sword maidens truly need strengthening, and barring some new mechs, this seems like the only way. From all accounts, the enemy we are about to face is so strong that my fellow sisters can easily lose their lives in an instant. I don't want to see that happen. I can't guarantee that your sisters will all make it out alive, but I can at least assure you that they'll be able to put up a greater fight. After that, Ves proceeded with creating his new battle network. First, he needed to add the capability to Commander Dice's spirit. This was a fairly delicate operation because she wasn't as strong as the superior mother. Ves had to resort to using up a drop of light-prolonging treatment serum in order to create a living spiritual construct for Commander Dice. This new construct was a hybrid between a battle network and a mind sword. It essentially tried to fulfill both functions at once. Nothing went wrong. Ves already knew what to expect from creating his first mind sword and his first battle network. The only complications resulted from the fact he tried to merge two different roles into a single spiritual entity. In order to accommodate all of the necessary functions, he built a multi-part spiritual greatsword. While its shape was largely identical to that of Kedis, it possessed its own unique touches. When Ves finally relaxed his mind, he let out a deep breath. It's done! Commander Dice, who lay on a treatment surface, slowly began to rise up to her feet. I feel as if my mind has become busier. You'll get used to it. Kedis spoke. Your new sword intent is alive, just like mine. If it bothers you, then just tell it to be quiet. Don't let your sword run amok. One of the principal lessons the sword maidens learned was to always maintain control over their swords. It didn't take much time before the sword maiden commander quieted her own mind. With Kedis present, Ves let her guide Commander Dice on how to handle her new gift. You should give it a name. It's alive, after all, and it will respond more readily to you if you call it out. You're right. Dice paused for a minute while she began to consider names. I'm thinking of calling it Lydia, but our old commander wouldn't have wanted me to name my sword intent after her. I think I'll call it Respa. Kedis shared a knowing look with the sword maiden commander. Obviously, there was an inside story behind the name. It was none of his business, though. He suppressed his curiosity and clapped. All right, seeing as you still need to get used to your new mind's word, I will leave you with Kedis. Tomorrow, we'll proceed with the experiment. They conducted the experiment a day later after Kedis extensively taught Commander Dice how to manage the new addition in her mind. They encountered a bit of difficulty because of their different professions. The way Kedis interacted with and made use of Sharpa was based around treating it as a living pet. On the other hand, Commander Dice felt much more comfortable with wielding her mind sword directly. With her nascent force of will, she was able to resonate with her mind sword to a modest degree. Though she was very clumsy in controlling Respa, Ves figured that was mostly because she was just an expert candidate at the moment. Her force of will possessed no substance at this stage. Once Ves gained enough confidence in Commander Dice's ability to keep her mind sword under control, they quickly commenced the experiment. Ves first established some connections between a squad of regular sword maiden mech pilots and Respa. This went smoothly. While Respa still remained active as a mind sword, her battle network aspect hadn't been activated yet. As long as this remained true, nothing flowed through the connections. At most, some of Dice's residual force of will might leak into her fellow mech pilots. Are all of you feeling okay? Tell me if there are any abnormalities. The first batch of sword maiden mech pilots all shook their heads. If that's the case, then head to your mechs and wait your turn to deploy into space. A squad of sword maiden mechs launched from the Jaded Sword. Commander Dice followed shortly after with her current mech. Though it would have been interesting to see how her battle network interacted with the Sword Hunter, the mech was in no state to launch. The experiment soon commenced. Just like before, Ves asked a group of avatar mechs to spar with the Sword Maiden squad and put them under pressure. This time, the avatar mechs significantly held back in their attacks. Unlike the second-class mechs of the Penitent Sisters, the third-class mechs of the Sword Maidens were much more fragile. Even so, being surrounded by 40 hostile mechs at closer ranges imposed a very powerful psychological effect on the Sword Maiden test subjects. It was easy to forget that they were taking part in a controlled test when their mechs were being pushed around like bully victims. Enough! We are not weak! Ves watched closely as Commander Dice finally managed to find out how to activate Respa's battle network functionality. The Sword Maiden mech pilots began to feel odd as Commander Dice reached out to them. While they had trouble getting in sync with each other, the problem wasn't as bad as Ves initially feared. Every Sword Maiden admired Commander Dice. She not only succeeded Commander Lydia as their leader, but had also advanced to expert candidate. Her superior skill, strength, and battle acumen had long earned her the respect of all of her subordinates. With such a heroic figure at the center of the battle network, the Sword Maiden test subjects finally managed to sync up with each other. It's happening! The mechs spontaneously moved into a distinctly narrow formation. Ves imagined that they were forming a large sword. Unfortunately, the attempt seemed to fail. The mechs didn't radiate any form of radiance, so no energy silhouettes appeared. Their formation had no substance. Ves shut down the experiment. That's enough. Keddies and the other sword maidens manning the various consoles and workstations looked disappointed. They expected to witness a powerful burst of strength. Instead, their sisters hadn't accomplished anything. Did something go wrong? Have we failed? Keddies softly asked. Calm down. To be honest, I expected this result. What? You planned for us to fail? Not like that. Ves hurriedly shook his head. It is just that I haven't hooked up the network to a powerful energy source. How can something powerful emerge from nothing? Commander Dice isn't strong enough to power any formations. Then what is the point of this experiment? Were you stringing us along all this time? No. Look, this experiment may have failed, but the framework is still sound. I checked it myself. We just have to wait for the right opportunity for this battle network to show its value. I'm sure that it will give all of us a pleasant surprise once Commander Dice advances to expert pilot. As long as Commander Dice broke through in the upcoming battle, the effort and resources that Ves put into creating Respa would finally pay off. Ves was willing to bet his life on this outcome. Chapter 2375 Self-Replenishment. Time flew by quickly after that. With the results he gained from creating his previous 2 battle networks, Ves encountered no complications when he formed a 3rd battle network for the battle criers. He did not bother with testing it, afraid that any hidden pirate scouts in the vicinity might observe what he had accomplished. Though the odds of that were frankly low, Ves could not afford to rule out this possibility. Keep what I've done for your boys under wraps, Ves said to Commander Cinnabar aboard the ion tracker. If your battle formation works out the way I think it does, then you may be able to make a huge difference in the upcoming battle. What I require from you and your battle criers is to be ready when I call upon you. Is that understood? Yes, sir. The red-bearded leader replied and bumped his fist against his chest. We are kinners. We strive to obey you to the fullest extent. Ves smiled. Good man. Out of everyone in the Larkinson clan, I trust kinners such as you and Nitau the most. I hope that your people will never forsake me. As long as you do so, I will always watch out for your kinners. Commander Cinnabar was flattered by the appreciation shown by Ves, but he was also skeptical. We are all part of the same clan now. Yes, but the contract that I have signed with you kinners should still remain valid. You can be both Larkinsons and kinners without resulting in major contradictions. Am I wrong? I can think of a number of scenarios where our multiple loyalties can come into conflict. That is why I want to make sure that you know which one you should value. This? Commander Cinnabar was well aware of the implications of those words. This may be fine for our current generation of kinners, but we don't want all of our children to be locked in this bond. Ah, that was right. Ves recalled that the kinners cared a lot about providing a better future for their children. It didn't matter if they signed away their own lives. As long as their offspring gained the opportunities that they never achieved, everything was acceptable. He quickly made up a new policy. While this isn't a big consideration in the short term, let us make an agreement on how to treat your descendants. Right now, what will happen when your children become adults? They are free Larkinsons and kinners. Will they join the battle criers and continue your tradition? Commander Cinnabar looked troubled. Maybe. As a Larkinson, I would want them to join the Avatars or some other division within the clan. As a kinner, I don't want our way of life to become extinct among the Larkinsons. Who knows what might happen to the kinner tribe one day? If our tribe is annihilated, we may very well be the only group of kinners left to carry on our traditions. Personally, VS thought that continuing a legacy that centered around the deplorable practice of legal slavery was abominable. Still, as long as he was the one who held the whip, he didn't want to lose this valuable asset. Each culture is unique, and some of them are worth preserving. I admire your people's dedication to fealty and service. You are some of the most sincere people in the Komodo Star sector. Thank you, sir. While it is true that you are Larkinsons, it is a shame for you and your descendants to forget about your origins. How about this? Just raise your children normally. When they become adults and are ready to decide how they want to live their lives, just give them a choice. If they want to become a mech designer and work for the LMC, then they can do so if they qualify for the job. If they want to become a mech pilot for the avatars, then that is also okay as long as they pass the requirements. However, if they want to follow the footsteps of their parents, then they should be given a chance to do so. Won't that be great? The battle crier commander's eyes lit up. This actually sounded like a great idea to him. The children of his people would have plenty of choice on how to live their lives in the future if this was the case. This is a good arrangement. Most of our fellow kinners will agree. Good. We can discuss the details later and put it into another contract. What matters is that we don't have to rely on importing kinners from your tribe or letting in more outsiders to expand your ranks. If he ever got out of the Nixian Gap, VS planned to leave the Komodo Star sector as soon as possible. He was really sick of his home star sector and wanted to leave his local troubles behind. However, that would mean losing valuable access to some of the unique products of this region, such as spiritually active materials from the Nixian Gap and human products in the form of diehard loyal kinners. While VS had no clue how to synthesize his own B-stones and P-stones, he did know how to produce more loyal bondsmen. Just letting them breed and indoctrinate their own offspring with their unique culture should be sufficient to keep his battle criers going for multiple generations. This was very important to VS. Their strong sense of loyalty had already made him valuable, but the new capabilities he intended to impart to them would make them even more vital to his many plans. Best of all, VS didn't have to do anything to encourage the battle criers to perpetuate their kinner practices. The kinner tribe indoctrinated each of them to embrace their habit of selling themselves, and as good parents she should definitely pass on their values to the next generation. VS didn't mind if 10% or even 90% of kinner descendants chose to leave the battle criers. As long as at least some people remained behind, he would retain possession of a strong and distinctive unit of ultra-loyal clansmen who VS could potentially entrust with all of his secrets. After all, Nita had been with him for multiple years, silently guarding his back like a tall guard dog, and she had never once leaked anything to anyone. VS knew because he personally bugged her combat armor. He knew everything she did, and if she ever aimed her weapon against his back with the safeties off, her rifle would automatically lock out and turn into a brick. Frankly, VS thought this precaution was excessive considering Nita's exemplary loyal service. Even without this precaution, VS was still assured she wouldn't betray her trust. The same went for the battle criers who were crewing the Scarlet Rose. As much as VS wanted to trust the other Larkinsons, such as the avatars of myth, he felt as if they were slowly growing out of his direct control. Part of that was good because their growth would definitely benefit the clan as a whole. Part of it was bad because this growth came at the expense of personal loyalty. Well, he was fine with that. Though Melker was the person who deserved the most credit for growing the avatars of myth into a formidable troop of elites, VS felt like a proud parent for enabling their rise. It was similar to how he viewed his mechs. He was proud of designing and producing them, but there was no way he wanted to retain them all. Once he sold them to his customers, what happened to them was none of his business anymore. VS and Commander Cinnabar discussed some other matters. For example, while the leader of the battle criers was highly in favor of sustaining his mech force by allowing their children to take up the mantle of their parents, it would take a lot of years for their numbers to swell. The Sentinels, Avatars, Vandals, and so on have suffered substantial losses in this campaign. However, their root is still intact, so they can easily grow new leaves by recruiting talented outsiders or clansmen. It's not that easy for us if we solely rely on internal replenishment. Are you asking me if you should recruit outsiders to bolster your ranks? Ves guessed. Yes. We have accepted a number of outsiders such as Mr. Dietrich Kotz and a number of other foreign-born mech pilots. All of them have integrated nicely with our people. They are indistinguishable from our Kinner-born battle criers in most aspects. It's just their loyalty isn't as ironclad, right? Yes. That is my fear, sir. Cinnabar sighed. We Kinners raise our children in a unique way. That is why you can always be confident in our people. As for others, there is always the chance that they may have different ideas. This was a fairly serious problem, but not that much considering the unique advantages of the clan. The problem is not that big in our case. Ves smiled and patted the commander's shoulder. Every Larkinson is connected to each other. As long as someone is up to no good, you will surely notice it. No one can hide their thoughts from the clan. Commander Cinnabar and his men never experienced this effect in person, but they heard about it from other clansmen. It was actually quite effective in rooting out traitors. Still, the Kinner did not think too highly of this method. Forced loyalty was one of the lowest forms of loyalty. While I admit your method is good at rooting out traitors, it's not so simple when there are competing interests at work. What if a situation similar to what tore the original Larkinson family apart emerges? You have at least two factions going at each other because they both believe that their ideas will benefit the Larkinsons the most. Ves briefly frowned. In a sense, Commander Cinnabar was right. No matter how awful Venerable Ganso behaved, Ves could not dismiss the fact that his fallen cousin always pursued what he thought was best for the Larkinson family. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Commander. For now, there is plenty of room for everyone. While Ves was very interested in talking about the future of his clan, he really had to get back to work. He still had to upgrade the Quint and prepare Tusa's custom mech, among other tasks. Ves eventually departed from the Ion Tracker and returned to the Scarlet Rose. The crew already brought a new bright warrior mech into the mech workshop. Along with the mech, its future user was already waiting for Ves. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson stopped staring at the impressive, gold-coated mech and turned around. Patriarch Ves. It's about time you've arrived. I'm sorry for being late. Ves apologized. My other experiments took priority. I've taken care of them, so there won't be any more delays. Good. I'm really looking forward to the light mech you are about to prepare, though a part of me lacks confidence. Converting a medium mech to a light mech is not an easy task. I have never heard of anyone completing this transformation in just a week. Ves grinned. I'm different. Besides, I'm not working on this project alone. Gloriana has already been poring over this problem back in civilized space. She has constantly updated me with new design schematics and such. Together, we have prepared quite an extensive modification plan. Just sit back and let us work. In 7 days or less, you will finally have a mech that can better keep up with your performance. It better be, because I have been waiting for years. The product that Ves intended to make for Tusa would definitely dazzle the expert candidate. After years of neglecting the light mech pilot, Ves would finally produce something that would appease the impatient man. Hopefully Ves would no longer have to deal with Tusa's nagging after finishing this project.